Stop scrolling. This will change how you see yourself forever. There comes a moment in life when you realize nobody is coming to crown you. No applause. No recognition. No permission. And in that quiet moment, something powerful begins. You decide who you are. Stoicism teaches that your value is not given by the world but created within. When you start acting like you are the best, not in arrogance but in deep self-respect, everything about you changes. Your walk, your words, your silence, they begin to carry weight. Most people are waiting to feel confident before they act. That's why they remain stuck. The Stoic way is different. You act first. You show up first. You carry yourself as someone who cannot be easily replaced. Not because you are loud, but because you are grounded. Confidence is not noise. It is calm certainty. It is knowing that even if everything falls apart, you will rebuild. There is a difference between arrogance and quiet superiority. Arrogance needs attention. It needs validation. But true strength? It stands alone. It does not compete. It does not compare. It simply exists. When you act like you are the best, you are not saying others are less, you are saying you refuse to be average. Imagine walking into a room where nobody knows you. Some people shrink in that moment. They hesitate, overthink, doubt themselves. But you? You move differently. Not because you are better than everyone, but because you respect yourself enough not to shrink. Stoicism teaches that external opinions are outside your control. So why let them define you? Your mind is your greatest weapon. If you believe you are weak, the world will confirm it. If you believe you are powerful, the world will test it. Acting like the best means training your thoughts daily. It means refusing to entertain self-doubt. It means choosing discipline over comfort, again and again. There was a young man named Daniel. He grew up being ignored. Not the smartest. Not the strongest. Not the most talented. People overlooked him constantly. One day, he got tired of it. Not angry, just tired. He decided something simple. He would carry himself like someone who matters. He started small. He spoke clearly. He stood straight. He stopped chasing approval. When people laughed, he didn't react. When people doubted him, he didn't argue. He worked in silence. Every day, he improved something: his mind, his body, his habits. Months passed. People began to notice. Not because he demanded attention, but because his presence changed. He no longer looked like someone seeking validation. He looked like someone who already had it. Years later, Daniel became the person everyone respected. Not because he was perfect, but because he was consistent. His secret was simple: he decided who he was before the world could decide for him. This is the power of Stoicism. You do not wait for life to be fair. You become unshakable. Acting like you are the best does not mean you never fail. It means failure does not define you. It means you take responsibility for everything in your control, your actions, your mindset, your discipline, and you let go of everything else. You stop explaining yourself to people who don't understand you. You stop proving your worth to those who never valued it. Instead, you invest that energy into becoming stronger, wiser, calmer. There is a quiet power in not reacting. When someone disrespects you, you don't lose control. When things don't go your way, you don't break down. You stay centered. That alone sets you apart from most people. The world respects those who respect themselves. Not loudly, but deeply. You don't need to dominate others to be powerful. You only need to master yourself. Control your emotions. Control your reactions. Control your focus. That is true dominance. Every morning, remind yourself, today, I act like the best version of me. Not perfect, but disciplined. Not loud, but focused. Not desperate, but steady. There will be days when you feel weak. Days when doubt creeps in. That is normal. Stoicism does not promise easy days, it promises strong minds. On those days, you show up anyway. That is what separates you. You don't need motivation every day. You need standards. High standards. Standards that don't change based on your mood. Acting like the best also means being silent when necessary. Not everything deserves your response. Not every battle is worth fighting. Choose your energy wisely. The strongest people are not the ones who speak the most. They are the ones who observe, understand, and act with precision. You become dangerous when you are calm under pressure. When chaos doesn't shake you. When negativity doesn't control you. That's when people realize you are different. And that difference? It cannot be copied. You are not here to blend in. You are here to evolve. Think about the version of you that you admire. The one who is disciplined, respected, focused. That version already exists within you. Acting like the best means stepping into that identity now, not later. You don't wait until you become confident. You act confident now. You don't wait until life is perfect. You move forward now. Your life changes the moment you stop asking, "Am I good enough?" and start saying, "I will become undeniable." This mindset will cost you comfort. It will cost you old habits. It may even cost you certain people. But it will give you something greater, self-respect. And once you have that, nothing else compares. Remember, you are not competing with anyone. You are building yourself. Every day, a little stronger, a little wiser, a little more disciplined. That is how legends are made, not in one moment, but in consistent actions. Now, take a second and reflect. Who are you becoming? There is something most people will never understand about greatness. It is lonely at the beginning. Not because you are meant to be alone, but because growth separates you before it connects you. When you decide to act like you are the best, you will notice something strange. People who are comfortable around your old version may start to feel uncomfortable around your new one. Not because you changed for the worse, but because you changed beyond what they expected. And that is okay. Stoicism teaches that you cannot control how others react to your growth. You can only control your commitment to it. So you keep going. Quietly. Consistently. Without apology. You stop shrinking to fit into spaces that no longer align with who you are becoming. You stop explaining your vision to people who cannot see it. You begin to understand that not everyone is meant to walk with you on this journey. And instead of feeling sad about it, you feel focused. Because deep down, you know something powerful. Your future requires a stronger version of you. Acting like you are the best also means embracing responsibility. No excuses. No blaming. No waiting. You take ownership of your life completely. If you fail, you learn. If you fall, you rise. If you doubt, you discipline your mind. That is the difference. Most people want results without responsibility. But the Stoic path demands both. It demands that you become someone who can handle pressure, rejection, and uncertainty without losing direction. And when you reach that point, something shifts inside you. You stop chasing outcomes. You start focusing on process. You realize that success is not a single moment, it is a pattern. A pattern of showing up when you don't feel like it. A pattern of doing the hard things when nobody is watching. And that pattern builds something unbreakable. There is power in consistency that most people underestimate. Small actions repeated daily create massive transformation over time. One decision. One habit. One disciplined action. Again and again. That is how you separate yourself. Not by being perfect, but by being relentless. Let's go back to Daniel for a moment. There was a day when everything almost broke him. He had been working on himself for months. Improving. Growing. Staying disciplined. But one evening, after a long day, he overheard a group of people talking about him. He's trying too hard. He's not that special. He'll go back to his old self. For a moment, the old Daniel returned. The insecure one. The one who needed approval. The one who doubted himself. He went home that night and sat in silence. No music. No distractions. Just his thoughts. And then he asked himself a question that changed everything. Who am I doing this for? Not for them. Not for validation. Not for applause. For himself. That night, Daniel made a decision. He would no longer allow other people's opinions to interrupt his progress. He would respect his journey too much to let outside noise control it. The next day, nothing looked different. But everything was different. He walked with more certainty. He spoke with more clarity. He worked with more intensity. Not because people believed in him, but because he believed in himself. And that is the turning point most people never reach. You must become your own source of validation. Because the moment you depend on others to feel worthy, you give them control over your identity. Stoicism teaches independence of the mind. It teaches that your peace, your confidence, your direction, must come from within. And when it does, you become unstoppable. You don't react to negativity. You don't chase attention. You don't fear rejection. You move with purpose. There is a certain calmness that comes with this mindset. A quiet strength that people can feel, even if they cannot explain it. You are no longer trying to prove anything. You are simply becoming. And that energy changes everything. People start to notice. Opportunities begin to appear. Respect grows. Not because you asked for it, but because you earned it. But here is the truth most people ignore. This path is not easy. There will be days when you feel tired. Days when you question your progress. Days when it feels like nothing is working. That is when your discipline matters most. Because anyone can stay consistent when they feel motivated. But only a few can stay consistent when they feel nothing. That is what separates the best from the rest. They do not rely on feelings. They rely on standards. So you build standards for your life. Standards for how you think. Standards for how you act. Standards for how you respond to challenges. And you follow those standards, no matter how you feel. Because you understand something powerful. Feelings are temporary. Standards are permanent. When you live this way, you stop negotiating with yourself. You stop making excuses. You stop delaying your growth. You become decisive. And decisiveness creates momentum. Momentum creates confidence. Confidence creates results. And results reinforce your identity. It all connects. This is not about pretending to be the best. It is about becoming someone who cannot be ignored. Someone who does not need to speak loudly to be heard. Someone who does not need to chase respect to receive it. Someone who knows their value, even when nobody else sees it yet. That is power. Real power. Not control over others, but control over yourself. And once you have that, everything changes. So from this moment forward, carry yourself differently. Think differently. Act differently. Not because the world is watching, but because you are. And that is enough. There is a hidden truth about becoming the best that most people never talk about. It is not about being ahead of everyone. It is about being in control of yourself when everything around you feels uncertain. Because life will test you. Not once. Not twice. But repeatedly. And every test comes with the same silent question. Will you go back to who you were, or will you stay committed to who you are becoming? Most people fail this test quietly. They start strong. They feel motivated. They act disciplined. But the moment life becomes uncomfortable, they return to old habits. Old thinking. Old excuses. And that is why they never truly change. But you are different. You are learning to stay steady, even when things feel unstable. You are learning to move forward, even when you feel doubt. You are learning to trust the process, even when results are slow. That is what makes you dangerous, in the best way possible. Because a person who refuses to quit on themselves becomes unstoppable over time. Think about this carefully. The world is full of talented people who never succeeded. Not because they lacked ability, but because they lacked consistency. Talent without discipline fades. But discipline without talent? That grows into something powerful. So when you act like you are the best, you are not claiming perfection. You are committing to consistency. You are deciding that no matter how you feel, you will continue to improve. And that decision alone separates you from most people. There is something else you must understand. Confidence is built in private. It is built in the early mornings when nobody is watching. It is built in the late nights when nobody is clapping. It is built in the moments when you choose growth over comfort. Again and again. That is where your real identity is formed. Not in public, but in silence. And that is why Stoicism emphasizes internal strength. Because when your foundation is strong, external pressure cannot break you. People may doubt you. Situations may challenge you. Life may feel unpredictable. But you remain grounded. You remain focused. You remain in control. That is rare. And rare people stand out without trying. Let's return to Daniel one more time. There came a point in his journey where success started to show. People who once ignored him began to greet him. People who once doubted him began to respect him. Opportunities began to appear. But something interesting happened. Daniel did not change his behavior. He did not become arrogant. He did not seek revenge. He remained calm, disciplined, focused. Because he understood something deeply. External success means nothing if internal discipline is lost. So he stayed the same. Not the same weak version he once was, but the same strong, grounded version he worked hard to become. And that is the level you must reach. A level where success does not distract you. A level where praise does not control you. A level where you remain centered, no matter what happens. Because many people can rise. But very few can stay grounded after they rise. Stoicism teaches balance. It teaches you to remain steady in both failure and success. To not get too high. To not get too low. To stay focused on what truly matters, your character. Because in the end, your character is your real power. Not money. Not status. Not attention. But who you are when nobody is watching. So ask yourself this question. Who are you becoming in private? Because that version of you will eventually be revealed to the world. And when it is, there will be no need to pretend. No need to prove anything. No need to compete. Your presence will speak for itself. There is also a discipline in silence that most people overlook. When you stop talking too much about your plans, your energy shifts. When you stop seeking validation, your focus sharpens. When you stop reacting to everything, your mind becomes clearer. Silence is not weakness. It is control. And control is power. So you begin to move differently. You observe more. You react less. You think deeply. You act intentionally. And that alone makes you stand out. Because in a world where everyone is loud, calm people are rare. And rare people are remembered. Another important truth. You do not need everyone to understand you. You only need to understand yourself. Because the moment you are clear about who you are and where you are going, confusion disappears. You stop second-guessing yourself. You stop comparing yourself. You stop hesitating. And you start moving with purpose. That is how you build momentum. And momentum changes everything. It turns small actions into big results. It turns effort into progress. It turns discipline into identity. So keep building. Keep improving. Keep showing up. Even when it feels slow. Even when it feels hard. Even when nobody notices. Because one day, everything will connect. All the effort. All the discipline. All the silent work. It will show. And when it does, it will not feel like luck. It will feel like alignment. Like everything happened exactly as it should. Because you stayed consistent. Because you stayed focused. Because you refused to quit. That is what it means to act like you are the best. Not loud confidence. But quiet certainty. Not empty words. But consistent action. Not seeking attention. But building value. And once you understand this, your life will never be the same. So from this moment forward, make a decision. Raise your standards. Protect your focus. Control your mind. And commit to your growth fully. Because the version of you that you are becoming is worth it. There is a level of focus that most people never reach. Not because it is impossible, but because it is uncomfortable. Real focus requires sacrifice. It requires you to say no to distractions that feel good in the moment but cost you in the long run. It requires you to walk away from habits that once defined you. It requires you to outgrow versions of yourself that felt familiar. And that is not easy. But it is necessary. Because you cannot become extraordinary while holding on to average habits. You must choose. Every single day. Comfort or growth. Distraction or discipline. Excuses or execution. And each choice shapes who you become. When you act like you are the best, you stop negotiating with weakness. You stop saying, "I'll do it later." You stop waiting for the perfect time. You understand that the perfect time does not exist. There is only now. And what you do with now determines everything. There is something powerful about urgency. Not panic, but purpose. A quiet awareness that your time is limited, and your potential is too valuable to waste. This awareness changes how you move. You become intentional. You become precise. You become focused. And suddenly, things that once distracted you lose their power. Because you have something bigger to build. Most people are reactive. They respond to life as it happens. But when you adopt this mindset, you become proactive. You design your days. You control your habits. You decide your direction. And that is where real freedom begins. Not in doing whatever you want, but in having the discipline to do what matters. Freedom without discipline leads to chaos. Discipline creates structure. Structure creates progress. Progress creates confidence. And confidence reinforces your identity. It is all connected. Let's go deeper. There will be moments when you feel alone in your journey. Moments when nobody understands your vision. Moments when your effort goes unnoticed. That is where most people stop. But that is where you must continue. Because those moments are not signs of failure. They are signs of growth. Growth often feels isolating before it becomes rewarding. So you learn to be comfortable in that space. You learn to trust your path. You learn to keep going, even when external validation is absent. Because you no longer depend on it. You have built something stronger. Internal validation. Self-respect. Clarity. And once you have that, you are no longer easily shaken. Another truth you must accept. You will not always feel like the best. There will be days when doubt returns. Days when your energy feels low. Days when progress seems invisible. That is normal. But here is the difference. You do not let those days control your actions. You move anyway. You show up anyway. You execute anyway. Because you understand something powerful. Consistency beats emotion. Every time. So you train yourself to act based on standards, not feelings. You create routines that support your growth. You build habits that align with your goals. And you follow them, no matter what. Because that is what the best do. Not occasionally. But consistently. There is also a mindset shift that changes everything. You stop asking, "What do I feel like doing today?" And you start asking, "What must be done today?" That single shift removes hesitation. It removes excuses. It removes delay. And it replaces them with action. Clear. Direct. Focused action. And action creates results. Results create momentum. Momentum builds belief. And belief strengthens identity. This is how transformation happens. Not in one big moment, but in thousands of small decisions. Each one pushing you forward. Each one reinforcing who you are becoming. Let's talk about pressure. Most people avoid it. They see pressure as something negative. Something stressful. Something to escape. But pressure is not your enemy. It is your training ground. Pressure reveals who you are. It exposes your habits. It tests your discipline. And it gives you an opportunity to grow. When you start to see pressure this way, everything changes. Instead of avoiding challenges, you embrace them. Instead of fearing difficulty, you lean into it. Because you know that on the other side of that discomfort is growth. And growth is what you are after. Always. So when life becomes difficult, you do not retreat. You rise. You adapt. You improve. And that response builds strength. Real strength. The kind that cannot be taken away. There is also power in patience. In a world that wants everything instantly, patience gives you an advantage. Because while others quit early, you continue. While others get distracted, you stay focused. While others lose discipline, you maintain it. And over time, that difference becomes massive. Because success is not about speed. It is about consistency over time. So you stop rushing. You stop comparing timelines. You focus on your path, your growth, your process. And you trust that if you stay consistent, results will come. Not maybe, but inevitably. That is the mindset you must build. Unshakable belief backed by consistent action. Not empty confidence, but earned confidence. The kind that comes from doing the work. Day after day. Without excuses. Without shortcuts. Without quitting. And once you reach that level, something powerful happens. You stop fearing competition. Because you realize something important. Most people are not consistent enough to compete with you. They may start strong. They may have bursts of motivation. But they do not sustain it. You do. And that is your advantage. So you stay focused. You stay disciplined. You stay committed. Because you know that over time, that commitment will separate you. Not immediately. But eventually. And when it does, it will be undeniable. There is a moment in every person's journey where things get quiet. Not peaceful. But uncertain. You're working. You're improving. You're staying disciplined. But results are not showing yet. That silence tests you more than failure ever could. Because failure at least gives you feedback. But silence? Silence makes you question everything. Is this working? Am I wasting my time? Should I stop? This is where most people quit. Not because they are weak, but because they are tired of not seeing results. But this is also where the strongest people are built. Because they continue. Even without proof. Even without applause. Even without immediate progress. They trust the process. That is rare. And rarity creates value. When you act like you are the best, you do not depend on quick results to stay committed. You understand that greatness takes time. You understand that mastery is built slowly. You understand that consistency will always beat intensity over the long run. So you stay steady. You stay patient. You stay focused. And while others are stopping, you are still going. That is how separation happens. Not in big moments, but in quiet persistence. Let's talk about identity. Because everything starts there. If you see yourself as average, your actions will reflect that. If you see yourself as disciplined, your habits will align with that. If you see yourself as someone who does not quit, your behavior will prove it. So acting like you are the best is not just external. It is internal. It is a decision about who you are. And once that decision is made, everything changes. Your standards rise. Your tolerance for excuses drops. Your focus sharpens. And your actions become intentional. You no longer move randomly. You move with purpose. Every action becomes aligned with your growth. That is how you build a powerful identity. Not by saying it, but by living it. Another truth. You will outgrow people. Not out of pride, but out of progress. As you become more disciplined, more focused, more intentional, your environment may no longer match your mindset. Conversations that once entertained you may now feel empty. Habits that once felt normal may now feel limiting. Energy that once felt comfortable may now feel draining. And that is okay. Growth requires change. And change requires letting go. Not necessarily of people, but of patterns. Of behaviors. Of mindsets that no longer serve you. And that can feel uncomfortable. But discomfort is part of evolution. You cannot become stronger while holding on to what made you weak. So you release it. Calmly. Without anger. Without resentment. You simply move forward. Because your future matters more than your comfort. Let's go deeper into discipline. Discipline is not punishment. It is alignment. It is choosing what matters most over what feels good in the moment. It is staying committed when motivation fades. It is doing the work when nobody is watching. And it is repeating that process until it becomes who you are. That is when discipline turns into identity. And identity is powerful. Because when something becomes part of who you are, you no longer question it. You no longer resist it. You simply do it. That is the level you must reach. A level where growth is automatic. Where focus is natural. Where discipline is normal. And once you reach that level, everything accelerates. Because you are no longer relying on effort alone. You are relying on identity. Let's talk about fear. Fear does not disappear when you become strong. It changes. It becomes quieter. Less controlling. Less dominant. But it is still there. The difference is, you no longer obey it. You feel it, but you move anyway. You acknowledge it, but you do not let it decide. Because you understand something powerful. Fear is not a signal to stop. It is a signal to grow. So when fear appears, you lean forward. You act. You push through. And every time you do that, fear loses its power. And you gain strength. That is how confidence is built. Not by avoiding fear, but by facing it repeatedly. There is also something important about resilience. Life will not always go your way. Plans will fail. Situations will change. Unexpected challenges will appear. And in those moments, your mindset is tested. Do you break? Or do you adapt? Stoicism teaches adaptation. It teaches that you cannot control everything, but you can control your response. And your response determines your outcome. So instead of complaining, you adjust. Instead of quitting, you find another way. Instead of losing focus, you refine your strategy. And that ability to adapt keeps you moving forward. No matter what. That is power. Real power. Not control over circumstances, but control within them. And that is what makes you different. While others are reacting emotionally, you are responding strategically. While others are losing direction, you are staying focused. While others are stopping, you are continuing. And over time, that difference becomes undeniable. Now think about this. Where will you be in 1 year if you stay consistent? Not perfect. Just consistent. Small improvements. Daily discipline. Focused effort. The results will not just be visible. They will be undeniable. Because time rewards consistency. Always. So instead of chasing quick success, you commit to long-term growth. You invest in yourself daily. You build habits that compound over time. And you trust that your effort will pay off. Because it will. That is not hope. That is reality. If you stay disciplined, results will come. It is not a matter of if. It is a matter of when. And when that moment comes, everything will make sense. The struggle. The silence. The effort. All of it. Because it shaped you. It strengthened you. It prepared you. And now you are ready. Ready to step into a higher level. Ready to handle bigger challenges. Ready to carry more responsibility. Because you built the foundation first. That is the difference. And that difference is everything. So keep going. Stay focused. Stay disciplined. Stay committed. Because no one can match a person who refuses to stop growing. There is a version of you that already knows what to do. Not the version that hesitates. Not the version that overthinks. But the version that is clear, focused, and disciplined. You've felt it before. In rare moments of clarity. Moments where everything made sense. Where you didn't doubt yourself. Where you didn't need validation. Where you simply acted. That version of you is real. But most people abandon that version too quickly. They return to comfort. They return to distraction. They return to habits that keep them small. And over time, they forget what that powerful version even felt like. But you don't have to forget. You can choose to stay there. And that choice is made daily. Not once. Not occasionally. But every single day. Because becoming the best version of yourself is not a one-time decision. It is a repeated commitment. Again and again. Especially on the days when it feels hardest. There is also something important about clarity. Without clarity, you drift. You react. You follow whatever feels easiest in the moment. But with clarity, everything changes. Your decisions become sharper. Your focus becomes stronger. Your energy becomes directed. So take a moment and ask yourself, what am I really building? Not what sounds good. Not what impresses others. But what truly matters to you. Because once you are clear, distractions lose their power. You no longer chase everything. You focus on what matters. And that focus creates progress. Let's talk about energy. Not physical energy alone, but mental energy. Where your attention goes, your life follows. If your mind is constantly distracted, your progress will be slow. If your mind is focused, your progress will accelerate. So you become protective of your attention. You stop wasting it on things that do not serve you. You stop engaging in unnecessary drama. You stop consuming content that weakens your mindset. Instead, you invest your attention wisely. Because you understand that attention is one of your most valuable resources. And once you control your attention, you control your direction. Another truth. You cannot build a powerful life with a distracted mind. So you simplify. You remove what is unnecessary. You focus on what is essential. And that simplicity creates clarity. Clarity creates focus. Focus creates results. It all connects. Let's go deeper into self-respect. Self-respect is not something you say. It is something you demonstrate. Through your actions. Through your standards. Through your consistency. When you keep promises to yourself, self-respect grows. When you break them, it weakens. So you become someone who follows through. Not sometimes. But always. If you say you will do something, you do it. No excuses. No delay. That builds trust with yourself. And that trust is powerful. Because once you trust yourself, doubt loses its influence. You no longer question your ability to follow through. You know you will. Because you always have. And that confidence becomes part of your identity. There is also something powerful about patience under pressure. When things get difficult, most people rush. They panic. They make emotional decisions. But when you are disciplined, you slow down. You think clearly. You act intentionally. And that difference changes outcomes. Because calm decisions are better decisions. And better decisions create better results. So you train yourself to remain calm. Even when things feel chaotic. Even when pressure builds. Even when others are losing control. You stay steady. That is strength. Not loud. Not dramatic. But controlled. And control is power. Let's talk about comparison. It is one of the fastest ways to lose focus. When you compare yourself constantly, you shift your attention away from your own growth. You begin to measure your progress against others. And that creates frustration, distraction, doubt. But your journey is not theirs. Your timeline is not theirs. Your path is not theirs. So you stop comparing. You return your focus to yourself, to your habits, to your discipline, to your progress. And that shift brings peace. Because you are no longer chasing someone else's life. You are building your own. And that is where real fulfillment comes from. There is also something important about resilience and silence. Not everything needs to be shared. Not every struggle needs to be announced. Some battles are meant to be fought quietly. Internally. Privately. And when you win those battles, something powerful happens. You grow stronger without needing recognition. You build confidence without needing applause. You develop discipline without needing validation. And that kind of strength is rare. Because it is real. Let's talk about habits. Your life is built on what you do repeatedly. Not occasionally. Not when you feel like it. But consistently. So if you want to change your life, you change your habits. You replace weak patterns with strong ones. You replace distractions with focus. You replace inconsistency with discipline. And over time, those habits shape your identity. They determine who you become. So you choose them carefully. Because every habit is either building you or breaking you. There is no neutral. Every action moves you forward or backward. And once you understand that, your decisions become more intentional. You no longer act randomly. You act with purpose. And that purpose creates direction. Direction creates progress. Progress creates confidence. And confidence strengthens your identity. It all builds. Slowly. But powerfully. Now think about this. What if you committed fully? No half effort. No excuses. No distractions. Just full commitment to your growth. What would your life look like? How far could you go? What could you become? Most people never find out. Because they never commit fully. But you can. And that decision changes everything. Because full commitment removes doubt. It removes hesitation. It removes excuses. And replaces them with action. Clear, focused, consistent action. That is how you become unstoppable. Not by being perfect. But by being committed. Completely. So from this moment forward, raise your standards. Protect your focus. Control your mind. And commit to your growth without hesitation. Because no one can match a person who is fully committed to becoming better every single day. There is a discipline in becoming who you said you would be. Not the version of you that speaks about goals, but the version that lives them daily. Many people speak with confidence, but their actions reveal hesitation. They talk about growth, yet avoid discomfort. They claim strength, yet retreat when challenged. Acting like you are the best means closing that gap between words and action. It means becoming aligned. Your thoughts, your behavior, your decisions, all moving in the same direction. When that alignment happens, progress becomes natural. You no longer feel divided within yourself. You no longer struggle between what you want and what you do. Everything begins to flow with purpose. There is also a cost to growth that most people are not prepared to pay. It will cost you convenience. It will cost you certain relationships. It will cost you habits that once felt normal. And sometimes, it will cost you comfort in ways you did not expect. But what you gain is far greater. You gain clarity. You gain control. You gain a level of self-respect that cannot be taken from you. And once you experience that, you realize the cost was necessary. Because staying the same has a cost too. A bigger one. Regret. You must also learn the power of emotional control. Your emotions are real, but they are not always reliable. They change quickly. They react to situations without full understanding. Acting like you are the best means you do not allow emotions to dictate your direction. You acknowledge them, but you do not surrender to them. When you feel anger, you pause. When you feel doubt, you stay grounded. When you feel fear, you move carefully but forward. That control separates you from those who act impulsively. It gives you stability in moments where others lose direction. There is something powerful about keeping your standards high, even when nobody is watching. Because your real character is revealed in private. When there is no pressure. No audience. No reward. Just you and your choices. That is where discipline is tested. And that is where it is built. You choose to stay consistent, even when it would be easier not to. You choose to stay focused, even when distractions are everywhere. And those choices, repeated daily, create a version of you that is reliable. Strong. Unshakable. You must also understand that progress is not always visible. There will be periods where it feels like nothing is changing. Where your effort seems unnoticed. Where results are slow. But that does not mean you are not growing. It means you are building. Quietly. Internally. Preparing for a moment where everything begins to show at once. Many people quit during this phase because they cannot see the results yet. But those who continue are the ones who eventually break through. There is also a difference between being busy and being effective. You can spend hours doing things that do not move your life forward. Or you can focus on what truly matters and create real progress. Acting like you are the best means you prioritize impact. You focus on actions that create results. You remove what is unnecessary. You simplify your approach. And that clarity allows you to move faster and more effectively. Another important truth is that you will not always feel motivated. Motivation is temporary. It comes and goes. But discipline stays. So you build your life around discipline, not motivation. You create routines. You follow structure. You commit to action regardless of how you feel. And over time, that becomes your default. You no longer wait to feel ready. You act because it is who you are. You also begin to understand the importance of protecting your mindset. Not everything deserves your attention. Not every opinion deserves your consideration. You become selective. You choose what you allow into your mind. Because your thoughts shape your actions, and your actions shape your life. So you guard your mind carefully. You feed it with clarity, focus, and purpose. There is strength in staying consistent when others are inconsistent. Because consistency creates trust. Not just with others, but with yourself. You begin to rely on your own discipline. You know that you will show up. You know that you will follow through. And that confidence becomes a foundation you can build on. You also learn to embrace responsibility fully. No blaming. No excuses. No shifting accountability. Everything in your life becomes your responsibility. And that may feel heavy at first. But it is also freeing. Because if everything is your responsibility, then everything is within your influence. You are no longer a victim of circumstances. You become the creator of your direction. There is also a quiet confidence that comes from preparation. When you have done the work, you do not need to prove anything. You simply perform. You trust your preparation. You trust your discipline. And that trust removes anxiety. It replaces it with calm focus. You must also learn to be patient with yourself while staying demanding. You allow yourself time to grow, but you do not lower your standards. You understand that progress takes time, but you also hold yourself accountable. That balance creates sustainable growth. There is something powerful about finishing what you start. Because completion builds momentum. It builds confidence. It reinforces your identity as someone who follows through. And that identity is valuable. You also begin to realize that not everything deserves your reaction. Some things are distractions. Some things are tests. And your ability to stay focused determines your progress. So you choose your responses carefully. You conserve your energy for what truly matters. There is also growth in discomfort. When things feel hard, it means you are expanding beyond your current limits. And that is necessary. So instead of avoiding discomfort, you learn to work through it. You become stronger, more focused, more disciplined. And over time, that growth becomes visible. There is a point where discipline stops feeling like effort and starts feeling like identity. At the beginning, everything feels forced. You remind yourself to stay focused. You push yourself to stay consistent. You fight distractions. But over time, something changes. Those actions no longer feel unnatural. They become part of who you are. You do not need to convince yourself anymore. You simply act. That is when growth becomes stable. That is when you stop starting over. Because you are no longer relying on motivation, you are relying on identity. You must also understand the importance of direction over speed. Many people rush. They want quick results. They want immediate success. But speed without direction leads nowhere. Acting like you are the best means you take time to think, to plan, to understand where you are going. Because once your direction is clear, even slow progress becomes powerful. Every step moves you forward. Every action has purpose. And over time, that creates momentum that cannot be stopped. There is also strength in restraint. Not reacting immediately. Not speaking unnecessarily. Not chasing every opportunity. You learn to pause. To observe. To choose wisely. Because not everything deserves your energy. And when you become selective, your actions become more effective. You waste less time. You make better decisions. You move with precision. Another truth is that confidence grows when you face what you avoid. Every time you confront something difficult, you expand your limits. You prove to yourself that you are capable. And that proof builds belief. Not empty belief, but earned belief. The kind that stays even when things get hard. You must also learn to detach from outcomes. Do the work. Stay consistent. But do not tie your identity to results. Because results take time. And if you depend on them too much, you will lose focus when they are delayed. Instead, focus on your actions. Your discipline. Your process. That is where your control is. There is also power in routine. Simple, repeated actions that move your life forward. They may seem small, but over time, they create massive change. So you build routines that support your growth. And you follow them daily. You also begin to notice that your environment matters. The people around you. The content you consume. The habits you see daily. All of it influences you. So you become intentional about your environment. You surround yourself with what supports your growth. There is a calm strength that comes from knowing you are doing the work. Even if results are not visible yet, you feel it. You know you are improving. And that creates confidence that does not depend on external validation. You must also learn to recover quickly. Mistakes will happen. Bad days will come. But you do not stay down. You reset. You refocus. You continue. That ability to recover keeps your progress intact. There is also value in simplicity. You do not need complicated strategies. You need consistent action. Focus on what works. Repeat it. Improve it. That is enough. You begin to trust the process. Not blindly, but through experience. You see that effort leads to progress. That discipline leads to results. And that builds belief. There is also something powerful about staying grounded. Even as you improve. Even as you grow. You remain focused. You do not lose your discipline. You do not become careless. You stay consistent. You must also learn to protect your time. Time is limited. And how you use it determines your future. So you become intentional. You focus on what matters. You remove what does not. There is strength in showing up daily. Not occasionally. Not when you feel like it. But consistently. That is what builds momentum. You also realize that growth is a long-term commitment. Not a short phase. Not a temporary effort. But a lifestyle. And once you accept that, everything changes. You stop looking for shortcuts. You stop rushing. You focus on building something real. And that creates lasting results. There is also power in belief. Not blind belief, but belief built through action. Every time you follow through, your belief grows stronger. You must also learn to stay focused during success. Do not relax too early. Do not lose discipline. Stay consistent. Because that is what sustains growth. There is something powerful about becoming reliable. When you say you will do something, you do it. That builds trust. And trust builds confidence. You also learn to embrace challenges. They are not obstacles. They are opportunities to grow stronger. And that mindset changes everything. So you keep going. Steady. Focused. Disciplined. Because you understand something clearly. No one can match a person who refuses to stop improving. There is a quiet transformation that happens when you stop seeking permission. Most people wait. They wait to be noticed. They wait to be validated. They wait to feel ready. But that waiting keeps them in the same place. Acting like you are the best means you stop asking for approval to grow. You decide that your path is yours alone. You move without needing confirmation. And that independence builds strength. Because you are no longer controlled by opinions. You are guided by purpose. You also begin to understand the weight of your decisions. Every choice matters. Not just the big ones, but the small ones repeated daily. What you choose to focus on. what you choose to ignore, what you choose to tolerate. These decisions shape your direction. So you become intentional. You stop acting randomly. You act with awareness. And that awareness creates control. There is also a shift when you stop trying to impress people. Impressing others is exhausting. It requires constant effort, constant adjustment, constant validation. But when you focus on improving yourself instead, everything becomes simpler. You invest your energy where it matters. You build real value. And over time, that value speaks for itself. You must also learn the importance of mental endurance. Not just physical effort, but the ability to stay focused over long periods. To keep going when things feel repetitive. To maintain discipline when excitement fades. That endurance is what separates short bursts of effort from lasting success. There is strength in doing what is necessary, not just what is enjoyable. Because growth often comes from tasks that are uncomfortable. Tasks that require focus. Tasks that demand effort. And when you learn to handle those consistently, your capacity increases. You also begin to see failure differently. Not as something to avoid, but as something to learn from. Every mistake becomes feedback. Every setback becomes information. And that mindset keeps you moving forward. There is also power in self-awareness. Understanding your strengths. Recognizing your weaknesses. Knowing your patterns. Because once you are aware, you can improve. Without awareness, you repeat the same mistakes. You must also learn to stay committed during slow progress. Because not all growth is fast. Some of it takes time. And during that time, your patience is tested. But if you stay consistent, results will come. There is something powerful about controlling your reactions. Not everything deserves your energy. Not every situation requires a response. And when you learn to choose your reactions carefully, you gain control over your life. You also realize that discipline creates freedom. Not restriction. Not limitation. But freedom. Because when you are disciplined, you are in control. And control creates options. There is also strength in staying focused on your own path. Not comparing. Not competing unnecessarily. Just improving daily. That focus keeps your energy directed. You must also learn to trust your effort. Even when results are not immediate. Even when progress feels slow. Trust that your work is building something. There is power in consistency over time. Small actions repeated daily create results that seem impossible at the beginning. But over time, they become reality. You also begin to value progress over perfection. Because perfection delays action. Progress creates momentum. And momentum leads to growth. There is something important about staying grounded. No matter how much you improve. No matter how far you go. You stay focused. You stay disciplined. You stay consistent. You must also learn to protect your energy. Not everyone deserves access to you. Not everything deserves your attention. And when you become selective, your focus improves. There is strength in resilience. The ability to keep going despite challenges. To adapt. To recover. To continue. That resilience builds confidence. You also realize that your habits define your life. Not your intentions. Not your plans. But your daily actions. And when you change those actions, you change your life. There is power in clarity. Knowing what you want. Knowing what matters. Knowing where you are going. That clarity removes confusion. You must also learn to stay disciplined when nobody is watching. Because that is where real growth happens. In private. In silence. In consistency. There is something powerful about believing in yourself through action. Not just thinking it, but proving it daily. And that proof builds confidence that cannot be shaken. You also begin to understand that growth never stops. There is always another level. Another challenge. Another opportunity to improve. And that keeps you moving forward. Steady. Focused. Unstoppable. There is a level of mental strength that only appears when you stop reacting emotionally to life. Most people live inside reactions. Someone speaks, they react. Something fails, they react. Something succeeds, they react. Their emotions lead, and their decisions follow. But when you begin to act like you are the best version of yourself, you no longer allow reactions to control your direction. You pause. You think. You choose. That space between what happens and how you respond becomes your power. And in that space, you become different from most people. You also begin to understand that emotional control is not suppression, but awareness. You do not deny what you feel. You observe it. You recognize it. But you do not surrender to it. If you feel frustration, you acknowledge it without acting from it. If you feel doubt, you notice it without believing it. This separation is what gives you clarity. And clarity gives you strength. There is also something powerful about building identity through repetition. Every time you act with discipline, you reinforce who you are becoming. Every time you choose focus over distraction, you strengthen your direction. And every repetition builds momentum. Over time, what once required effort becomes automatic. That is when transformation becomes real. You must also understand that most people underestimate the power of small actions. They wait for big opportunities, big moments, big breakthroughs. But real change comes from small, consistent behaviors. Waking up on time. Staying focused for one more hour. Choosing discipline once more. These small decisions accumulate. And over time, they reshape your entire life. There is also power in self-control when no one is watching. Because that is where your true character is revealed. When there is no reward. No recognition. No audience. Just you and your choices. And if you can remain disciplined in that space, you are building something strong within yourself. You also begin to realize that your environment influences your mindset more than you think. What you see daily. What you hear daily. What you consume daily. It all shapes your thoughts. So you become intentional about what you allow into your mind. You reduce negativity. You limit distractions. You focus on what strengthens you. There is also strength in slowing down your thoughts before making decisions. Instead of rushing, you pause. You evaluate. You consider consequences. This creates better outcomes. Because emotional decisions are often temporary, but thoughtful decisions are lasting. You must also learn to accept discomfort as part of growth. Because nothing meaningful comes without resistance. Every level of progress requires you to step outside comfort. And instead of avoiding it, you begin to embrace it. You understand that discomfort is a sign of expansion. There is also something important about detachment from outcomes. You do the work fully, but you do not attach your identity to immediate results. Because results take time. And if you depend on them too early, you lose focus. Instead, you focus on effort, on process, on consistency. You also realize that discipline is a form of self-respect. Every time you choose discipline, you are telling yourself that your future matters. Every time you ignore discipline, you are telling yourself the opposite. And over time, these choices define your direction. There is also power in controlling what you give attention to. Because attention is energy. And energy becomes action. So you protect your attention carefully. You stop wasting it on things that do not contribute to your growth. You must also understand that progress is not always visible. Sometimes growth happens silently, internally, without obvious signs. But that does not mean nothing is happening. It means transformation is in progress. There is also strength in staying consistent when motivation disappears. Because motivation is temporary. It rises and falls. But discipline remains. And when you rely on discipline instead of emotion, your progress becomes stable. You also begin to understand that comparison steals focus. When you compare your life to others, you lose sight of your own path. So you return to yourself, your growth, your discipline, your journey. And that brings clarity back. There is also power in becoming predictable in your discipline. When your habits are consistent, your life becomes stable. You no longer rely on chance. You rely on structure. And structure creates progress. You must also learn to let go of things that no longer align with your growth. Old habits. Old distractions. Old patterns? You release them without hesitation, because holding on to them slows you down. There is also strength in staying patient with long-term goals, because meaningful success takes time, and those who rush often lose direction. But those who stay patient build something lasting. You also realize that self-improvement is not a destination. It is a continuous process. A cycle of learning, adjusting, and growing. And once you accept that, you stop rushing and start building. There is also power in becoming consistent even when results are delayed. Because delayed results are not failure. They are development. And development requires time. You must also understand that your identity is shaped by your actions, not your intentions. So you focus on action. Daily. Consistent. Intentional. And that is how transformation becomes real. There is a stage in self-development where everything begins to feel internal rather than external. At the beginning of your journey, you are focused on outcomes. You want results. You want recognition. You want proof that your effort is working. But as you grow, something shifts. You start to realize that the real battle was never outside of you. It was always within. The way you think. The way you respond. The way you discipline yourself when no one is watching. That becomes the true measure of progress. And when that realization sets in, your entire approach to life changes. You stop chasing validation from the world and start building validation within yourself. This is where Stoicism becomes practical, not theoretical. You begin to understand that your peace is not dependent on external conditions. It is dependent on your internal control. If you can control your thoughts, your reactions, and your focus, then external chaos loses its power over you. Life may still be unpredictable, but your response becomes stable. And that stability becomes your advantage. There is also a deeper understanding that develops about struggle. You stop seeing struggle as something that delays your progress. Instead, you begin to see it as something that shapes you. Every challenge forces adaptation. Every difficulty forces growth. Every setback forces reflection. And through that process, you are being refined. Not punished. Not blocked. But refined. And that shift in perspective allows you to move through difficulty without losing direction. You must also understand that discipline is not built in moments of inspiration. It is built in moments of resistance. When you do not feel like continuing but you continue anyway. When you are tired but you still show up. When you are distracted but you refocus. These are the moments that define your character. Not the easy moments. Not the comfortable ones. But the ones where discipline is tested. There is also something powerful about learning to observe your thoughts instead of obeying them. Most people believe every thought they have. If they think something negative, they accept it. If they feel doubt, they follow it. But when you begin to observe your thoughts, you create distance. You realize that thoughts are not commands. They are signals. Some are useful. Some are not. And your power lies in choosing which ones to act on. You also begin to understand that emotional reactions are often temporary distortions. A situation may feel overwhelming in the moment, but that feeling does not always reflect reality. When you pause, breathe, and reassess, clarity returns. And with clarity, better decisions become possible. This is why Stoicism emphasizes reflection before reaction. Because reaction is fast, but reflection is accurate. There is also strength in learning to slow down internally while life moves fast externally. The world will always be moving. Always changing. Always demanding attention. But you do not have to move at the same speed internally. You can remain calm while things around you are chaotic. You can stay focused while distractions increase. You can remain grounded while pressure builds. And that internal stability becomes your advantage. You must also learn that consistency is more important than intensity. Many people start strong. They feel motivated. They push hard for a short period. But intensity fades. Consistency does not. And it is consistency that builds results. Small actions repeated over time create transformation. Not bursts of effort, but steady progression. There is also a stage where you begin to realize that not every opportunity deserves your attention. Just because something is available does not mean it is valuable. Just because something is exciting does not mean it is aligned with your growth. So you begin to filter. You begin to choose. You begin to prioritize. And that selectiveness protects your energy. You also start to notice that silence becomes a form of strength. You do not need to explain everything. You do not need to defend every action. You do not need to respond to every opinion. Sometimes, silence communicates more than words ever could. And in that silence, you conserve energy for what truly matters. There is also a powerful realization that discipline creates freedom. At first, discipline feels restrictive. It feels like limitation. But over time, you realize it is the opposite. Discipline removes chaos. It removes confusion. It removes wasted time. And in its place, it creates structure. And structure creates freedom. Because when your life is structured, you are no longer controlled by impulses. You also begin to understand that growth is not linear. There will be progress, then pauses. Improvement, then stagnation. Clarity, then confusion. But none of it is wasted. Every phase contributes to development. Even the slow phases. Even the difficult ones. Because they are building patience, resilience, and awareness. There is also power in returning to your purpose repeatedly. Because distractions will always exist. Doubt will always appear. Fatigue will always come. But your purpose acts as a reference point. It reminds you why you started. It pulls you back when you drift. And it keeps you aligned when things feel uncertain. You must also understand that becoming your best self is not about becoming someone else. It is about removing what is unnecessary. Removing distractions. Removing inconsistency. Removing doubt-driven behavior. And revealing the disciplined version of yourself that already exists underneath. That version is not far away. It is built through repetition. Through decisions. Through discipline. And through time. There is a stage in personal growth where discipline stops feeling like something you are forcing and starts becoming something you embody naturally. At first, discipline requires effort. You remind yourself constantly of what you need to do. You fight against distraction. You struggle with consistency. But over time, something changes internally. You stop negotiating with yourself. You stop debating whether you should act. You simply act. This shift is not loud. It is quiet. But it is powerful. Because it means your identity is changing. You are no longer trying to be disciplined, you are becoming a disciplined person. And that difference changes everything about how you approach life. You also begin to understand that your environment shapes your direction more than motivation ever will. If you are surrounded by chaos, your mind becomes scattered. If you are surrounded by distraction, your focus weakens. If you are surrounded by negativity, your mindset deteriorates. But when you become intentional about your environment, everything begins to stabilize. You choose what you consume. You choose who you listen to. You choose what you allow into your mental space. And that control creates clarity. Because your mind can only focus deeply when it is not constantly interrupted by unnecessary input. There is also a deeper realization that growth requires emotional distance from temporary discomfort. Many people stop growing because discomfort feels like danger. But discomfort is not danger, it is expansion. It is the feeling of leaving behind old limitations. When you begin to understand this, your relationship with discomfort changes. You stop resisting it. You start observing it. And eventually you begin to accept it as part of progress. This is where resilience is built. Not in comfort, but in pressure. You must also learn that consistency is not about intensity, it is about repetition. You do not need extreme effort once. You need steady effort over time. Small actions repeated daily shape your identity more than occasional bursts of motivation. When you repeat disciplined behavior long enough, it becomes automatic. And when something becomes automatic, it no longer drains your energy. It becomes part of who you are. That is the real transformation. There is also power in learning to detach from immediate validation. Many people need to see results quickly in order to feel motivated. But this creates dependency. When results are delayed, they lose focus. When validation is absent, they lose direction. But when you detach from immediate validation, you free yourself from that cycle. You begin to trust your process even when nothing is visible yet. And that trust allows you to stay consistent when others quit. You also begin to realize that your internal dialogue determines your external behavior. The way you speak to yourself in private shapes how you act in public. If your internal voice is filled with doubt, hesitation, and negativity, your actions will reflect that. But if your internal voice is calm, disciplined, and focused, your actions will follow. This is why mastering your thoughts is essential. Because everything begins internally before it becomes visible externally. There is also a powerful shift when you stop treating discipline as punishment. Many people see discipline as restriction, something that limits freedom. But in reality, discipline creates freedom. Because when you are disciplined, you are no longer controlled by impulses. You are no longer trapped by distractions. You are no longer reacting randomly. Instead, you are choosing intentionally. And that choice gives you control over your life. You must also understand that progress is not always visible in real time. There are periods where you are improving internally, but nothing seems to change externally. This is where most people become impatient. But real growth often happens beneath the surface before it becomes visible. Like a seed growing underground before it breaks through the soil. If you quit too early, you never see the result of your effort. But if you stay consistent, the results eventually appear. There is also strength in reducing unnecessary mental noise. Most people overload their minds with opinions, content, distractions, and unnecessary information. This creates confusion. But when you simplify your mental input, clarity returns. You begin to think more clearly. You begin to act more deliberately. And you begin to focus on what truly matters. You also begin to understand that self-respect is built through action, not intention. You can intend to change your life, but until you act, nothing changes. Every time you follow through on a promise to yourself, your self-respect increases. Every time you break that promise, it weakens. Over time, your identity is shaped by these repeated actions. So you choose discipline even when it is uncomfortable, because you understand its long-term impact. There is also power in staying consistent when results feel slow. Because most people only stay committed when they see immediate progress. But the real separation happens in the quiet phases, the slow phases. The moments where nothing seems to be changing. If you continue during those periods, you build an advantage that others do not have. Because while they stop, you continue building. You also realize that focus is a skill, not a personality trait. It can be trained, strengthened, developed. Every time you choose to focus instead of distract yourself, you reinforce that skill. And over time, focus becomes easier, more natural, more stable. And that focus becomes one of your greatest advantages. There is also a deeper understanding that true strength is calm, not chaotic. People often associate strength with intensity, loudness, or aggression. But real strength is controlled, calm, focused. It does not react unnecessarily. It does not waste energy. It stays steady under pressure. And that kind of strength cannot be easily shaken. You must also learn to keep your direction clear even when emotions fluctuate. Because emotions will change daily. Some days you will feel motivated. Some days you will feel tired. Some days you will feel uncertain. But your direction should remain stable. Your purpose should remain unchanged. And your actions should remain consistent. That is how transformation becomes permanent. There is a point in personal development where silence becomes more powerful than explanation. At the beginning of your journey, you feel the need to explain yourself. You want people to understand your decisions, your direction, your growth. You want approval, or at least acknowledgement. But as you mature, something changes. You realize that explanation does not always lead to understanding. In fact, most people only hear through the filter of their own perception. So you begin to reduce unnecessary explanation. Not because you are hiding anything, but because you are conserving energy. You understand that results communicate more clearly than words ever could. And so you shift from speaking about who you are becoming to simply becoming it. This is where real power begins to grow. You also begin to understand that emotional control is not about suppression, but mastery. You do not ignore emotions. You observe them. You allow them to exist without allowing them to lead. Because emotions are temporary states, not permanent truths. A moment of frustration does not define your reality. A moment of doubt does not determine your future. But if you act from those emotions without awareness, you give them control. Stoic discipline teaches you to create space between feeling and action. And in that space, you regain authority over your behavior. That is where maturity is built. Not in eliminating emotion, but in directing it wisely. There is also a shift in how you perceive setbacks. You no longer interpret setbacks as failure. Instead, you begin to see them as information. Feedback. Adjustment points. Every obstacle reveals something about your approach. Something that can be improved. Something that can be refined. This perspective removes emotional collapse from failure. Instead of stopping, you analyze. Instead of reacting emotionally, you respond strategically. And this response keeps you moving forward even when things are difficult. You must also understand that discipline is strengthened through repetition, not inspiration. Inspiration is temporary. It is emotional. It rises and falls. But repetition builds identity. Every time you choose discipline over comfort, you reinforce a pattern. And over time, that pattern becomes automatic. You no longer need to motivate yourself for basic actions. They become part of who you are. That is the goal, not occasional effort, but consistent identity. There is also power in learning to delay gratification. Most people are trained to seek immediate reward. They want results now. They want comfort now. They want validation now. But long-term success requires the opposite mindset. It requires patience. It requires sacrifice of immediate pleasure for future strength. When you develop this ability, your decisions improve dramatically. You begin to invest in outcomes that take time. And those outcomes are usually the most valuable ones. You also begin to see that focus is not just about attention, but protection. You are not simply focusing on something. You are protecting your energy from being scattered. Every distraction you avoid is energy preserved. Every unnecessary engagement you decline is mental clarity maintained. And that clarity becomes a competitive advantage. Because while others are mentally scattered, you are structurally focused. There is also a deeper understanding that growth requires isolation at certain stages. Not permanent isolation, but intentional separation. A space where you can think clearly, build discipline, and develop without interference. During this phase, you are not influenced by noise. You are not shaped by opinions. You are shaped by your own decisions. And that is where transformation becomes real. You must also realize that identity is built through repeated proof, not belief alone. Belief is important, but it must be supported by action. Every time you act in alignment with your goals, you provide evidence to yourself that change is real. And that evidence strengthens identity. Over time, you no longer need to convince yourself. You already know who you are becoming. There is also strength in choosing long-term discomfort over short-term ease. Because short-term ease often leads to long-term struggle. But short-term discomfort leads to long-term strength. When you internalize this, your decisions become clearer. You begin to choose actions that benefit your future self, even if they are difficult in the present moment. You also begin to understand that mastery is built in ordinary days. Not in rare moments of inspiration. Not in special circumstances. But in normal, repetitive days where you choose discipline anyway. That is where mastery is created. Quietly. Consistently. Without attention. There is also power in controlling your internal narrative. The way you interpret events determines your emotional response. Two people can experience the same situation and react completely differently based on how they interpret it. So you train your mind to interpret challenges as opportunities for growth, not as threats. This shift changes everything. You must also learn that consistency builds trust with yourself. Every time you follow through on what you said you would do, you strengthen internal trust. And that trust reduces doubt. When you trust yourself, you act with confidence. When you doubt yourself, you hesitate. So consistency becomes the foundation of self-belief. There is also value in slowing down your responses to life. Instead of reacting instantly, you pause. You think. You evaluate. And this creates better outcomes. Because reaction is fast but often inaccurate. Reflection is slower but more precise. You also begin to realize that most limitations are internal, not external. The biggest barriers are not outside you, they are within your thinking patterns. Fear, doubt, inconsistency. These are internal obstacles. And once you begin to address them, external progress becomes much easier. There is also strength in simplicity of action. You do not need complexity to grow. You need consistency. You need focus. You need direction. And when you simplify your approach, execution becomes easier. You must also understand that your future is shaped by what you tolerate today. What you accept repeatedly becomes your standard. So you raise your standards. You refuse to accept mediocrity from yourself. There is also power in becoming someone who finishes what they start. Because completion builds momentum. It builds identity. It builds confidence. And that confidence carries forward into everything else you do. There is a point in personal development where silence becomes more powerful than explanation. At the beginning of your journey, you feel the need to explain yourself. You want people to understand your decisions, your direction, your growth. You want approval, or at least acknowledgement. But as you mature, something changes. You realize that explanation does not always lead to understanding. In fact, most people only hear through the filter of their own perception. So you begin to reduce unnecessary explanation. Not because you are hiding anything, but because you are conserving energy. You understand that results communicate more clearly than words ever could. And so you shift from speaking about who you are becoming to simply becoming it. This is where real power begins to grow. You also begin to understand that emotional control is not about suppression, but mastery. You do not ignore emotions. You observe them. You allow them to exist without allowing them to lead. Because emotions are temporary states, not permanent truths. A moment of frustration does not define your reality. A moment of doubt does not determine your future. But if you act from those emotions without awareness, you give them control. Stoic discipline teaches you to create space between feeling and action. And in that space, you regain authority over your behavior. That is where maturity is built. Not in eliminating emotion, but in directing it wisely. There is also a shift in how you perceive setbacks. You no longer interpret setbacks as failure. Instead, you begin to see them as information. Feedback. Adjustment points. Every obstacle reveals something about your approach. Something that can be improved. Something that can be refined. This perspective removes emotional collapse from failure. Instead of stopping, you analyze. Instead of reacting emotionally, you respond strategically. And this response keeps you moving forward even when things are difficult. You must also understand that discipline is strengthened through repetition, not inspiration. Inspiration is temporary. It is emotional. It rises and falls. But repetition builds identity. Every time you choose discipline over comfort, you reinforce a pattern. And over time, that pattern becomes automatic. You no longer need to motivate yourself for basic actions. They become part of who you are. That is the goal, not occasional effort, but consistent identity. There is also power in learning to delay gratification. Most people are trained to seek immediate reward. They want results now. They want comfort now. They want validation now. But long-term success requires the opposite mindset. It requires patience. It requires sacrifice of immediate pleasure for future strength. When you develop this ability, your decisions improve dramatically. You begin to invest in outcomes that take time. And those outcomes are usually the most valuable ones. You also begin to see that focus is not just about attention, but protection. You are not simply focusing on something. You are protecting your energy from being scattered. Every distraction you avoid is energy preserved. Every unnecessary engagement you decline is mental clarity maintained. And that clarity becomes a competitive advantage. Because while others are mentally scattered, you are structurally focused. There is also a deeper understanding that growth requires isolation at certain stages. Not permanent isolation, but intentional separation. A space where you can think clearly, build discipline, and develop without interference. During this phase, you are not influenced by noise. You are not shaped by opinions. You are shaped by your own decisions. And that is where transformation becomes real. You must also realize that identity is built through repeated proof, not belief alone. Belief is important, but it must be supported by action. Every time you act in alignment with your goals, you provide evidence to yourself that change is real. And that evidence strengthens identity. Over time, you no longer need to convince yourself, you already know who you are becoming. There is also strength in choosing long-term discomfort over short-term ease. Because short-term ease often leads to long-term struggle. But short-term discomfort leads to long-term strength. When you internalize this, your decisions become clearer. You begin to choose actions that benefit your future self, even if they are difficult in the present moment. You also begin to understand that mastery is built in ordinary days. Not in rare moments of inspiration. Not in special circumstances. But in normal, repetitive days where you choose discipline anyway. That is where mastery is created. Quietly. Consistently. Without attention. There is also power in controlling your internal narrative. The way you interpret events determines your emotional response. Two people can experience the same situation and react completely differently based on how they interpret it. So you train your mind to interpret challenges as opportunities for growth, not as threats. This shift changes everything. You must also learn that consistency builds trust with yourself. Every time you follow through on what you said you would do, you strengthen internal trust. And that trust reduces doubt. When you trust yourself, you act with confidence. When you doubt yourself, you hesitate. So consistency becomes the foundation of self-belief. There is also value in slowing down your responses to life. Instead of reacting instantly, you pause. You think. You evaluate. And this creates better outcomes. Because reaction is fast but often inaccurate. Reflection is slower but more precise. You also begin to realize that most limitations are internal, not external. The biggest barriers are not outside you, they are within your thinking patterns. Fear. Doubt. Inconsistency. These are internal obstacles. And once you begin to address them, external progress becomes much easier. There is also strength in simplicity of action. You do not need complexity to grow. You need consistency. You need focus. You need direction. And when you simplify your approach, execution becomes easier. You must also understand that your future is shaped by what you tolerate today. What you accept repeatedly becomes your standard. So you raise your standards. You refuse to accept mediocrity from yourself. There is also power in becoming someone who finishes what they start. Because completion builds momentum. It builds identity. It builds confidence. And that confidence carries forward into everything else you do. There is a moment in every person's journey where silence becomes more powerful than explanation. At first, you want people to understand you. You want them to see your effort, your struggle, your direction. You want validation for the changes you are making. But as you grow, you begin to realize something deeper. Understanding from others is not required for your progress. Most people will only understand you after your results are visible. Before that, your discipline will be misunderstood, your silence will be questioned, and your focus will be underestimated. But none of that determines your outcome. What determines your outcome is your consistency when no one is watching. You begin to move differently at this stage. Less explanation. Less reaction. More action. You stop wasting energy defending your decisions. You stop trying to convince people who are not committed to your journey. Instead, you redirect that energy into building, into improving, into refining your discipline. And slowly, your results start speaking louder than your words ever could. There is also a deeper understanding that develops about emotional control. You realize that emotions are not enemies, but they are also not leaders. They are signals. Temporary states that can guide awareness, but should not dictate direction. When you feel frustration, you observe it. When you feel doubt, you acknowledge it. But you do not allow either to control your actions. This creates space between feeling and response. And in that space lies your true power, the ability to choose. You also begin to understand that discipline is not built in moments of motivation, but in moments of resistance. When everything feels easy, anyone can act. But when it feels difficult, when your energy is low, when distractions are strong, that is where discipline is formed. Every time you choose action over avoidance in those moments, you strengthen your identity. You become someone who does not depend on conditions to move forward. There is also a shift in how you perceive time. You stop measuring progress in days and start measuring it in consistency. You understand that transformation is not immediate. It is cumulative. Small actions repeated daily create exponential results over time. And once you internalize this, patience becomes easier. Because you are no longer waiting for instant change, you are building something that compounds. You must also learn to detach from the need for constant validation. Because validation creates dependency. When you rely on external approval, your confidence becomes unstable. But when you rely on internal discipline, your confidence becomes steady. You begin to trust your process even when no one acknowledges it. And that trust becomes your foundation. There is also strength in protecting your attention. In a world full of noise, your attention is your most valuable resource. Every distraction takes energy away from your growth. Every unnecessary engagement pulls your focus away from what matters. So you become intentional. You choose where your attention goes. And that control changes your trajectory. You also begin to realize that growth often feels uncomfortable before it feels rewarding. Because growth requires leaving familiarity behind. It requires letting go of habits that once felt safe. It requires stepping into uncertainty. And that discomfort is not a sign of failure, it is a sign of expansion. It means you are evolving beyond your previous limitations. There is also a deeper truth about consistency. Most people underestimate it because it looks simple. But simplicity does not mean weakness. Consistency is what separates intention from reality. It is what turns plans into results. And when you commit to it fully, your life begins to shift in ways that intensity alone could never achieve. You also begin to understand that your identity is not fixed. It is shaped daily by your actions. Every decision either reinforces your discipline or weakens it. And over time, those decisions accumulate into identity. So you become intentional about how you act, even in small moments. There is also power in learning to remain calm under pressure. Because pressure reveals character. It exposes instability. But it also builds strength when handled correctly. When you stay calm, you think clearly. When you think clearly, you act effectively. And when you act effectively, you progress even in difficult conditions. You must also learn that success is not about doing everything, it is about doing the right things consistently. Focus becomes more important than effort alone. Because scattered effort leads nowhere. But focused effort compounds. You also begin to see that most limitations exist in perception, not reality. What you believe about yourself shapes what you attempt. And what you attempt shapes what you achieve. So when your perception changes, your actions follow. There is also strength in choosing discipline over comfort repeatedly. Because comfort creates stagnation, while discipline creates growth. And every time you choose discipline, you move closer to your highest potential. You also realize that patience is not waiting, it is persistence without visible reward. And that persistence is what builds breakthroughs. Now, as this journey reaches its deeper realization, one truth becomes unavoidable. Everything you are becoming is the result of what you repeatedly choose when no one is watching. Not your intentions. Not your words. But your actions in silence. And that leads to the final understanding. You were never competing with others. You were always building yourself. Quietly. Consistently. Unseen. Until one day, everything aligns. And people begin to notice the strength you built in silence. But by then, you will no longer need recognition. Because you will already know who you are. And that is the real victory. The moment you stop seeking validation and start embodying discipline is the moment you become unshakable. There is a deeper level of growth that begins when you stop needing constant reassurance. At the early stage of your journey, you often look outward for confirmation. You want to know if you are doing the right thing, if you are improving fast enough, if others can see your progress. But as you grow into discipline, something changes. You begin to realize that reassurance is not a requirement for progress. In fact, too much reliance on it weakens your mental strength. So you begin to trust your process more than opinions. You start relying on consistency instead of validation. And slowly your confidence becomes internal rather than external. This is where real stability begins. You also start to understand that emotional fluctuations are part of the process, not signs of failure. Some days you will feel strong. Other days you will feel uncertain. Some days you will feel focused. Other days you will feel distracted. But none of these temporary states define your direction. What defines your direction is what you do regardless of how you feel. Stoicism teaches that feelings are not commands. They are signals. And once you stop obeying every emotional signal, you regain control of your life. There is also power in becoming intentional with your silence. Silence is not emptiness. Silence is control. It is the ability to observe without reacting, to think without rushing, to act without being influenced by noise. Most people fear silence because it forces them to face themselves. But when you become comfortable with silence, you gain clarity. You begin to hear your thoughts more clearly. You begin to understand your direction more deeply. And you begin to move with precision instead of confusion. You must also learn that discipline is not built in perfect conditions. It is built in imperfect ones. In moments of distraction. In moments of fatigue. In moments of doubt. Every time you choose discipline in those moments, you strengthen your identity. Because discipline is not proven when things are easy, it is proven when things are difficult. There is also a shift that happens when you stop chasing quick results. You begin to understand that real growth takes time. That meaningful transformation cannot be rushed. That consistency matters more than speed. And this patience changes everything. You stop abandoning things too early. You stop switching directions constantly. You begin to trust the process even when progress is slow. You also realize that most people are not lacking potential, they are lacking persistence. Many people start strong. Many people have ideas. Many people have ambition. But very few continue when results are not immediate. And that is where separation happens. Not in talent. Not in opportunity. But in endurance. There is also strength in choosing long-term discipline over short-term comfort. Because short-term comfort feels good but creates long-term limitation. While short-term discipline feels difficult but creates long-term freedom. When you understand this, your decisions become clearer. You begin to choose actions that benefit your future self, even if they require sacrifice in the present. You must also understand that self-control is a skill developed through repetition. Each time you resist distraction, you strengthen focus. Each time you delay impulse, you strengthen discipline. Each time you choose purpose over comfort, you reinforce identity. And over time, these small decisions reshape who you are. There is also power in detaching from outcomes while staying committed to effort. Because outcomes are influenced by many factors outside your control. But effort is always yours. So you focus on what you can control. You act with consistency. You improve daily. And you trust that results will follow. You also begin to understand that real confidence is quiet. It does not need validation. It does not need attention. It does not need comparison. It simply exists through action, through discipline, through consistency. And the more you build it, the more stable you become internally. There is also a deeper realization that every habit either strengthens or weakens your future. There is no neutral behavior. Every action pushes you in a direction, either toward discipline or toward distraction, toward growth or toward stagnation. And once you understand this, you become more intentional with your daily behavior. You also learn that clarity is not something you find, it is something you create. Through reflection, through elimination of distractions, through consistent focus. And once clarity is created, your decisions become easier, your direction becomes stable, and your progress becomes more consistent. There is also strength in refusing to quit during invisible progress. Because not all growth is visible. Some of it happens internally, quietly, without signs, without recognition. But if you continue through that phase, breakthrough eventually comes. And when it comes, it feels sudden, but it was built slowly. And now, as this message reaches its end, understand this clearly. The version of you that you are becoming is not built in moments of motivation. It is built in moments of discipline, in silence, in repetition, in consistency. When no one is watching, when no one is clapping, when no one is validating your effort. That is where real transformation happens. So move forward with intention. Think with clarity. Act with discipline. And stay consistent with your growth. Because in the end, the strongest version of you is not the loudest. It is the most disciplined. And if this message spoke to you, if it pushed you to think differently, if it made you reflect on your direction in life, then follow me and subscribe to my YouTube channel to get more of this. More discipline. More stoicism. More truth that builds strength from within. Stay focused. Stop. Look. Listen. Before the noise of the world rushes in, before your phone lights up your mind with endless distractions, there is a quiet moment that belongs only to you. This moment is where your power begins. A calm morning is not something that happens by chance, it is something you create with intention. Stoicism teaches that the quality of your life is shaped by the quality of your thoughts, and your morning is where those thoughts take their first breath. Wake up gently, not with panic or urgency, but with awareness. As your eyes open, resist the urge to grab your phone. Instead, sit still for a moment. Feel your breath. Notice that you are alive. This simple awareness is the foundation of calmness. Many people rush out of bed already overwhelmed, but you are choosing a different path. You are choosing control. Stand up and move slowly. Let your body wake up naturally. Stretch your arms, your back, your legs. This is not just physical, it is symbolic. You are preparing yourself to face the day with strength and clarity. The Stoics believed in discipline, not harshness, but steady and consistent self-control. Your morning routine is your first act of discipline. Go to a quiet place, even if it's just a corner of your room. Sit down and take a few deep breaths. Inhale deeply, hold it, and release slowly. Do this several times. As you breathe, remind yourself that you cannot control everything that will happen today, but you can control how you respond. This single realization removes unnecessary anxiety. Now reflect briefly on the day ahead. Not with fear, but with readiness. Think about possible challenges you may face. Maybe someone will test your patience. Maybe something will not go as planned. Instead of wishing these things away, prepare your mind to handle them calmly. This is a powerful Stoic practice, anticipating difficulties so they don't shake you when they come. Take a moment to express gratitude. Think of 3 simple things you are thankful for. It could be your life, your health, or even the opportunity to start again today. Gratitude shifts your focus from what is missing to what is present. A calm mind grows in appreciation, not in complaint. There was once a young man who lived a restless life. Every morning, he woke up anxious, rushing, and already tired before his day even began. One day, he met an older man who seemed calm no matter what was happening around him. Curious, the young man asked for his secret. The older man smiled and said, "I win my day before it begins." Confused, the young man asked what that meant. The older man explained that every morning, he sat in silence, prepared his mind for challenges, and reminded himself of what truly mattered. He did not wait for the world to shape his mood, he shaped it himself. The young man decided to try this practice. At first, it felt strange. Sitting in silence was uncomfortable. His mind wandered. But he continued. Day by day, something began to change. He became less reactive, more patient, and more focused. Problems that once overwhelmed him now seemed manageable. His life did not suddenly become perfect, but his mind became stronger. One morning, after weeks of practice, he realized something powerful. The chaos of the world had not changed, but he had. And because he had changed, everything felt different. He had discovered that calm is not found outside, it is built within. Back to your morning. After your reflection and gratitude, choose one clear intention for your day. Not a long list, just one thing that truly matters. This keeps your mind focused and prevents you from being scattered. A calm life is not about doing everything, it is about doing what matters with clarity. As you begin your day, carry this calmness with you. Speak less, but speak with purpose. React less, but observe more. Move through your tasks with steady focus. The Stoic way is not loud or dramatic, it is quiet strength. Remember, people will rush, complain, and react emotionally. But you don't have to follow that path. You have trained your mind in the morning, and that training will guide you. When something goes wrong, pause. When someone tests you, stay grounded. Your calmness is your power. Over time, this routine will transform you. Not overnight, but steadily. You will notice that you are less affected by negativity. You will feel more in control of your thoughts. And most importantly, you will experience a deeper sense of peace that does not depend on external situations. This is what it means to live with Stoicism, not to suppress emotions, but to understand them, guide them, and not be controlled by them. Your morning is your training ground. Win your morning, and you win your day. Before the world tells you what to think, before noise fills your mind, there is a quiet space that belongs only to you. Most people lose this moment without realizing it. They wake up rushed, distracted, and already overwhelmed. But you are here to do something different. You are here to take control. When you wake up, don't jump out of bed immediately. Stay still for a few seconds. Feel your breath moving in and out. Notice the silence. This is not laziness, it is awareness. And awareness is where calm begins. Your mind will try to rush you. It will remind you of problems, tasks, worries. Let those thoughts pass without reacting. You are not your thoughts, you are the one observing them. This small shift is powerful. It separates you from chaos. Stand up slowly and stretch your body. Feel your muscles waking up. This simple act is more important than it seems. You are telling yourself, I move with control. I don't rush. I don't panic. Discipline is not about intensity, it is about consistency. Now find a quiet place. Sit down. Close your eyes if you want. Take a deep breath in, hold it, and release it slowly. Do this again. And again. Each breath is a reminder that you are in control of yourself, even if you are not in control of the world. Think about your day, not with fear, but with readiness. Something may go wrong. Someone may annoy you. Plans may fail. Instead of hoping for a perfect day, prepare for an imperfect one. This is where most people lose their peace. They expect life to go their way. But a Stoic mind expects challenges and remains steady. Say to yourself quietly, whatever happens today, I will handle it. There was a man who lived every day in frustration. His mornings were loud and rushed. He would wake up late, grab his phone, and immediately feel behind. Every small problem felt like a big one. His mood depended on everything around him. One day, he noticed someone different. An older man in his neighborhood who always seemed calm. Whether people argued around him or things went wrong, he remained steady. Curious, he asked him one morning, "How are you always like this?" The older man smiled and said, "Because I don't wait for the day to control me. I prepare my mind before it begins." The younger man didn't fully understand, but he decided to try. The next morning, instead of grabbing his phone, he sat in silence. It felt uncomfortable. His mind raced. He wanted to quit. But he stayed. The next day, he did it again. And again. Days turned into weeks. Slowly, something changed. He began to notice his reactions. He paused before speaking. He felt less angry. Problems still came, but they didn't shake him the same way. One morning, he woke up and realized something surprising. Nothing around him had changed, but he had. And because of that, his entire experience of life felt different. Back to your morning. After your breathing, think of 3 things you are grateful for. Not big, complicated things, simple ones. Being alive. Having another chance. The ability to grow. Gratitude is not just a feeling, it is a shift in perspective. It reminds you that life is not only about problems. Now choose one intention for your day. Just one. It could be staying calm, being focused, or controlling your reactions. Keep it simple. A scattered mind leads to a scattered life. As you begin your day, carry this calm with you. Move with purpose. Speak less but listen more. Observe more than you react. Most people are controlled by their emotions. You are learning to control yours. There will be moments today that test you. Someone may disrespect you. Something may not go your way. In those moments, remember your morning. Pause. Breathe. Respond with control. This is where your power shows, not when things are easy, but when they are difficult. Over time, this routine will shape you into someone different. Someone who is not easily shaken. Someone who thinks clearly. Someone who moves with quiet confidence. This is the Stoic way, not loud, not dramatic, but powerful. And here's the truth most people don't realize: calm is rare. And because it is rare, it is powerful. When you are calm in a chaotic world, you stand out without trying. So tomorrow morning, don't rush. Don't react. Don't give your peace away so easily. Start calm. Stay steady. And watch how your life begins to change. Before the world places its demands on you, before voices, notifications, and expectations begin to pull your attention in every direction, there is a quiet space. A space most people ignore. A space where your entire day can be shaped. This is where your power lives. Most people wake up already behind. Their minds are racing before their feet touch the ground. They scroll, compare, react, and absorb stress before they even realize what they're doing. And by the time the day begins, they have already lost control. But you are not most people. You wake up, and instead of rushing, you pause. You let the silence exist. You allow your mind to settle, even if only for a few seconds. At first, it feels unfamiliar. Most people react without thinking. They are controlled by emotions, by impulses, by external events. But you are beginning to create space between stimulus and response. And in that space is your freedom. There will be challenges. Someone may misunderstand you. Something may not go as planned. You may feel frustration rising. But instead of reacting immediately, you pause. You breathe. You remember your morning. And in that moment, you choose your response. This is what makes you different. Not louder. Not more aggressive. But more controlled. Over time, this practice builds something powerful inside you. A quiet confidence. A steady mind. A sense of control that does not depend on circumstances. You begin to realize that peace is not something you find, it is something you build. Morning by morning. Choice by choice. And the more you practice, the stronger it becomes. There will be days when you fail. Days when you react, when you lose focus, when you feel overwhelmed. That is part of the process. The goal is not perfection. The goal is awareness. Because once you are aware, you can improve. So tomorrow morning, when you wake up, remember this. You are not starting your day. You are shaping it. And the way you begin determines everything that follows. Before the world rushes into your mind, before the noise begins, there is a moment that belongs only to you. Most people ignore it. They wake up and immediately give their attention away. But this moment is where your power begins. You open your eyes. And instead of reacting, you pause. No phone. No noise. No rushing. Just awareness. Your mind will try to pull you into the day immediately. It will remind you of things you need to do, problems you haven't solved, expectations waiting for you. But you don't follow those thoughts. You observe them. You let them pass. Because for the first time, you are not a slave to your thoughts. You sit up slowly. You take a deep breath. Not a rushed breath, but a controlled one. You feel it fully. Inhale, hold, and release. This is how calm begins. Not outside of you. Inside you. You stand up and stretch. Your body wakes up, but more importantly, your mind follows. You are not dragging yourself into the day, you are stepping into it with awareness. There was a time when mornings felt heavy. When waking up felt like entering a battle you weren't ready for. You moved fast, but your mind was scattered. You did many things, but nothing felt controlled. Until something changed. It wasn't a big moment. It wasn't dramatic. It was simple. You decided to slow down. At first, it felt uncomfortable. Silence felt strange. Doing less felt like falling behind. But you stayed with it. And slowly, something began to shift. You noticed your thoughts more clearly. You saw how quickly your mind jumped from one worry to another. You realized that most of your stress wasn't coming from reality, but from your interpretation of it. And that realization gave you power. Now you sit in silence. You breathe. And you prepare. You think about your day, not with anxiety, but with clarity. You don't expect perfection. You expect challenges. And because you expect them, they don't shake you as much when they arrive. You say to yourself, "Today will test me, and I will remain steady." This is strength. Not loud strength. Quiet strength. There was once a young man who believed success meant doing more, faster, and louder than everyone else. His mornings were chaotic. His mind was always racing. He chased productivity, but never felt at peace. One day, he met someone who lived differently. An older man who moved slowly, spoke less, and seemed unaffected by the chaos around him. Curious, the young man asked, "How are you always so calm?" The older man replied, "Because I don't fight the day. I prepare for it." That answer stayed with him. The next morning, he tried something different. He woke up and did nothing. No phone. No rushing. Just sitting. It felt uncomfortable. His mind was loud. But he stayed. The next day, he did it again. And again. Days turned into weeks. And something changed. He became less reactive. More focused. More aware. Situations that once frustrated him now felt smaller. Not because the world changed, but because he changed. One morning, he faced a situation that would normally ruin his entire day. Someone disrespected him publicly. In the past, he would have reacted immediately. Anger, words, conflict. But this time, he paused. He felt the emotion rise. And instead of acting on it, he let it pass. He responded calmly. And in that moment, he realized something powerful. Control is not about controlling others. It is about mastering yourself. Back to your morning. After your reflection, you bring your attention to gratitude. Not forced gratitude. Real, simple awareness. You are alive. You have time. You have another chance to improve. That is enough. Gratitude shifts your mind. It removes unnecessary dissatisfaction. It reminds you that life is not only about what is missing, but also about what is present. Now you choose one intention. Just one. Not a list. Not pressure. One clear focus. Maybe today you choose patience, or discipline, or calmness. This becomes your anchor. As the day begins, you carry this mindset with you. You walk differently. You speak differently. You react differently. People may not notice immediately, but you will. There will be moments that test you. Someone may speak to you with disrespect. Something may not go as planned. Delays, frustrations, unexpected problems. But instead of reacting instantly, you pause. You remember your morning. You breathe. And you choose your response. This is where your power shows. Not when everything is easy, but when things are difficult. Most people are controlled by their emotions. You are learning to control yours. And over time, this creates something rare. A calm presence. A steady mind. A quiet confidence that does not depend on circumstances. You begin to realize that peace is not something you wait for. It is something you build. Every morning. Every thought. Every response. There will be days when you fail. Days when you react too quickly. Days when you feel overwhelmed. That is part of the process. You don't need perfection. You need awareness. Because awareness leads to improvement. So tomorrow morning, when you wake up, don't rush. Don't react. Don't give your peace away so easily. Sit in silence. Breathe. Prepare your mind. And step into your day with control. Because the way you start your morning shapes everything that follows. Not everything that demands your attention deserves it. And not everything that feels urgent is important. This is something most people realize too late, after they've spent years reacting instead of choosing. Your morning is your first decision. And most people give it away without thinking. They wake up and immediately surrender their mind. Notifications decide their mood. Messages decide their focus. The outside world decides their direction. But you are learning something different. You are learning to pause. And in that pause, you take your power back. You sit in silence a little longer today. Not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. Your thoughts still move, but you are no longer chasing them. You are watching them. You notice something. Most of your thoughts are repetitive. The same worries. The same doubts. The same imagined problems. And for the first time, you question them. Do I need to follow every thought? The answer is no. This realization changes everything. Because once you stop believing every thought, you stop reacting to everything you feel. You begin to choose. There was a time when a small problem could ruin your entire day. A delay, a mistake, a negative comment, it stayed in your mind longer than it should. But now, something is different. You notice the reaction forming, and you interrupt it. Not by force, but by awareness. You breathe. And the reaction loses its strength. This is how control is built, not in big moments, but in small, quiet ones. You begin to see the world more clearly. Not as something that is happening to you, but something that is happening around you. And that difference matters. Because when everything feels personal, everything feels heavy. But when you observe without attachment, things become lighter. Your morning continues. You remind yourself of something simple. You cannot control everything. But you can control how you respond. This is not just a quote. It is a way of living. And the more you repeat it, the more it becomes part of you. There was once a man who lost his temper over everything. He believed people were the problem. Circumstances were the problem. Life was unfair. Until one day, someone told him something he didn't want to hear. You are not reacting to life. You are reacting to your interpretation of life. At first, he rejected it. But later he thought about it. And slowly he began to see it. The same situation could happen to two different people, and they would react differently. So the situation wasn't the problem. The reaction was. That understanding changed him. Back to you. You are beginning to understand the same thing. And because of that, you are changing. Your mornings are no longer rushed. They are intentional. You are no longer starting your day with noise. You are starting it with clarity. You choose your intention again. Maybe today, it is patience. Not forced patience. Calm patience. The kind that doesn't need to prove anything. As the day unfolds, you carry this with you. And something interesting happens. You begin to notice how reactive people are. Someone gets angry quickly. Someone complains constantly. Someone loses control over small things. But instead of judging them, you understand them. Because that used to be you. And that awareness keeps you grounded. There will be a moment today that tests you. There always is. Maybe someone speaks to you in a way you don't like. Maybe something doesn't go according to plan. Maybe you feel frustration rising. And in that moment, you have two choices: react or respond. Most people react. You pause. You remember your morning. You take a breath. And in that small space, you choose. That is your power. Not controlling the situation. Controlling yourself. Over time, this becomes your identity. You are no longer easily shaken. You are no longer controlled by every emotion. You are steady, calm, focused. And people begin to notice. Not because you are loud, but because you are different. In a world full of noise, calm stands out. In a world full of reaction, control stands out. And this is what makes you powerful. Not dominance. Not aggression. But discipline. There will still be hard days. Days when your mind feels heavy. Days when your emotions are stronger than usual. Days when you don't feel like following your routine. But those days matter the most. Because discipline is not built when things are easy. It is built when things are difficult. So even on those days, you return to your morning. You sit. You breathe. You prepare. Even if it's not perfect. Because consistency matters more than perfection. And slowly, without even realizing it, you become someone stronger. Not overnight. But gradually. Your mind becomes clearer. Your reactions become slower. Your focus becomes sharper. And your peace becomes deeper. This is the result of small daily choices. Not one big change. But many small ones. So tomorrow morning, remember this. You are not just waking up. You are training your mind. You are building control. You are creating calm. And that calm will follow you into every part of your life. There is a version of you that reacts to everything, and there is a version of you that observes first. Most people never meet the second version. Because they are too busy rushing. Too busy reacting. Too busy letting the world decide how they feel. But you are changing that. Every morning you choose silence, you are building distance between you and your impulses. And that distance is where your power lives. You begin to notice something subtle. Your thoughts are not commands. They are suggestions. And for the first time, you don't accept every suggestion. You question them. A negative thought appears, you don't follow it immediately. An anxious thought appears, you don't let it take over. You pause. And in that pause, something incredible happens. You realize you have a choice. There was a young man who believed his emotions were uncontrollable. If he felt angry, he reacted. If he felt stressed, he shut down. If he felt pressure, he escaped. He lived like this for years. Until one day, he watched someone remain calm in a situation that would have made him lose control instantly. That moment stayed with him. How is that possible? He wondered. So he asked. And the answer he received was simple. I don't react to the first feeling. I observe it first. That sentence changed everything. The young man began to practice. At first, he failed constantly. He still reacted. Still got overwhelmed. Still lost control. But something was different. Now he noticed it. And because he noticed it, he began to improve. Days turned into weeks. Weeks turned into months. And slowly, his reactions changed. Not because life became easier, but because he became stronger. Back to you? Your mornings are doing the same thing. They are not just making you calm in that moment. They are training your mind for everything that comes after. You sit in silence. You breathe. You prepare. And each time you do, you are reinforcing control. You are reminding yourself, I don't have to react immediately. This mindset follows you into your day. You are in a conversation, someone says something that triggers you. Before, you would respond instantly. Now you pause. You listen. You choose your words. That pause changes everything. Because most conflicts are not caused by situations. They are caused by reactions. And you are learning to control yours. There is another story. A man once asked a wise teacher, Why do I lose control so easily? The teacher handed him a cup filled with water and said, Carry this across the room without spilling it. The man focused completely. Step by step, he moved carefully, making sure not to spill a single drop. When he finished, the teacher asked, Did you notice anyone talking, moving, or distracting you? The man replied, No. I was focused on the cup. The teacher smiled and said, That is why you stayed in control. Where your focus goes, your reactions follow. That lesson stayed with him. And it stays with you. Because your morning routine is not just about calmness. It is about focus. You are training your attention. And attention is everything. If your attention is scattered, your life will feel scattered. If your attention is controlled, your life will feel controlled. So you continue. Morning after morning. Not perfect. But consistent. You begin to notice deeper changes. You don't get easily pulled into unnecessary arguments. You don't feel the need to prove yourself all the time. You don't chase every distraction. Instead, you move with intention. You speak with purpose. You act with clarity. And slowly, people begin to notice something about you. You are calm, even when things are not. You are steady, even when others are not. You are focused, even when distractions are everywhere. And that makes you different. Not in a loud way, but in a powerful way. There will still be difficult days. Days when your mind feels heavy. Days when your emotions feel stronger than your discipline. Days when you don't feel like doing your routine. But those days are not failures. They are opportunities. Because showing up on those days builds real strength. So even when it's hard, you return to your practice. You sit. You breathe. You prepare. Even if it's for a shorter time. Even if it's not perfect. Because consistency builds identity. And identity builds your life. One morning at a time. You begin to understand something deeper. Calm is not something you find once. It is something you choose again and again. Every day. Every situation. Every reaction. And the more you choose it, the stronger it becomes. Until one day, it becomes natural. Not forced. Not practiced. Just who you are. So tomorrow morning, remember this. You are not just waking up. You are becoming someone. Someone who thinks before reacting. Someone who stays calm under pressure. Someone who controls their mind instead of being controlled by it. And that changes everything. There is something most people never realize. You don't lose your peace in big moments. You lose it in small, unnoticed reactions. A thought you follow too quickly. A word you say without thinking. A feeling you act on without understanding. And by the time the big moment comes, your mind is already trained to react instead of respond. But you are changing that. Every quiet morning you choose is not just a routine, it is training. You are rewiring how you experience life, one thought at a time. At first, it feels small. Almost meaningless. Just sitting, breathing, doing less. But what feels small in the moment becomes powerful over time. Because repetition creates identity. You are becoming someone who does not rush. Someone who does not panic. Someone who does not lose control easily. And that changes everything. There was a man who believed he needed to fix his life all at once. He wanted instant discipline, instant focus, instant success. Every morning, he would wake up with pressure to become better immediately. But that pressure made him inconsistent. Some days he tried too hard. Other days he gave up completely. Until one morning, he decided to do less. Not everything. Just one thing. He sat in silence for a few minutes. That was all. No pressure. No expectation. Just consistency. The next day, he did the same. And the next? At first, nothing changed. But then something subtle happened. He started to look forward to that silence. It became his space. A place where the world couldn't reach him. And from that small habit, everything else began to improve. Not because he forced it, but because he built a foundation. Back to you? Your morning is your foundation. Without it, your day is built on reaction. With it, your day is built on intention. You begin to notice the difference more clearly now. When you skip your routine, your mind feels scattered. When you follow it, your mind feels steady. This is not a coincidence. This is cause and effect. You are training your mind the same way you would train your body. With repetition. With patience. With discipline. And like any training, it takes time. But the results are real. You walk into your day differently now. There is less urgency in your movements. Less noise in your mind. More control in your actions. You begin to see how much energy people waste on things that don't matter. Arguments that lead nowhere. Worries about things they cannot control. Reactions that create more problems than they solve. And instead of being pulled into that cycle, you step back. You observe. You choose. There is power in that. Real power. Not the kind that dominates others, but the kind that stabilizes yourself. And when you are stable, everything around you feels more manageable. There will still be moments that challenge you. Moments that test your patience. Moments that trigger old habits. But now you are aware. And awareness gives you a second chance before every reaction. You feel the emotion rise. But you don't act immediately. You pause. You breathe. You think. And in that moment, you break the pattern. That is growth. Not perfection. Progress. There was once a warrior known for his strength. He had won many battles, defeated many opponents, and earned respect from everyone around him. But one day, he lost control over a small argument. His anger took over. And in that moment, he realized something that shook him. He could defeat others. But he could not yet defeat himself. That realization changed his path. He began to train his mind, not just his body. He practiced patience. He practiced silence. He practiced control. And over time, he became stronger than before. Not because he could fight better, but because he could stay calm when it mattered most. That is the kind of strength you are building. Not visible at first, but powerful when tested. Your mornings continue. You sit. You breathe. You prepare. And each time you do, you are reinforcing a new way of living. You are telling yourself, I don't have to react to everything. I don't have to follow every thought. I don't have to lose control. And slowly, those statements become reality. You begin to trust yourself more. Because you know you can handle situations without falling apart. You know you can face challenges without panic. You know you can stay calm even when things are uncertain. That trust is powerful. Because once you trust yourself, fear loses its hold. You move through life with more confidence. Not loud confidence. Quiet confidence. The kind that doesn't need validation. The kind that comes from control. There will still be difficult mornings. Mornings when your mind feels heavy. When you don't feel like sitting in silence. When you want to rush, distract yourself, or avoid the routine. But those mornings matter the most. Because discipline is not built when it is easy. It is built when it is difficult. So even on those days you show up. Even if it's not perfect. Even if it's shorter. You stay consistent. Because consistency builds identity. And identity shapes your life. One morning at a time. You begin to realize something deeper. You are no longer chasing peace. You are creating it. And that changes everything. Because when peace comes from within, it cannot be taken away by external situations. It becomes part of you. So tomorrow morning, when you wake up, remember this. You are not just starting another day. You are continuing your transformation. Every breath, every thought, every pause. It all matters. Most people wake up and immediately start losing control without realizing it. It doesn't look like chaos on the outside, but internally, everything is rushed. Thoughts are scattered, attention is divided, and emotions are already reacting before the day even begins. This is how people slowly give away their peace, one small, unconscious decision at a time. But you are beginning to notice something different. You are starting to see that control is not something you find later in the day. It is something you create in the very first moments after you wake up. And those moments, as small as they seem, are shaping everything that follows. You open your eyes, and instead of reaching for distraction, you remain still. This stillness feels unusual at first, almost uncomfortable, because your mind is used to movement. It wants stimulation, something to hold on to, something to react to. But you don't give in immediately. You let the silence stay. You let your thoughts move without chasing them. And in doing this, you are building something most people never develop: awareness. Not loud awareness, not dramatic awareness, but a quiet, steady presence that allows you to observe before reacting. There is a point in every person's life where they realize they have been reacting more than living. Days pass, but they don't feel controlled. Instead, they feel carried by emotions, by circumstances, by other people's actions. And in that state, life feels heavy even when nothing major is wrong. But what changes everything is not the world outside. It is the moment you decide to stop reacting automatically. That decision begins quietly, often in the morning, when no one is watching, when no pressure is present, and when your mind is still fresh enough to be shaped. You start noticing that most stress does not come from reality itself, but from interpretation. Two people can face the same situation and experience it completely differently. One becomes overwhelmed, the other remains steady. The difference is not external strength, but internal training. And this training begins in silence. When you sit in the morning without distractions, without rushing, you are not wasting time, you are rewiring your response system. You are teaching your mind that not every thought deserves immediate action. As days continue, you begin to see subtle changes. Situations that used to irritate you no longer trigger the same reaction. Delays do not feel as frustrating. Small conflicts lose their emotional grip. It is not because life became easier, but because your mind became steadier. This is the hidden result of Stoic practice. Less noise inside, even if the outside remains unchanged. And once you experience that shift, you start to understand that calmness is not a personality trait. It is a skill built through repetition. There is a story of a young man who constantly felt overwhelmed by life. Every challenge felt like pressure. Every mistake felt like failure. He believed peace was something only certain people naturally had. One day, he met someone older who seemed unaffected by chaos around him. When asked how he stayed calm, the older man simply said, "I don't react first. I observe first." That sentence stayed with him longer than any advice he had ever heard. At first, the young man tried to change overnight. He failed quickly. He expected instant transformation, but his habits were stronger than his intentions. Then he changed his approach. Instead of trying to fix everything, he focused only on one thing: his morning. He began sitting quietly for a few minutes each day. Nothing complicated. No pressure. Just observation. At first, his mind resisted. But slowly, something began to shift. The space between thought and reaction started to grow. That space is where transformation happens. Because in that space, you are no longer controlled by impulse. You are no longer reacting automatically. You are choosing. And choice is the foundation of discipline. Without it, life feels automatic. With it, life becomes intentional. And intention changes everything, not instantly, but consistently over time. As you continue this practice, you begin to notice something deeper. You are no longer as emotionally unstable as before. Problems still appear, but they no longer define your entire mood. You start responding instead of reacting. And in doing so, you gain something rare: clarity under pressure. This clarity does not come from motivation. It comes from repetition. From showing up even when it feels small. Even when it feels meaningless. Even when no one notices. And slowly you realize something powerful: calmness is not the absence of problems. It is the ability to remain steady while problems exist. That understanding shifts everything about how you see life. You stop chasing perfect conditions. You stop waiting for everything to settle. Instead, you build stability inside yourself, regardless of what is happening outside. That is the essence of Stoicism: not emotional suppression, not detachment from life, but mastery over reaction. It is the ability to stay grounded when the world becomes unstable. And this ability is not inherited. It is trained. Every morning you choose silence over chaos, you strengthen that training. Every moment you pause instead of reacting, you reinforce it. Every day you return to your practice, even briefly, you deepen it. And over time, something changes completely. You stop being easily shaken. You stop being emotionally pulled in every direction. You become someone who can think clearly even under pressure. Not because life stopped being difficult, but because you stopped being controlled by difficulty. That is real strength. Not loud, not visible, but deeply stable. This is the path you are on now. Not a quick transformation, but a steady one. A shift that happens quietly, inside your mind, until one day you realize you are no longer the same person who used to react instantly to everything. You are calmer, more aware, more in control. And that control did not come from the world changing, it came from you changing. There comes a stage in discipline where things stop feeling exciting. You are no longer motivated in the beginning rush you once had. There is no sudden inspiration. No emotional high. Just repetition. Just mornings. Just silence. And this is where most people quit without realizing they are actually closest to transformation. Because real change is not built in moments of excitement, but in moments of quiet consistency when nothing feels special yet everything is slowly shifting beneath the surface. At this stage, your mornings feel different. Not because they are dramatic, but because they are becoming familiar. You sit down, and your mind still moves, but it no longer feels like chaos. It feels like background noise. You are no longer fighting your thoughts, you are watching them. And that small shift creates something powerful: distance. Distance between you and your emotions. Distance between you and your reactions. And in that distance, you begin to regain control over yourself in a way you never had before. You start noticing how easily people around you are affected by everything. A small delay ruins their mood. A minor insult changes their entire day. A single problem becomes a full emotional breakdown. And you observe all of it differently now. Not with judgment, but with understanding. Because you recognize that you used to live exactly the same way. But now there is a gap between what happens and how you respond. And that gap is your freedom. There was a man who lived most of his life reacting to everything instantly. If someone praised him, he felt inflated. If someone criticized him, he felt destroyed. His emotional state was completely dependent on external validation. One day, after losing control during a minor disagreement, he sat alone and realized something uncomfortable. He had never actually chosen how to feel, he had only been reacting. That realization disturbed him deeply, but it also opened a door he had never seen before. He began changing one small habit. Instead of reacting immediately to everything, he paused. Even for a few seconds. That pause felt unnatural at first. It felt like doing nothing. But over time, that pause became his strongest tool. Because in that pause, he discovered something most people never experience: the ability to choose his response instead of being controlled by instinct. Slowly, his relationships improved. His decisions became clearer. His emotional stability increased. Not because life became easier, but because he stopped surrendering control to his first reaction. And this is exactly what your morning practice is building inside you. It is not just silence. It is not just breathing. It is not just routine. It is training your mind to stop reacting instantly to everything that appears in your life. Every time you sit in stillness, you are strengthening that pause. Every time you observe your thoughts without chasing them, you are expanding that space. And every time you begin your day calmly, you are setting the tone for how you will handle everything that follows. Now your awareness is sharper. You notice when your emotions rise faster than your logic. You feel anger before it becomes action. You sense stress before it turns into panic. And instead of being consumed by it, you observe it. This observation is not passive, it is powerful. Because what you observe, you stop becoming controlled by. You also begin to realize something deeper. Most people are not thinking, they are repeating patterns. Reactions they never questioned. Emotions they never examined. Habits they never interrupted. But you are slowly breaking that cycle. Not by force, but by awareness. And awareness is the beginning of mastery. There will still be difficult moments. Moments where your patience is tested. Moments where your emotions rise faster than usual. Moments where you almost fall back into old patterns. But now you have something you didn't have before. You have awareness before action. And that changes everything. Because even if you make mistakes, you notice them faster. And anything you can notice, you can change. This is the real transformation Stoicism teaches. Not emotional suppression. Not perfection. But awareness that leads to control. And control that leads to peace. A peace that is not dependent on external conditions, but built internally through repetition, discipline, and observation. So as you continue your mornings, understand this clearly, you are not just building a routine. You are rebuilding your identity. Slowly. Quietly. Consistently. Until one day you realize that you are no longer the person who reacts to everything. You are the person who observes first, chooses second, and responds with intention. And that is real strength. There is a point in your growth where silence stops feeling like emptiness and starts feeling like clarity. At first, when you began this practice, silence felt uncomfortable. Your mind resisted it. It wanted noise, distraction, movement, something to hold on to. But now something has changed. The silence is no longer something you escape from, it is something you return to. Because in silence, you are no longer being pulled in 1,000 directions. You are finally with yourself, without interference. And in that space, something important begins to reveal itself. You are not your reactions. You are not your emotions. You are not the first thought that enters your mind. You are the awareness behind all of it. And once you begin to understand that, life stops feeling like something that happens to you, and starts feeling like something you are actively participating in. You are no longer a passenger in your own mind. You are becoming the observer, the chooser, the one who decides what deserves attention and what does not. As this awareness grows, your mornings begin to shape your entire identity. You no longer wake up and immediately surrender your attention to the world. You wake up and reclaim it. You sit, even briefly, and reconnect with yourself before anything else demands your energy. And this simple act creates a chain reaction throughout your entire day. You are less reactive, more grounded, less emotional, more intentional. And people around you begin to notice that something about you feels different, even if they cannot explain it. There was once a man who spent most of his life reacting emotionally to everything. A small disagreement could ruin his entire day. A delay would frustrate him for hours. A criticism would stay in his mind for days. He believed this was just who he was. He thought his emotions were fixed. But one day, after yet another moment of losing control, he felt something different, not anger, but exhaustion. Not frustration, but realization. He was tired of being controlled by everything outside himself. That night, he made a decision. Not a dramatic one. Not a life-changing announcement. Just a quiet decision to pause before reacting. The next morning, when something small irritated him, he did something new. He stopped. He didn't respond immediately. He just observed. And in that observation, he noticed something strange. The emotion didn't last as long as it normally did. It passed. And for the first time, he saw that emotions were not commands, they were temporary signals. So he repeated it the next day. And the next. Not perfectly. Not dramatically. Just consistently. And over time, the space between emotion and reaction began to grow. That space became his strength. Because in that space, he discovered choice. And choice is the foundation of freedom. Back to you now. This is what your morning is building. Not perfection. Not instant transformation. But space. Space between thought and action. Space between emotion and response. Space between what happens and how you interpret it. And that space is where your entire life begins to change. You start noticing things differently. A stressful situation no longer controls your entire mood. A negative comment no longer defines your entire day. A delay no longer feels like chaos. You begin to respond instead of react. And in doing so, you regain control over something most people lose completely, their inner stability. And slowly, without realizing it, you are becoming someone new. Not because your environment changed, but because your interpretation of it did. The same world exists, but your experience of it is different. And that difference is everything. Because when your mind is calm, decisions become clearer. When your reactions slow down, mistakes decrease. When your awareness increases, your control strengthens. And when your control strengthens, your life begins to align in ways it never did before. And now, at this stage of your journey, you begin to understand something deeper than discipline, deeper than routine, deeper than motivation. You begin to understand identity. You are no longer trying to act calm, you are becoming calm. You are no longer forcing discipline, you are embodying it. And that shift is irreversible once it fully settles. There is no dramatic ending to this transformation. No final moment where everything suddenly changes. Instead, there is something quieter. You simply wake up one day and realize you are no longer the same person who used to react to everything. You notice that things which once disturbed you no longer have power over your mind. You notice that your peace is no longer easily broken. And you realize that this was built one morning at a time. And that is where everything comes together. Not in noise. Not in intensity. But in stillness. Because the truth is simple. You don't become strong in one moment. You become strong in repetition. And your mornings are that repetition. So when you wake up tomorrow, don't rush. Don't react. Don't surrender your attention immediately to the world. Pause. Breathe. Observe. Because in that moment, you are not just starting a day. You are shaping a mind. And that mind will shape everything that comes next. If you want more of this journey, more discipline, more clarity, more control, then follow and subscribe. Because this is not just a routine anymore. It is a way of becoming. And you are still becoming. Wait, what if everything you believe about strength is incomplete? Mental strength is not loud. It doesn't beg for attention. It doesn't prove itself to others. It lives quietly inside you, shaping how you react when life becomes difficult. This is the kind of strength that doesn't break when things go wrong. It bends, adapts, and keeps moving forward. Most people think strength means never feeling pain, but the truth is very different. Real strength is feeling everything, and still choosing discipline over distraction, calm over chaos, and growth over comfort. You wake up every day with two choices: react emotionally to everything around you, or take control of your mind. The Stoic approach teaches that you cannot control what happens outside, but you can always control what happens within. This is where your power lies. When you master your thoughts, you begin to see problems differently. They stop being obstacles and start becoming training grounds. Every difficult situation becomes an opportunity to sharpen your mind. Think about how often small things disturb your peace: someone's opinion, a delay, a mistake, a failure. These things only have power because you give it to them. The moment you decide that your inner peace matters more than external noise, your mindset begins to shift. You become less reactive and more intentional. This is not something that happens overnight. It is a process of daily discipline. Mental strength is built through repetition. Every time you choose patience over anger, you become stronger. Every time you stay focused when distractions try to pull you away, you become sharper. Every time you refuse to give up when things feel hard, you build resilience. These small moments are where transformation happens. They don't look impressive from the outside, but they are everything. There was once a young man who felt overwhelmed by life. Nothing seemed to go his way. He failed at things he cared about, people doubted him, and he constantly questioned himself. One day, he met an older man who seemed calm no matter what was happening around him. Curious, the young man asked, "How do you stay so strong?" The older man smiled and said, "I stopped fighting what I cannot control." At first, the young man didn't understand. But over time, he started observing his own reactions. He noticed how much energy he wasted worrying about things that never truly mattered. Slowly, he began to change. When something went wrong, he paused instead of reacting. When he felt fear, he leaned into it instead of avoiding it. When he failed, he treated it as a lesson instead of a defeat. Months passed, and something inside him shifted. The same problems still existed, but they no longer controlled him. He had trained his mind to remain steady, no matter the situation. He didn't become stronger because life got easier. He became stronger because he did. This is the essence of Stoic resilience. It is not about escaping hardship but becoming unshaken by it. When you stop expecting life to be easy, you start becoming powerful. You stop complaining and start adapting. You stop waiting for perfect conditions and start creating progress in imperfect ones. Your mind is like a muscle. If you don't train it, it becomes weak. It gives in to fear, doubt, and negativity. But when you challenge it, push it, and discipline it, it becomes stronger. This is why discomfort is necessary. It forces growth. It reveals your limits, and then pushes you beyond them. You don't need motivation to become mentally strong. You need consistency. Motivation fades, but discipline stays. There will be days when you don't feel like trying. Days when everything feels heavy. These are the days that matter the most. Because choosing to keep going when it's hard is what separates those who grow from those who stay stuck. Control your thoughts, and you control your life. This is not just an idea, it is a practice. Pay attention to how you speak to yourself. Notice the patterns in your thinking. Are you encouraging yourself or holding yourself back? The way you think shapes the way you act, and the way you act shapes your future. Silence is another form of strength. You don't need to respond to everything. You don't need to prove yourself to everyone. Sometimes the strongest move is to remain calm and focused while others lose control. When you stop reacting to negativity, you take away its power. Patience is also a key part of mental strength. In a world that wants everything instantly, choosing to stay patient gives you an advantage. Growth takes time. Progress takes effort. Nothing meaningful happens overnight. When you understand this, you stop rushing and start building. Fear will always be present. The difference is how you respond to it. Weakness runs from fear. Strength faces it. Every time you do something that scares you, you expand your limits. You show yourself that you are capable of more than you thought. This is how confidence is built, not by avoiding challenges, but by facing them repeatedly. You don't need a perfect plan. You don't need perfect conditions. You only need to start. Take control of your thoughts today. Be more aware of your reactions. Choose discipline over comfort. Choose growth over excuses. These small choices will compound over time and transform your life. At the end of the day, mental strength is not something you are born with. It is something you build. It is shaped by your decisions, your habits, and your mindset. You have the ability to train your mind to overcome anything, but only if you are willing to do the work. Even when you understand these principles, the real challenge begins when life tests you. Because knowledge is easy to hear, but difficult to live. There will be moments when everything inside you wants to react: anger, frustration, fear. In those moments, mental strength is not about perfection. It is about awareness. Awareness gives you a small gap between what happens and how you respond. Inside that gap is your power. Most people never notice it. They react instantly, controlled by emotions they don't question. But when you train your mind, you begin to pause. That pause changes everything. In that pause, you ask yourself a simple question. Does this deserve my energy? And many times, the answer is no. This is how you protect your peace. Not by avoiding life, but by choosing what deserves your attention. Your energy is limited. Where you invest it determines the quality of your life. There is a discipline in letting things go. Not everything needs a reaction. Not every insult needs a response. Not every setback needs to define you. When you understand this, you stop wasting energy on things that don't move your life forward. Instead, you begin to focus deeply. Focus is rare. In a world full of distractions, the ability to stay locked into one goal is a superpower. Mental strength grows when you commit to something and refuse to be pulled away from it. This is where most people fail, not because they lack talent, but because they lack consistency. They start strong, but they don't continue. But you are different when you train your mind. You understand that results come later. First comes discipline. First comes showing up, even when nothing seems to be working. This is the phase where most people quit. But this is also where real growth is happening, quietly. Think about a seed planted in the ground. For a long time, nothing is visible. It looks like nothing is happening. But underneath, roots are growing stronger. Preparing. Building the foundation. Your progress is the same. Just because you don't see results yet doesn't mean you are not growing. Stay consistent. Stay patient. Trust the process you are building. There is another truth many people avoid: pain is necessary. Not all pain is harmful. Some pain is a teacher. It shows you where you need to grow. It forces you to adapt. It pushes you beyond your comfort zone. Without discomfort, there is no transformation. The strongest minds are not those who avoid pain, but those who learn how to use it. When something difficult happens, instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What is this trying to teach me?" That question alone changes your perspective. You move from being a victim of circumstances to becoming a student of life. And when you learn from everything, nothing is wasted. Even failure becomes valuable. Failure is not the end. It is feedback. It shows you what doesn't work so you can adjust. The only real failure is refusing to learn. Every successful person you admire has failed more times than you can imagine. The difference is they didn't stop. They kept going. Mental strength is built in these moments, when you feel like quitting, but you don't. When you feel like giving up, but you take one more step. That step may feel small, but it matters more than you think. Because progress is not about speed. It is about direction. As long as you are moving forward, you are winning. Another powerful habit is controlling your environment. The people you surround yourself with, the content you consume, the conversations you engage in, all of these shape your mindset. If you constantly expose yourself to negativity, it becomes harder to stay strong. But when you intentionally choose growth, positivity, and discipline, your mind begins to align with those things. Protect your environment. It is easier to stay strong when you are not constantly fighting against negativity. Silence also plays a role here. Not just silence from others, but silence within yourself. Learn to sit with your thoughts without distraction. This is where clarity comes from. This is where you understand yourself better. A strong mind is a quiet mind. Not empty, but controlled. You don't need to chase validation. You don't need to prove your worth to anyone. When you know who you are and what you stand for, you become unshaken by opinions. This is freedom. True confidence is not loud. It doesn't need attention. It is built through actions, through discipline, through consistency over time. You earn it. And once you have it, no one can take it away from you. Remember the young man from earlier? His journey didn't end when he found peace. Life continued to challenge him. There were still failures. Still doubts. Still moments of difficulty. But something had changed. This time, he didn't panic. When things went wrong, he stayed calm. When others doubted him, he stayed focused. When fear appeared, he faced it. He had trained his mind enough to understand that no situation was permanent. Everything passes. This understanding gave him strength. He no longer saw problems as threats, but as temporary challenges. And because of that, he moved through life with a different kind of energy, steady, focused, and resilient. That is what mental strength looks like in real life. Not perfection, but stability. Not the absence of struggle, but the ability to handle it. You have that same ability within you. It is not something reserved for a few people. It is something anyone can build with time and effort. The only question is whether you are willing to commit to it. Because this path is not easy. It requires discipline when you don't feel like it. It requires patience when results are slow. It requires courage when fear is strong. But it is worth it. Because on the other side of that effort is a version of you that is calm under pressure, focused on what matters, and strong enough to overcome anything life throws at you. Start small. Control one thought today. One reaction. One habit. Then build from there. Over time, these small changes will transform your entire mindset. And one day, you will look back and realize that you are no longer the same person who once struggled. You are stronger, sharper, more in control. Most people wake up and immediately get pulled into noise, notifications, opinions, pressure, expectations. They don't even realize that before the day begins, their mind is already reacting instead of leading. Mental strength begins the moment you decide that your mind will not be controlled by everything around you. It begins when you take ownership of your inner world. This is not about shutting yourself off from reality, but about becoming the one who decides how to respond to it. The Stoic mindset teaches that you always have power over your thoughts, even when everything else feels out of control. That idea sounds simple, but living it requires discipline. It requires you to observe your thoughts without immediately believing them. It requires you to question your reactions instead of acting on impulse. When you start doing this, something powerful happens. You begin to separate yourself from chaos. You stop being easily shaken by small things. And slowly, you build a mind that is steady, calm, and focused. This is where true strength begins, not in what you show the world, but in how you control what happens inside you. There will be days when your mind feels heavy, when motivation disappears, and when everything seems harder than it should be. These are the moments that define you. Not the easy days when everything flows, but the difficult ones when you have to push yourself forward without excitement, without validation, without immediate results. Most people quit in these moments because they rely on feelings to guide their actions. But feelings are unstable. They change constantly. Discipline, on the other hand, stays. When you learn to act regardless of how you feel, you gain control over your life. You stop waiting to feel ready and start moving anyway. This is one of the most important shifts you can make. Because success is not built on perfect conditions. It is built on consistency. Every time you show up when it's hard, you reinforce a new identity. You become someone who doesn't quit. Someone who doesn't depend on motivation. Someone who keeps going. And over time, that identity becomes your reality. This is how mental strength is formed, not in one big moment, but in small, repeated acts of discipline that most people never see. There is a quiet power in controlling your reactions. When someone disrespects you, when things don't go your way, when life feels unfair, your first instinct is to react emotionally. That reaction may feel justified, but it often makes things worse. Stoic wisdom teaches that your reaction is your responsibility. No one can force you to lose control. That choice is always yours. When you understand this deeply, you stop blaming others for your emotional state. You take full ownership. This doesn't mean you suppress your emotions. It means you manage them. You acknowledge what you feel, but you don't let it dictate your behavior. This is a skill, and like any skill, it improves with practice. The more you pause before reacting, the stronger you become. The more you choose calm over chaos, the more control you gain. Eventually, situations that once disturbed you will no longer have the same effect. You will notice the difference. Others may react quickly, but you remain steady. Others may lose control, but you stay composed. That is not weakness. That is strength in its purest form. There was once a man who lost everything he had worked for. His business failed, his friends disappeared, and his confidence shattered. For a long time, he blamed the world. He blamed circumstances, people, and bad luck. Every day felt heavy, and he felt stuck in a cycle he couldn't escape. One evening, as he sat alone, he realized something that changed everything. He had spent all his energy trying to control things outside of him, while completely ignoring the one thing he could control, his mind. That realization didn't fix his life overnight, but it gave him a starting point. The next day, he made a small decision. He would stop complaining. Not because life was easy, but because complaining wasn't helping. Then he made another decision. He would focus only on what he could do, not what he couldn't. Day by day, he rebuilt himself. Slowly, his mindset changed. Then his actions changed. And eventually, his life changed. Years later, people called him strong. But they never saw the quiet moments when he chose discipline over despair. That is where his strength was built. There is a moment in everyone's life when excuses stop working. A moment where you realize that the only thing standing between you and the life you want is not luck, not people, not circumstances, but your own mind. This realization can feel uncomfortable, because it removes the option to blame anything else. But at the same time, it gives you something far more powerful: control. When you accept full responsibility for your mindset, you unlock the ability to change everything. You stop waiting for the perfect time, because you understand that time will never be perfect. You stop depending on others to validate you, because you begin to validate yourself through action. And most importantly, you stop running from difficulty, because you understand that difficulty is the path. Mental strength grows when you stop avoiding what is hard and start facing it directly. This doesn't mean you won't feel fear or doubt. You will. But instead of letting those feelings control you, you move forward anyway. That is the difference. That is what separates those who remain stuck from those who rise. Every time you choose action over excuses, you reinforce a new identity. And over time, that identity becomes who you are. Distraction is one of the greatest enemies of mental strength. It is subtle, constant, and often disguised as something harmless. A quick scroll, a short break, a moment of avoidance. It doesn't seem like much in the moment. But over time, these small distractions weaken your focus and pull you away from your goals. The truth is, most people are not lacking potential. They are lacking concentration. They start many things but finish few. They move in different directions but never go deep enough in one. This is why focus is a form of discipline. It requires you to say no to things that don't align with your purpose. It requires you to sit with discomfort instead of escaping it. When you train your mind to stay focused, you begin to operate differently. You become more efficient, more intentional, and more productive. Your actions start to carry more weight because they are not scattered. This is where real progress happens, not in doing more things, but in doing the right things consistently. Protect your focus like it matters, because it does. Your future is shaped by what you give your attention to every single day. Another truth that many people avoid is that comfort can become a trap. It feels safe, predictable, and easy. But growth does not exist there. When you stay too comfortable for too long, you stop challenging yourself. You stop improving. You settle without even realizing it. Mental strength requires you to step outside of that comfort, even when it feels uncomfortable. Especially when it feels uncomfortable. Because that discomfort is a sign that you are growing. It is a sign that you are pushing your limits. Think about it this way: every skill you have today was once uncomfortable to learn. Every level you reach requires a version of you that is stronger than the one you are now. So if you want to grow, you must be willing to feel uncomfortable. You must be willing to try, fail, adjust, and try again. This is the process. It is not glamorous, but it is effective. And over time, What once felt difficult becomes normal. Then you push further. This is how you evolve continuously. Not by staying where it is easy, but by constantly challenging yourself to become more. Patience is one of the most underrated forms of strength. In a world that rewards speed and instant results, choosing to be patient gives you a powerful advantage. Because while others rush and burn out, you build steadily. You understand that meaningful progress takes time. You don't expect overnight success, and because of that, you don't get discouraged easily. This mindset allows you to stay consistent even when results are slow. And consistency is what creates long-term success. Many people start strong but give up too early because they don't see immediate results. They mistake lack of visible progress for failure. But the truth is, growth is often invisible at first. Just like the roots of a tree grow underground before anything appears above the surface, your progress is building beneath the surface. Every effort you make is adding to that foundation. When you understand this, you stop rushing the process. You focus on doing the work day after day. And eventually the results will come. Not because you force them, but because you earn them through patience and persistence. Fear is something that never completely disappears. No matter how strong you become, there will always be moments where you feel uncertain, where you question yourself, where the outcome is unclear. But mental strength is not about eliminating fear. It is about learning how to act in spite of it. When you let fear control you, it limits your life. It keeps you in familiar spaces and prevents you from exploring your full potential. But when you face fear, something changes. You realize that fear is often an exaggeration of what might happen, not a reflection of what will happen. And even when things don't go as planned, you learn that you are capable of handling it. This builds confidence, not the kind that comes from success alone, but the kind that comes from resilience. Every time you face something that scares you, you expand your comfort zone. You prove to yourself that you are stronger than you thought. And that realization becomes a foundation you can rely on in every area of your life. There comes a point where you realize that waiting has been your biggest limitation. Waiting to feel ready. Waiting for the right opportunity. Waiting for everything to make sense. But life rarely gives you that perfect moment. Instead, it gives you uncertainty and expects you to move anyway. This is where mental strength separates you from the rest. You stop waiting and start acting. Not because you have all the answers, but because you trust yourself enough to figure things out along the way. Action creates clarity. The more you move, the more you understand. The more you try, the more you learn. Staying still only creates more doubt. This is why people remain stuck, not because they lack ability, but because they hesitate. They overthink. They delay. But when you train your mind, you begin to act despite uncertainty. You accept that mistakes are part of the process. You stop fearing them and start using them. Every step forward, no matter how small, builds momentum. And momentum is powerful. It carries you through moments when motivation fades. It keeps you moving when things feel unclear. And over time, those small actions turn into real progress. This is how you move forward, not by waiting, but by starting. Your thoughts are constantly shaping your reality, whether you realize it or not. The way you interpret situations determines how you feel, and how you feel influences how you act. If your thoughts are negative, your actions will reflect that. If your thoughts are focused and disciplined, your actions will align with growth. This is why controlling your thoughts is one of the most important skills you can develop. But control does not mean forcing yourself to be positive all the time. It means being aware. It means noticing when your mind drifts into doubt, fear, or negativity, and choosing not to stay there. You don't have to believe every thought you have. Many of them are automatic, shaped by past experiences and habits. But you have the power to question them. You have the power to redirect them. When you practice this consistently, your mindset begins to change. You become less reactive and more intentional. You stop letting your thoughts control you, and you start controlling your thoughts. This shift may seem small, but it has a huge impact over time. Because when your thoughts change, your actions change. And when your actions change, your life changes. There is strength in simplicity. in doing what needs to be done without overcomplicating it. Many people struggle not because things are too hard, but because they make them more complex than they need to be. They overanalyze, overplan, and overthink every step until they feel stuck. But progress is often simple. Show up. Do the work. Improve a little each day. That's it. It's not always exciting, but it is effective. Mental strength allows you to embrace this simplicity. You stop looking for shortcuts and start committing to the process. You understand that repetition is not boring, it is necessary. Every skill, every success, every achievement is built through consistent effort over time. When you accept this, you remove unnecessary pressure. You stop expecting instant results and start focusing on steady progress. This mindset makes everything more manageable. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by the big picture, you focus on the next step. And then the next. And then the next. This is how big goals are achieved, not all at once, but one step at a time. At some point, you will have to face yourself honestly. Not the version you show others, but the real version, the one that knows your habits, your weaknesses, and your excuses. This can be uncomfortable, but it is necessary. Because growth begins with truth. If you keep avoiding your flaws, you will never fix them. If you keep justifying your bad habits, they will continue to control you. Mental strength requires self-awareness. It requires you to look at yourself without denial and ask, what needs to change? And more importantly, am I willing to change it? Because knowing what to do is not enough. You have to act on it. This is where discipline comes in. Discipline is doing what is necessary, even when it's uncomfortable. Even when you don't feel like it. Over time, discipline reshapes your identity. You become someone who follows through. Someone who does what they say they will do. And that builds confidence. Not fake confidence, but real confidence based on action. This is how you become stronger, not by pretending to be perfect, but by working on yourself honestly. There is a hidden cost to constantly seeking comfort, and most people never notice it until it is too late. Comfort feels good in the moment, but over time, it slowly weakens your ability to handle pressure. When everything in your life is easy, your mind stops adapting. It stops growing. And when a real challenge finally appears, it feels overwhelming. This is why mentally strong people do not run from difficulty, they train with it. They understand that struggle is not something to fear, but something to use. Every challenge is an opportunity to sharpen your mindset. Every obstacle is a chance to build resilience. Instead of asking, how can I avoid this? They ask, how can this make me stronger? That shift in thinking changes everything. It turns problems into training. It turns pressure into preparation. And over time, it builds a mind that is ready for anything. You don't have to wait for life to force you into growth. You can choose it. You can challenge yourself intentionally. You can step outside your comfort zone, even in small ways, and begin strengthening your mind daily. That is how you prepare, not when things are easy, but before they become hard. One of the most powerful habits you can develop is the ability to stay present. Not stuck in the past, not anxious about the future, but fully focused on what is in front of you right now. The past cannot be changed, no matter how much you think about it. The future cannot be controlled, no matter how much you worry about it. But the present moment is where your power exists. It is where your actions happen. It is where your decisions are made. When your mind is constantly drifting, you lose that power. You become less effective, less focused, and more reactive. But when you train yourself to stay present, everything changes. You become sharper, more aware, more intentional. You notice details others miss. You respond instead of react. And most importantly, you make better decisions. This is not something that happens automatically. It requires practice. It requires you to catch your mind when it starts wandering and bring it back. Again and again. Over time, this becomes easier. And eventually it becomes natural. A present mind is a powerful mind. It is not distracted by things that don't matter. It is focused on what does. There will always be people who doubt you. People who question your decisions, your goals, and your ability to succeed. If you rely on their approval, you will never move forward. Because their opinions will always change, and they will rarely see your vision as clearly as you do. Mental strength requires independence. It requires you to trust yourself, even when others don't. This doesn't mean ignoring feedback completely, but it does mean not letting it control you. You listen, you evaluate, and then you decide. That decision is yours. When you develop this kind of self-trust, you become more confident in your actions. You stop second-guessing every move. You stop needing constant validation. And you start building your own path. This is important, because no one else is living your life. No one else understands your goals the way you do. So why should they decide what you can or cannot do? The moment you take full ownership of your decisions is the moment you step into real strength. You become responsible for your outcomes, and that responsibility pushes you to grow. There is also power in letting go of what no longer serves you. Old habits, negative thinking patterns, toxic environments, these things hold you back more than you realize. Holding on to them feels familiar, but familiarity is not always beneficial. Sometimes, growth requires you to release what is comfortable. This can be difficult, because letting go often means stepping into uncertainty. But that uncertainty is where new opportunities exist. When you remove what is holding you back, you create space for something better. A stronger mindset. Better habits. Healthier environments. This is not about changing everything at once. It is about being intentional. Identifying what weakens you and gradually removing it. Replacing it with things that strengthen you. Over time, these changes add up. They reshape your life. And what once felt difficult becomes your new normal. This is how transformation happens, not through one big change, but through consistent, intentional decisions over time. There is a level of strength that only reveals itself when everything feels uncertain. When plans fall apart, when expectations fail, and when nothing seems to go the way you imagined. In these moments, most people panic. They look for something to blame or someone to save them. But mental strength shows up differently. It stays grounded. It accepts reality as it is, not as it should be. This acceptance is not weakness, it is clarity. Because once you stop resisting what is already happening, you free your mind to focus on what you can actually do next. That is where progress begins. You shift from frustration to action. You stop asking why things are difficult and start asking what can be done. This mindset gives you control, even in situations where control feels limited. And that control, even if small, is enough to move forward. Life will never be perfectly predictable. There will always be uncertainty. But when your mind is trained, uncertainty stops being something you fear and becomes something you can navigate. You learn to adapt. You learn to stay steady. And most importantly, you learn to trust yourself in any situation. Energy management is just as important as time management, yet many people ignore it. You can have all the time in the world, but if your energy is low, your output will suffer. Mentally strong people understand this. They pay attention to where their energy goes. They notice what drains them and what fuels them. Negative thinking, unnecessary arguments, and constant distractions slowly drain your energy without you realizing it. On the other hand, focus, discipline, and intentional action build your energy over time. This is why protecting your mental space is so important. You don't need to engage in every conversation. You don't need to respond to every opinion. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is step back and conserve your energy for what truly matters. When you start managing your energy wisely, you become more effective. Your actions become sharper. Your focus becomes deeper. And your results improve. This is not about doing more, it is about doing what matters with full attention and strength. That is where real productivity comes from. There is a difference between being busy and being effective. Many people fill their days with activity, but at the end of the day, they have little to show for it. They confuse movement with progress. But mental strength teaches you to focus on what actually moves your life forward. It teaches you to prioritize. Not everything is equally important. Some actions have a much greater impact than others. When you identify those actions and focus on them, your results begin to change. You stop wasting time on things that don't matter. You become more intentional with your efforts. This clarity simplifies your life. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by everything you could do, you focus on what you should do. And that focus creates momentum. Over time, small, effective actions lead to significant progress. This is how you move forward consistently, not by doing everything, but by doing the right things. There will be times when you feel alone on your journey. Times when others don't understand your goals or your mindset. This can feel isolating, but it is also part of growth. When you begin to think differently, you naturally separate from environments that no longer align with you. This is not something to fear. It is a sign that you are evolving. Mental strength allows you to be comfortable with this process. You don't need everyone to agree with you. You don't need constant support. You learn to support yourself. You learn to stay committed to your path, even when it feels like no one is watching. And in many ways, those are the moments that matter the most. Because when you can stay disciplined without external validation, your strength becomes real. It becomes internal. And that kind of strength does not depend on anything outside of you. Gratitude may seem simple, but it has a powerful impact on your mindset. When you focus only on what is missing, you create a constant sense of lack. Nothing feels enough. But when you take time to recognize what you already have, your perspective shifts. This does not mean you stop striving for more. It means you appreciate your progress while continuing to grow. This balance keeps you grounded. It prevents you from becoming frustrated or discouraged when things are not perfect. Mental strength includes this ability to see clearly, to recognize both challenges and blessings at the same time. When you practice gratitude consistently, your mindset becomes more stable. You become less reactive to negativity and more focused on possibility. This does not change your circumstances instantly, but it changes how you experience them. And that makes a difference in how you move forward. There is a quiet discipline in doing what needs to be done, even when no one is watching. Most people perform well when there is attention, when there is pressure, or when there is a reward waiting at the end. But true mental strength is revealed in private. It is built in the moments where you could choose comfort, but instead choose effort. This is where your identity is shaped. Every time you follow through on something you said you would do, you reinforce trust in yourself. And self-trust is one of the most powerful forms of confidence you can have. It removes hesitation. It removes doubt. Because you know, from experience, that you will show up. This is not about being perfect. It is about being consistent. Some days will be harder than others. Some days your effort will not feel enough. But what matters is that you continue. That you don't break the promise you made to yourself. Over time, these small acts of discipline create a version of you that is reliable, focused, and strong. And that version of you is capable of achieving far more than you once believed. Your environment plays a bigger role in your mindset than you might realize. The people you spend time with, the content you consume, and the habits you allow into your daily routine all influence how you think. If you are constantly surrounded by negativity, doubt, or distraction, it becomes much harder to stay focused and disciplined. But when you intentionally create an environment that supports growth, everything becomes easier. You begin to align your surroundings with your goals. This does not mean everything has to be perfect. It means being aware. It means choosing what you allow into your space. Sometimes, this requires difficult decisions. Stepping away from certain influences. Limiting what drains your energy. And replacing it with what strengthens you. Over time, these choices shape your mindset. They make discipline feel more natural. They make focus easier to maintain. And they support your growth in ways that are often invisible at first. But the impact is real. There is strength in slowing down when necessary. Not every moment requires speed. Not every decision needs to be rushed. In fact, moving too quickly can lead to mistakes, stress, and unnecessary pressure. Mentally strong people understand when to pause. They take time to think clearly before acting. They don't let urgency control them unless it truly matters. This ability to slow down creates clarity. It allows you to see situations more accurately. It helps you make better decisions. And it reduces the emotional reactions that often lead to regret. Slowing down does not mean you are falling behind. It means you are being intentional. You are choosing quality over speed. And in the long run, that leads to better results. When you learn to balance action with reflection, your growth becomes more stable. You avoid unnecessary setbacks. And you move forward with confidence, knowing that your decisions are not rushed, but thoughtful. Consistency often feels ordinary, but its impact is extraordinary. Doing the same positive actions every day may not feel exciting, but it builds something powerful over time. Most people underestimate how much small actions can accumulate. They look for big changes, quick results, and dramatic transformations. But real growth is usually quiet. It happens through repetition. Through showing up again and again. When you stay consistent, you create momentum. And momentum makes everything easier. It reduces resistance. It builds habits. It turns effort into routine. This is why consistency is more important than intensity. You don't need to do everything at once. You just need to keep going. Even on days when your effort feels small, it still counts. Because it keeps the process alive. And over time, those small efforts turn into significant results. This is how progress works, not through occasional bursts of energy, but through steady, continuous action. At some point, you will realize that the only approval you truly need is your own. This realization is freeing. Because when you stop depending on others to validate you, you gain independence. You make decisions based on what aligns with your values, not what others expect. This does not mean you ignore people completely. It means you stop letting their opinions define your direction. Mental strength includes this independence. It allows you to stay grounded in your purpose, even when others don't understand it. You become less influenced by external noise and more focused on your own path. This clarity gives you confidence. Not because everyone agrees with you, but because you trust yourself. And that trust becomes your foundation. It supports you through challenges. It keeps you steady when things are uncertain. And it allows you to move forward without constantly seeking reassurance. That is real strength, being able to stand on your own and keep going. There is a moment when you realize that discipline is more reliable than motivation. Motivation feels powerful, but it is unpredictable. Some days it is there, and other days it disappears without warning. If you depend on it, your progress will always be inconsistent. Discipline, on the other hand, does not rely on how you feel. It relies on what you decide. It is the ability to take action even when you are tired, even when you are distracted, even when you would rather do something else. This is what builds mental strength over time. Because every time you act without waiting for motivation, you prove to yourself that you are in control. You stop being controlled by your emotions and start being guided by your decisions. This shift is powerful. It turns you into someone who can be trusted by yourself. And that self-trust creates confidence. Not the kind that comes from external validation, but the kind that comes from knowing that you will follow through no matter what. Over time, this becomes your identity. You become someone who shows up, who does the work, and who keeps going. And that consistency is what separates you from those who only act when they feel like it. Your ability to handle pressure determines how far you can go. Pressure is not something you can avoid. It shows up in different forms: deadlines, expectations, challenges, and uncertainty. Some people break under pressure because they are not used to it. They try to escape it or avoid it completely. But mentally strong people approach it differently. They train themselves to stay calm in difficult situations. They understand that pressure is part of growth. Instead of resisting it, they learn how to operate within it. This does not happen instantly. It requires practice. It requires putting yourself in situations that challenge you and learning how to stay composed. Over time, your tolerance increases. What once felt overwhelming begins to feel manageable. And eventually, you reach a point where pressure no longer controls you. You control how you respond to it. This is a powerful advantage. Because while others are reacting emotionally, you are thinking clearly. While others are panicking, you are acting strategically. And that difference changes your outcomes. There is also a deep strength in accepting that not everything will go your way. Life is unpredictable. Plans fail. People change. Situations shift without warning. If you expect everything to be perfect, you will constantly feel frustrated. But when you accept that challenges are part of the process, your mindset becomes more stable. You stop taking every setback personally. You stop seeing obstacles as unfair. Instead, you see them as part of the journey. This acceptance allows you to adapt quickly. You don't waste time wishing things were different. You focus on what you can do next. This is where progress happens. Because while others are stuck in frustration, you are already moving forward. Acceptance is not about giving up. It is about seeing reality clearly so you can respond effectively. And that clarity is what gives you strength. Another important part of mental strength is learning how to manage your expectations. Unrealistic expectations often lead to disappointment. When you expect instant results, every delay feels like failure. When you expect everything to go smoothly, every challenge feels like a problem. But when your expectations are realistic, your mindset becomes more balanced. You understand that progress takes time. You understand that setbacks will happen. And because of that, you are not easily discouraged. You stay consistent. You stay focused. You continue working even when things are not perfect. This consistency builds momentum. And that momentum leads to results. Over time, you begin to trust the process. You stop worrying about how fast things are happening and focus on doing the work. This shift reduces stress and increases effectiveness. Because your energy is no longer wasted on unrealistic expectations. It is directed toward meaningful action. There is a powerful shift that happens when you stop seeing challenges as interruptions and start seeing them as part of your training. Most people treat difficult moments as something that shouldn't be happening. They resist them, complain about them, and wish they would disappear. But mentally strong individuals think differently. They understand that every challenge carries a lesson, even if it is not immediately obvious. When something goes wrong, instead of reacting emotionally, they take a step back and ask themselves what can be learned. This simple habit changes everything. It turns frustration into awareness. It turns setbacks into growth. Over time, this mindset builds resilience because you are no longer afraid of difficulty. You begin to expect it. And when you expect it, you are better prepared for it. This does not mean you enjoy every challenge, but it means you no longer see it as something that is against you. You see it as something that is shaping you. And that perspective gives you strength. Because when you understand that every experience is contributing to your growth, you stop feeling stuck. You start moving forward with purpose, even in difficult situations. Your ability to stay calm in moments of pressure is a skill that can be developed. It is not something you are born with. It comes from practice, from repeatedly choosing control over reaction. When situations become intense, your mind naturally wants to respond quickly. But quick reactions are often emotional, not thoughtful. Mental strength allows you to slow that process down. It gives you the ability to pause, even for a moment, and choose your response carefully. This pause may seem small, but it is powerful. It creates space for clarity. It allows you to think instead of react. Over time, this becomes a habit. You become someone who remains steady, even when others are overwhelmed. This does not mean you don't feel pressure. It means you handle it differently. You don't let it control your actions. And because of that, you make better decisions. This ability is valuable in every area of life. It improves your relationships, your work, and your personal growth. Because when you are calm, you are in control. And when you are in control, you can handle anything more effectively. There is also strength in knowing when to step back and reflect. Constant action without reflection can lead to repeated mistakes. But when you take time to evaluate your actions, your decisions, and your progress, you gain insight. You begin to understand what works and what doesn't. This awareness helps you improve faster. It allows you to adjust your approach instead of continuing in the wrong direction. Reflection is not about overthinking or doubting yourself. It is about learning. It is about becoming more aware of your patterns and making intentional changes. Mentally strong individuals make this a habit. They don't just move forward blindly. They take time to understand their journey. And that understanding gives them an advantage. Because while others repeat the same mistakes, they are constantly improving. This is how growth becomes consistent. Not just through action, but through thoughtful action. And over time, that makes a significant difference in results. One of the most important lessons in building mental strength is learning to detach from outcomes. This does not mean you stop caring about your goals. It means you stop tying your emotions completely to the results. When you are too attached to outcomes, every success feels like relief and every failure feels like a loss. This creates emotional instability. But when you focus on the process instead, your mindset becomes more balanced. You concentrate on what you can control, your effort, your discipline, and your consistency. The results will come, but they are not your only source of satisfaction. This shift reduces pressure. It allows you to perform better because you are not constantly worried about the outcome. You are focused on the work. And when you focus on the work, your performance improves naturally. This is a powerful mindset. It keeps you grounded, consistent, and resilient, regardless of what happens. There is a deeper layer to mental strength that most people never reach, and it begins when you stop trying to control everything around you. A lot of stress comes from the belief that life should behave a certain way, that people should act differently, that situations should unfold according to your expectations. But reality does not follow expectations. It follows its own course. When you resist that truth, you suffer. When you accept it, you gain clarity. Acceptance does not mean giving up. It means seeing things as they are, not as you wish they were. From that point, you can respond intelligently instead of emotionally. This shift is powerful because it removes unnecessary resistance. You stop wasting energy on what you cannot change and start focusing fully on what you can influence. Your actions, your mindset, your discipline, these become your center of control. Over time, this creates emotional stability. You are no longer easily shaken by external events. Instead, you remain steady, even when circumstances are unstable. This is not something that happens instantly. It is trained through repetition, through awareness, and through consistent self-control in small daily situations. And gradually, your mind becomes stronger than your environment. Another important truth about mental strength is that growth is often uncomfortable, especially at the beginning. The human mind naturally prefers familiarity. Even when something familiar is not good for you, it still feels safe because it is known. This is why change feels difficult. Not because you are incapable, but because your mind resists uncertainty. However, every level of growth requires stepping into the unknown. If everything feels comfortable, you are likely not growing. You are simply maintaining. Real progress begins when you challenge your current limits. When you do something that feels slightly uncomfortable but necessary. That discomfort is a sign of expansion. It means you are stretching beyond your current identity. At first, this feels difficult, even discouraging. But over time, what once felt uncomfortable becomes normal. And then you expand again. This cycle continues as long as you are willing to grow. Mental strength is built in this process, not in moments of ease, but in moments of challenge that you choose to face instead of avoid. Focus is another foundation of mental strength, yet it is one of the most neglected skills in modern life. The world today is designed to break your attention into pieces. Notifications, distractions, constant updates, everything competes for your focus. Because of this, many people lose the ability to concentrate deeply on one thing for a long time. But without focus, progress becomes slow and scattered. Mental strength requires you to reclaim your attention. To decide what deserves your time and what does not. When you learn to focus deeply on one task, one goal, or one direction, your effectiveness increases significantly. You accomplish more in less time, and with better quality. This is not about working harder, but about working with intention. Every moment you spend fully present on something meaningful strengthens your discipline. And every time you resist distraction, you reinforce control over your mind. Over time, focus becomes a habit, and that habit becomes a major advantage in every area of your life. There is also a quiet power in patience that most people underestimate. In a world that rewards speed and instant results, patience feels outdated. But in reality, patience is one of the strongest traits you can develop. Because anything meaningful takes time. Skills take time. Success takes time. Personal growth takes time. When you rush the process, you often miss important lessons along the way. But when you allow things to develop naturally, you build a stronger foundation. Patience helps you stay consistent even when results are not immediate. It prevents you from quitting too early. It keeps you grounded when things move slowly. And most importantly, it allows you to trust the process instead of forcing outcomes. Mentally strong people understand this deeply. They do not panic when progress is slow. They stay committed, knowing that real growth is happening beneath the surface, even if it is not immediately visible. At the core of everything, mental strength is about self-control. The ability to guide your thoughts, your reactions, and your actions in a direction that aligns with your long-term goals. It is not about being emotionless or perfect. It is about being aware. About noticing when your mind is drifting and bringing it back. About choosing discipline over impulse. About acting with intention instead of reaction. This is a lifelong practice. Some days will be easier than others. But every moment is an opportunity to strengthen your mind. Every choice matters. And over time, these choices shape who you become. A strong mind is not built in one moment, but in thousands of small decisions made consistently. And when you look back, you will realize that your strength was not created by one big event, but by everything you chose to do daily. There is a point in every person's journey where silence becomes more powerful than explanation. You stop trying to convince others of your growth. You stop defending your decisions. You stop wasting energy on people who are not part of your direction. This is not arrogance, it is maturity. Mental strength grows when you realize that not everyone deserves access to your thoughts, your plans, or your emotions. The more you speak about what you will do, the less energy you have to actually do it. So you begin to move quietly. You begin to build in silence. You begin to let your results speak for you instead of your words. This shift changes how you operate. You become more focused, more intentional, and less distracted by outside opinions. You no longer feel the need to be understood by everyone. Instead, you focus on becoming someone who understands themselves. And that is where real stability begins, not in validation, but in self-awareness and discipline. There is also a transformation that happens when you stop fearing failure. Most people see failure as a final outcome, something to avoid at all costs. But mentally strong individuals see failure as feedback. Every mistake carries information. Every setback reveals a weakness that can be improved. When you adopt this mindset, failure loses its emotional weight. It no longer defines you. It refines you. Instead of stopping, you adjust. Instead of quitting, you learn. This creates momentum even in difficult situations. Because you are no longer afraid of getting it wrong, you are focused on getting better. Over time, this mindset makes you more resilient than most people around you. While others hesitate out of fear of failure, you act, learn, and improve. And that consistent cycle of action and adjustment becomes the foundation of real progress. One of the deepest forms of strength is emotional control. Not suppressing emotions, but understanding them. When you understand your emotions, you are no longer controlled by them. You begin to notice patterns, what triggers you, what calms you, what distracts you. This awareness gives you power. Instead of reacting instantly, you pause. Instead of being overwhelmed, you observe. This small gap between emotion and reaction is where growth happens. It is where maturity develops. It is where discipline is built. Over time, you stop being easily shaken by external events. You remain steady even when situations are unstable. This does not mean you do not feel anything. It means you do not lose control of yourself because of what you feel. And that difference is what separates emotional reaction from emotional mastery. Now imagine everything you have read coming together. A mind that does not panic under pressure. A mindset that sees failure as feedback. A person who moves in silence, focused on growth. Someone who does not depend on motivation, but on discipline. Someone who is not controlled by emotions, but guided by awareness. Someone who does not fear difficulty, but uses it to grow stronger. That is mental strength. Not perfection. Not dominance. Not control over everything around you, but control over yourself. And once you reach that point, life does not become easier, but you become stronger than what life throws at you. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What is this building in me?" Because every challenge is shaping you. Every delay is teaching patience. Every setback is building resilience. Every uncomfortable moment is strengthening your mind. And slowly, without even realizing it, you change. You become calmer in chaos, stronger in pressure, clearer in confusion, and more focused in distraction. Not because life changed, but because you did. So if you feel like life is testing you right now, if things feel heavy, uncertain, or overwhelming, remember this. You are not being broken. You are being trained. And the strength you are building right now is the version of you that will one day look back and realize you didn't just survive it. You became unshakable because of it. Wait, don't chase. The moment you stop chasing, something strange begins to happen. The energy shifts. The same people who ignored you start noticing you. The ones who took you for granted begin to question your silence. And suddenly, without warning, they start moving toward you instead of away. This is not magic. This is human nature. When you stop seeking validation, you become valuable. When you stop pursuing attention, you become attention. Most people spend their lives chasing love, approval, recognition, and respect. But the more you chase, the more you communicate one silent message. I need you more than you need me. And people can feel that. It lowers your perceived value without you even saying a word. Stoic philosophy teaches the opposite. It teaches restraint, self-control, and emotional independence. It teaches that what you don't chase often comes naturally. When you detach, you reclaim your power. Not by becoming cold or arrogant, but by becoming grounded. You begin to focus on your purpose, your growth, your discipline. You stop reacting to every message, every delay, every sign of rejection. Instead, you respond only when it aligns with your peace. And that calm presence becomes magnetic. People are drawn to those who are not desperate. There is something deeply attractive about a person who is not easily moved. Someone who is calm when others panic. Someone who walks away instead of begging to stay. That kind of strength is rare. And because it is rare, it is respected. Stoicism is not about suppressing emotions, it is about mastering them. It is about understanding that your worth does not depend on how others treat you. Let me tell you a short story. There was a man named Daniel. For years, he chased one woman. He texted first, apologized even when he was right, and always tried to prove his worth. She liked him, but she never respected him. One day, something changed. Daniel stopped texting. He stopped explaining himself. He stopped chasing. Instead, he focused on his work, his health, and his goals. Weeks passed. Then one day, she reached out. Not casually, but urgently. She asked where he had been. She asked why he changed. She even said she missed him. Daniel didn't respond immediately. Not out of pride, but because he was no longer waiting. He had moved on internally. When he finally replied, it was calm, simple, and without desperation. And for the first time, she saw him differently. Not as someone chasing her, but as someone she could lose. This is what happens when you stop chasing. You create space. And in that space, people begin to feel your absence. They start to realize your value. Not because you told them, but because they experienced life without you. But understand this clearly, this is not a game. Stoicism is not about manipulating people into chasing you. It is about becoming someone who doesn't need to chase anyone at all. The real power is not in making others beg. The real power is in not needing them to. When you build yourself, your mind, your discipline, your purpose, you naturally attract. Not everyone, but the right ones. The ones who respect your silence. The ones who value your presence. The ones who don't require you to prove yourself constantly. There is peace in that. And there is strength in walking away from anything that does not recognize your worth. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just quietly. With dignity. Because at the end of the day, the person who holds the most power is the one who can walk away without looking back. If you've been chasing, take this as your sign to stop. Not to become distant, but to become centered. Focus on becoming the best version of yourself. Let your actions speak louder than your words. Let your silence say what your effort once tried to prove. And watch what happens. The moment you stop chasing, something strange begins to happen. The energy shifts. The same people who ignored you start noticing you. The ones who took you for granted begin to question your silence. And suddenly, without warning, they start moving toward you instead of away. This is not magic. This is human nature. When you stop seeking validation, you become valuable. When you stop pursuing attention, you become attention. Most people spend their lives chasing love, approval, recognition, and respect. But the more you chase, the more you communicate one silent message. I need you more than you need me. And people can feel that. It lowers your perceived value without you even saying a word. Stoic philosophy teaches the opposite. It teaches restraint, self-control, and emotional independence. It teaches that what you don't chase often comes naturally. When you detach, you reclaim your power. Not by becoming cold or arrogant, but by becoming grounded. You begin to focus on your purpose, your growth, your discipline. You stop reacting to every message, every delay, every sign of rejection. Instead, you respond only when it aligns with your peace. And that calm presence becomes magnetic. People are drawn to those who are not desperate. There is something deeply attractive about a person who is not easily moved. Someone who is calm when others panic. Someone who walks away instead of begging to stay. That kind of strength is rare. And because it is rare, it is respected. Stoicism is not about suppressing emotions, it is about mastering them. It is about understanding that your worth does not depend on how others treat you. Let me tell you a story. There was a man named Daniel. For years, he chased one woman. He texted first, apologized even when he was right, and always tried to prove his worth. She liked him, but she never respected him. One day, something changed. Daniel stopped texting. He stopped explaining himself. He stopped chasing. Instead, he focused on his work, his health, and his goals. At first, it felt uncomfortable. Silence always does. He would pick up his phone, type a message, and then delete it. Over and over again. But each time he chose not to chase, he became a little stronger. Weeks passed. Then one day, she reached out. Not casually, but urgently. She asked where he had been. She asked why he changed. She even said she missed him. Daniel didn't respond immediately. Not out of pride, but because he was no longer waiting. He had moved on internally. When he finally replied, it was calm, simple, and without desperation. And for the first time, she saw him differently. Not as someone chasing her, but as someone she could lose. This is what happens when you stop chasing. You create space. And in that space, people begin to feel your absence. They start to realize your value. Not because you told them, but because they experienced life without you. But understand this clearly, this is not a game. Stoicism is not about manipulating people into chasing you. It is about becoming someone who doesn't need to chase anyone at all. The real power is not in making others beg. The real power is in not needing them to. And that's where most people get it wrong. They try to act distant, just to get a reaction. But deep inside, they're still attached. Still waiting. Still hoping. And people can feel that too. True detachment is internal. It is when your peace no longer depends on someone else's behavior. When you reach that level, everything changes. You stop overthinking texts. You stop checking if they viewed your message. You stop replaying conversations in your head. You become free. And freedom is attractive. Think about it. Have you ever noticed how people who seem busy, focused, and fulfilled are the ones everyone wants to be around? It's not because they're trying to impress anyone. It's because they're not trying at all. They are simply living with purpose. When you stop chasing, you redirect your energy. Instead of chasing people, you chase growth. Instead of chasing validation, you build confidence. Instead of chasing attention, you create value. And that shift is everything. Because the truth is, people don't respect what comes too easily. When you are always available, always responding instantly, always trying to please, you remove the mystery. You remove the challenge. And without challenge, there is no appreciation. But when you step back, when you become selective with your time and energy, you naturally increase your value. Not because you're pretending, but because you finally understand your worth. There will be moments where you feel tempted to go back to chasing. That's normal. Habits don't disappear overnight. But every time you choose self-respect over desperation, you are rewriting your identity. You are becoming someone stronger, someone calmer, someone in control. And over time, people will notice. Some will respect you more. Some will try to come back. And some will leave completely. Let them. Because not everyone deserves access to you. Another story. A woman named Sarah spent years trying to hold on to a relationship that was slowly draining her. She gave everything, her time, her energy, her attention. But it was never enough. The more she gave, the less she received. One day, she made a quiet decision. She stopped trying. She stopped over-explaining. She stopped begging for attention. She stopped chasing love that felt one-sided. Instead, she turned inward. She started reading, exercising, improving her mindset. She rebuilt her life piece by piece. Months later, the same person who once ignored her came back. This time with effort. With interest. With consistency. But Sarah had changed. She didn't feel the same need anymore. What once felt important now felt optional. And for the first time, she had the power to choose. That is the real transformation. Not when they come back. But when you no longer need them to. Because at the end of the day, your life should not revolve around someone else's attention. Your happiness should not depend on someone else's actions. You are your own foundation. And when you build that foundation strong enough, nothing outside of you can shake it. Most people never realize that chasing is not just an action, it's a mindset. It's the belief that something outside of you is more important than what's within you. And once you carry that belief, it starts to shape everything. The way you speak. The way you text. The way you react when someone pulls away. You begin to shrink without noticing. You start explaining yourself too much. You start justifying your value. You start trying to earn a place that should have been given freely. And slowly, without realizing it, you lose your position. Because the truth is simple, what you chase often runs, and what you become attracts. There is a silent law in human behavior. People are drawn to those who are already fulfilled. Not perfect. Not flawless. But complete within themselves. When you are not constantly seeking approval, you naturally stand out. Think about the moments when you felt the most confident in your life. It wasn't when someone finally texted you back. It wasn't when someone chose you. It was when you were focused on yourself, your growth, your purpose, your direction. That's the state you need to return to. Not occasionally, but consistently. Because once you build that state, everything changes. You stop reacting emotionally to small things. You stop needing constant reassurance. You stop fearing loss. And when you remove the fear of losing someone, you gain something much more powerful: control over yourself. And that is the foundation of Stoic strength. It's not about controlling others. It's about mastering your own mind. Because the moment you rely on someone else for your peace, you've already given away your power. And the moment you take that power back, people feel it. They may not understand it. They may not even be able to explain it. But they notice the difference. Your energy changes. Your presence becomes heavier. Your words become fewer, but more meaningful. And suddenly, the same people who once ignored you begin to wonder what changed. But here's the part most people won't tell you. When you stop chasing, not everyone comes back. Some people disappear completely. And that's a good thing. Because it reveals something important. Those people were never aligned with you in the first place. They were only comfortable when you were the one doing all the work. And once you stop, the connection collapses. Let it collapse. Because anything that requires you to constantly chase is not built on respect, it's built on imbalance. And imbalance always leads to exhaustion. You deserve something different. You deserve relationships where effort is mutual. Where respect is natural. Where your presence is appreciated without you having to prove it. But to reach that, you must first stop accepting less. And that begins with how you treat yourself. Because people don't just respond to what you say, they respond to what you tolerate. If you tolerate being ignored, they will ignore you. If you tolerate being disrespected, they will disrespect you. If you tolerate being an option, they will never make you a priority. So the shift starts within. You don't demand better, you become someone who only accepts better. And that difference is everything. Because when you demand, you're still chasing. But when you embody value, you attract it. There's a quiet confidence in someone who knows their worth. Not loud. Not arrogant. Just steady. That kind of person doesn't need to convince anyone to stay. They simply create a standard, and those who meet it stay, and those who don't leave. And they're okay with both. That's the mindset you need to build. And it won't happen overnight. There will be days where you doubt yourself. Days where you feel like reaching out, like going back, like chasing again. But those are the moments that define your growth. Because discipline is not built when things are easy. It's built when you choose differently, even when it's hard. And every time you choose self-respect over chasing, you reinforce a new identity. You become someone who values themselves. Someone who doesn't beg. Someone who doesn't chase. Someone who attracts. And over time, that identity becomes your reality. People will treat you differently, not because they changed, but because you did. And once you reach that point, something else happens. You stop being impressed by attention. You start valuing consistency. You start valuing effort. You start valuing peace. Because attention is easy to give. But respect, that has to be earned. And the fastest way to earn respect is to stop chasing it. Focus on your life. Build your body. Strengthen your mind. Create something meaningful. When your life becomes full, you no longer feel the urge to chase what's missing, because nothing feels missing anymore. And that's when everything begins to align. Because the goal was never to make them chase you. The goal was to outgrow the need to chase anyone at all. And once you do that, you win, regardless of who comes back. So take a moment and ask yourself honestly. Where in your life are you still chasing? Is it a person? Is it approval? Is it validation? And what would happen if you stopped? Not out of anger. Not out of ego. But out of self-respect. Because sometimes the most powerful move you can make is no move at all. Silence. Stillness. Focus. That's where your power is. And once you understand that, you'll never feel the need to chase again. There is another layer to this that most people never talk about. When you stop chasing, you are not just changing how others see you, you are changing how you see yourself. And that shift is everything. Because the real damage of chasing is not rejection. It's what it does to your identity. It slowly convinces you that you are not enough on your own. That you need someone else to complete you. That your value increases only when someone else chooses you. But that belief is false. Your value is not something that is assigned by others. It is something you build internally. And once it is built, it becomes unshakable. Think about this carefully. Why does someone walking away from you feel so powerful? It's not because they are better than you. It's because in that moment, they appear less attached. And in human psychology, the one who is less attached always seems more in control. So if you reverse that, if you become the one who is centered, grounded, and not emotionally dependent, you naturally shift the balance. Not by force. Not by manipulation. But by presence. And presence is something you cannot fake for long. It comes from real inner work. It comes from sitting with yourself in silence. From facing your thoughts without distraction. From building discipline when no one is watching. That's where true confidence is created. Not from attention. Not from compliments. But from self-mastery. There will be a moment in your journey where you realize something surprising. You no longer want the people you once chased. Because you've grown beyond that version of yourself. And this is where many people feel confused. They think something is wrong because their desires changed. But nothing is wrong. This is growth. You are no longer attracted to inconsistency. You are no longer drawn to emotional chaos. You begin to value stability, clarity, and peace. And once peace becomes your priority, everything else falls into place. Because now you are not asking, do they want me? You are asking, do they align with me? And that question changes everything. It puts you back in control. It turns you from the one chasing into the one choosing. And that is where your real power begins. Let me share another short story. There was a man who spent years trying to impress everyone around him. He worked hard, spoke carefully, and constantly adjusted himself to fit into every situation. He wanted to be liked. But no matter what he did, it never felt enough. One day, he stopped trying. Not in a negative way, but in a freeing way. He stopped pretending. He stopped overthinking every word. He stopped chasing approval. Instead, he focused on becoming honest, direct, grounded. At first, people reacted differently. Some pulled away. Some didn't understand him anymore. But over time, something unexpected happened. The people who stayed respected him more. They trusted him more. They valued his presence more. Because authenticity replaced desperation. And authenticity is rare. That is the direction you need to move toward. Not perfection, but authenticity. Because when you are real, you don't need to chase reactions. You simply exist, and the right people connect with that. Now here is something important. Stopping the chase does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop overextending. It means you stop giving more than is returned. It means you stop abandoning yourself to keep others. There is a difference. And once you understand that difference, your relationships improve instantly. Because now, everything becomes balanced. Effort is matched. Respect is mutual. And your energy is protected. You no longer pour into empty spaces. You invest where there is growth. That is how strong individuals live. They don't chase opportunities. They prepare for them. They don't chase people. They build themselves. They don't chase validation. They create value. And because of that, everything they need eventually finds its way to them. Not instantly, but naturally. So if you feel like you've been chasing for too long, don't see it as failure. See it as awareness. Because now you know better. And once you know better, you can move differently. You can choose silence over reaction. You can choose discipline over impulse. You can choose growth over attachment. And those choices, repeated over time, will transform your entire life. One day, you will look back and realize that the moment you stopped chasing was the moment everything started changing. Not because others changed, but because you did. And that is the real story. So take your power back. Not loudly. Not aggressively. But quietly. Through your actions. Through your focus. Through your consistency. Become someone who is too busy building their life to chase anyone who isn't aligned. And watch how your world begins to shift. There is a quiet moment that comes after you stop chasing. At first, it feels empty. No constant notifications. No emotional highs and lows. No waiting for someone to respond. Just silence. And most people run from that silence. Because in that silence you meet yourself. You notice your thoughts more clearly. You become aware of how much of your energy was tied to someone else. And for a while, it feels uncomfortable, almost like withdrawal. But if you stay in that space long enough, something powerful begins to happen. Clarity. You begin to see things as they really were, not as you hoped they would be. You remember the inconsistency. The effort you gave that wasn't returned. The times you ignored your own standards just to keep someone around. And instead of feeling hurt, you start to feel free. Because now you understand. You weren't losing them. You were losing yourself. And the moment you stop chasing is the moment you begin to find yourself again. That is why this shift is so powerful. It's not just about relationships, it's about identity. You are no longer the person who waits. You are no longer the person who overexplains. You are no longer the person who sacrifices peace for attention. You become someone different. Someone steady. Someone focused. Someone who chooses instead of begs. And once you become that person, your standards rise automatically. You stop entertaining half-effort. You stop replying to inconsistency. You stop making excuses for behavior that doesn't align with you. Not because you're angry, but because you've seen what it costs to ignore your own worth. There's a strength in that kind of awareness. A quiet, unshakable strength. And people can feel it. They may not say it directly, but they notice the difference in how you carry yourself. Your words are fewer, but more intentional. Your presence feels calmer, but more grounded. You are no longer trying to be seen. You simply are. And that being is what draws people in. Because in a world where everyone is trying so hard to be noticed, the one who is at peace stands out the most. But here's something even deeper. When you stop chasing, you stop forcing outcomes. And when you stop forcing outcomes, you allow life to reveal what is truly meant for you. Some people will come back. Not because you asked them to, but because your absence made them realize your value. Others will not return. And that's not a loss. That's clarity. Because anything that disappears when you stop chasing was never stable to begin with. Let it go. You're not here to convince people to stay. You're here to build a life that feels so full, so aligned, that only the right people can fit into it. That's the real goal. Not attention. Not validation. Alignment. And alignment requires patience. It requires discipline. It requires the ability to walk away from what looks good but feels wrong. And that's not easy. There will be moments where you question yourself. Moments where you wonder if you should reach out, just one more time. Moments where loneliness tries to pull you back into old habits. But those moments are tests. Not of your strength, but of your clarity. Because once you see your value, you cannot unsee it. You either honor it, or you betray it. And every time you choose to honor it, you grow stronger. Stronger in your decisions. Stronger in your boundaries. Stronger in your identity. Until one day, something shifts completely. You no longer feel the urge to chase at all. Not because you're forcing yourself not to, but because the desire is gone. You've outgrown it. And that is the highest level of freedom. Because now, your actions are not controlled by fear. They are guided by purpose. You speak when it matters. You act when it aligns. You walk away when it doesn't. And you do it all without needing approval. That's the transformation. That's the power of Stoic philosophy in real life. It's not about becoming emotionless. It's about becoming unshaken. It's about feeling deeply, but not losing control. It's about caring, but not clinging. It's about loving, but not losing yourself in the process. And when you live like that, everything changes. Your relationships become healthier. Your mind becomes clearer. Your life becomes more intentional. Because you are no longer reacting to everything, you are choosing your responses. And that choice is where your power lives. So if you're at the beginning of this journey, understand this. It won't feel easy at first. You will miss the familiarity of chasing. You will feel the urge to go back. But don't. Stay with the process. Stay with yourself. Because on the other side of that discomfort is a version of you that no longer needs to chase anything. A version of you that attracts naturally. A version of you that stands strong, calm, and in control. And once you become that person, you'll realize something important. You were never chasing them. You were chasing a feeling. And now that you can create that feeling within yourself, you don't need to chase it anymore. That's the real freedom. And that's the life you're building now. There is a stage in this journey that feels almost invisible, yet it is where everything truly begins to change. It is the moment when you stop reacting instantly. You see the message, but you don't rush to reply. You feel the urge to explain yourself, but you choose silence instead. At first, it feels unnatural, almost like you are going against your own instincts. That's because you are. You are breaking a pattern that once controlled you. And every time you pause instead of chasing, you create a new habit. A habit of self-respect. A habit of emotional control. Over time, that pause becomes your power. You begin to realize that not every situation deserves your energy. Not every person deserves your attention. And that realization changes how you move. You become more selective, more intentional, more aware. This is not about ignoring people or playing games. It is about protecting your peace. Because once you understand how valuable your energy is, you stop giving it away so easily. And that is when others begin to notice the shift in you. There is also a deeper realization that comes with this transformation, and it is not always comfortable. You start to see how much of your past behavior was driven by fear. Fear of losing someone. Fear of being alone. Fear of not being enough. And those fears pushed you to chase, to overgive, to hold on even when you knew something wasn't right. But now, as you step back, you begin to confront those fears directly. You sit with them instead of running from them. And in doing so, you weaken their control over you. You realize that being alone is not as painful as losing yourself. You understand that your worth does not decrease when someone fails to recognize it. And slowly your confidence starts to rebuild, not from external validation, but from internal strength. This kind of confidence is different. It is quiet. It is stable. It does not need constant reassurance. And because it comes from within, it cannot be taken away by anyone else. That is the kind of strength that changes your life completely. As you continue this journey, you will notice that your standards begin to rise naturally. You no longer feel comfortable in situations that once felt normal. Conversations that lack depth start to drain you. Inconsistency becomes something you can no longer tolerate. You begin to value clarity, honesty, and effort in a way you never did before. This is not because you have become difficult, but because you have become aware. You understand what it costs to ignore your own needs, and you are no longer willing to pay that price. And with higher standards comes fewer distractions. You spend less time trying to fix people or situations that are not aligned with you. Instead, you invest that time into yourself, into your growth, your goals, your purpose. And that investment begins to show. Not just in how you look, but in how you carry yourself. There is a confidence in your presence that cannot be faked. And that confidence attracts the right kind of attention without you needing to chase it. There will be moments when people from your past try to re-enter your life. People who once had access to you when you were still chasing, still proving, still giving too much. They may come back with curiosity, with interest, or even with regret. And in those moments you will be tested. Not by them, but by yourself. You will have to decide whether you respond from your old habits, or your new mindset. And this decision matters more than anything else. Because growth is not just about changing your behavior, it is about maintaining that change when it is challenged. If you go back to chasing, you return to the same cycle. But if you stay grounded, if you remain calm and centered, you reinforce your transformation. You show yourself that you have truly changed. And that is where real confidence is built. Not in easy situations, but in moments of temptation. Moments where you could go back, but you choose not to. Another important shift happens when you begin to value your time differently. You realize that time is not just something you spend, it is something you invest. And once you see it that way, you become more careful about where you place it. You stop wasting hours overthinking someone's actions. You stop replaying conversations in your mind. You stop waiting for responses that may never come. Instead, you use that time to build something meaningful. Something that contributes to your growth. Whether it is learning a new skill, improving your health, or working toward your goals, you begin to redirect your focus. And that redirection changes everything. Because the more you invest in yourself, the less you feel the need to chase anything outside of you. Your life becomes fuller, richer, more purposeful. And when your life is full, you don't look for someone to complete you. You look for someone who complements you. There is also a sense of peace that comes with this transformation, and it is something you cannot fully understand until you experience it. It is the peace of not needing to prove anything to anyone. The peace of knowing that you are enough, regardless of who stays or leaves. This peace is not loud or dramatic. It is quiet, steady, and constant. It allows you to move through life without being shaken by every small change. You become less reactive and more intentional. You choose your battles carefully. You protect your energy fiercely. And because of that, your life becomes simpler. Not easier, but clearer. You know what you want. You know what you deserve. And you are willing to walk away from anything that does not align with that. This kind of clarity is rare, and it is what sets you apart. It is what allows you to live with purpose instead of confusion. As this journey continues, you begin to understand that attraction is not something you chase, it is something you embody. When you are focused, disciplined, and at peace with yourself, you naturally draw people in. Not everyone, but the right ones. The ones who see your value without you having to explain it. The ones who respect your boundaries instead of testing them. And these connections feel different. They feel balanced, natural, and effortless. There is no need to overthink or overcompensate. Everything flows the way it should. And that is how you know you are aligned. Because when something is right, it does not require you to abandon yourself to keep it. It allows you to be fully who you are without fear. And that is the kind of connection you deserve. Not something you have to chase, but something that meets you where you are. There comes a moment when you begin to notice how different your reactions have become compared to before, and that awareness alone shows how far you've grown. Situations that once triggered anxiety now feel manageable. Messages that once made your heart race now feel ordinary. You are no longer controlled by anticipation or fear, and that shift gives you a quiet kind of confidence that cannot be easily shaken. It is not loud or boastful, but it is deeply rooted within you. You start to realize that your strength is not in how much you can hold on to, but in how easily you can let go when something no longer serves you. Letting go stops feeling like a loss and begins to feel like a decision. A decision to protect your peace, your time, and your energy. And when you consistently choose yourself in this way, you build trust within yourself. That trust becomes your foundation, allowing you to move through life without constantly seeking reassurance from others or needing their approval to feel secure. As you grow deeper into this mindset, you also begin to notice how your environment changes in response to your internal shift. People who once expected easy access to you may start to question your distance. They may not understand why you no longer respond the same way or why you seem less available. But what they are really noticing is your growth. You are no longer operating from a place of need, and that difference changes how others interact with you. Some will respect it, while others may feel uncomfortable with it. And that is perfectly fine. Not everyone is meant to stay in your life as you evolve. Growth naturally creates distance between who you were and who you are becoming. And instead of fearing that distance, you begin to embrace it. Because you understand that every step forward requires leaving something behind. Whether it is old habits, old mindsets, or even certain people, letting go becomes part of the process. And with every release, you create space for something better to enter your life. There is also a powerful shift in how you handle uncertainty. Before, uncertainty may have pushed you to chase for answers, to seek clarity from others, or to fill the silence with unnecessary actions. But now you learn to sit with it. You learn to allow things to unfold without forcing them. This patience is not weakness, it is strength. It shows that you trust the process and that you trust yourself enough to handle whatever outcome comes your way. And that trust removes a lot of pressure from your life. You no longer feel the need to control every situation or predict every outcome. Instead, you focus on what you can control: your actions, your mindset, and your decisions. Everything else you let be. And in doing so, you find a level of peace that is difficult to describe. It is the peace of knowing that no matter what happens, you will be okay. Because your stability does not come from external circumstances, but from within you. Another transformation you begin to notice is in the way you communicate. You no longer feel the urge to explain yourself excessively or to justify your decisions to people who do not understand you. Your words become more intentional, more direct, and more meaningful. You speak when it is necessary, and you remain silent when it is not. This balance gives your words more weight. People start to listen more carefully when you speak because you are no longer filling every space with unnecessary conversation. Silence becomes one of your strongest tools. Not as a form of avoidance, but as a form of control. You choose when to engage and when to step back. And that choice reflects your self-respect. Because when you respect yourself, you do not feel the need to prove your worth through constant communication. You let your actions, your consistency, and your presence speak for you. And over time, people begin to recognize that difference and respond to you with a higher level of respect. At this stage, you also begin to understand the importance of boundaries in a much deeper way. Boundaries are no longer something you feel guilty about setting, they become a natural part of how you live your life. You understand that boundaries are not about pushing people away, but about protecting what matters to you. Your time, your energy, your peace. And once you start setting clear boundaries, you notice how much your life improves. You feel less overwhelmed, less drained, and more in control of your environment. People may test these boundaries at first, especially if they were used to a different version of you. But consistency is key. The more you uphold your standards, the more others learn how to treat you. And those who cannot respect your boundaries will naturally fall away. Instead of seeing this as a loss, you begin to see it as alignment. Because the people who remain are the ones who value you enough to respect the space you've created for yourself. As you continue forward, you begin to realize that your happiness is no longer tied to outcomes in the same way it used to be. Whether something works out or not, you remain grounded. You understand that not everything is meant to stay, and not everything is meant to succeed. Some things are simply meant to teach you. And once you adopt that perspective, you stop taking things personally. Rejection no longer feels like a reflection of your worth. Instead, it becomes a redirection. A sign that something else, something better aligned, is waiting for you. This mindset frees you from the fear of failure. You become more willing to take risks, to try new things, and to step outside of your comfort zone. Because you are no longer afraid of losing, you are focused on growing. And that focus shifts your entire experience of life from one of fear to one of opportunity. There is also a noticeable change in how you view relationships as a whole. You stop seeing them as something you need to complete you and start seeing them as something that should complement you. This shift removes a lot of pressure from your interactions. You are no longer trying to impress or win someone over. You are simply being yourself and observing whether there is alignment. This makes your connections more genuine and more fulfilling. Because when you are not chasing, you are able to see people for who they truly are, not just who you want them to be. You become more discerning, more aware, and more selective. And this selectiveness is not about being judgmental, it is about being intentional. You are choosing quality over quantity, depth over surface, and alignment over convenience. And that choice leads to stronger, healthier, and more meaningful relationships in the long run. Eventually, you reach a point where your sense of self becomes so strong that external validation loses its influence over you. Compliments are appreciated, but they are no longer needed to feel confident. Criticism is considered, but it does not define your self-worth. You become stable within yourself, and that stability becomes your greatest strength. It allows you to navigate life with a clear mind and a steady heart. You are no longer easily swayed by opinions or influenced by temporary emotions. Instead, you operate from a place of clarity and purpose. And that clarity guides your decisions, your actions, and your direction in life. You begin to trust yourself more deeply, and that trust eliminates a lot of the confusion and doubt that once held you back. You know who you are, what you stand for, and where you are going. And that certainty gives you a sense of direction that is both empowering and liberating. There is a quiet discipline that forms when you begin choosing yourself consistently, and it shows up in the smallest decisions you make every day. You wake up and instead of checking who texted you, you check your goals. You go through your day without constantly wondering how someone feels about you, and instead, you focus on how you feel about your own progress. This shift may seem small, but it changes your entire direction. Because where your attention goes, your life follows. When your attention is always on others, you lose yourself. But when your attention returns to your growth, everything starts aligning. You begin to notice improvements not just in your mindset, but in your habits, your confidence, and your overall energy. You feel more in control, more stable, and more grounded. And that stability becomes your advantage. Because while others are distracted by emotions and reactions, you are focused on building something meaningful. And over time, that focus separates you from the crowd in a way that cannot be ignored. Another realization that becomes clear is that not every connection deserves your effort, and not every opportunity deserves your time. Before, you may have said yes to everything out of fear of missing out or fear of losing someone. But now, you understand that saying yes to everything often means saying no to yourself. And so you become more selective. You choose where to invest your energy based on alignment, not emotion. This level of selectiveness is not about being distant or unavailable. It is about being intentional. You are no longer reacting to everything that comes your way. Instead, you are deciding what truly deserves your attention. And that decision-making process becomes sharper over time. You start to trust your instincts more. You notice red flags earlier. You recognize patterns faster. And because of that awareness, you avoid situations that would have once drained you. This is how growth protects you, not by removing challenges, but by preparing you to navigate them with clarity and control. As you continue evolving, you begin to notice how much your internal dialogue has changed. The way you speak to yourself becomes more supportive, more constructive, and more honest. You are no longer your harshest critic, constantly pointing out your flaws or doubting your abilities. Instead, you become your own source of encouragement. You remind yourself of your progress, your resilience, and your potential. And this shift in self-talk has a powerful effect on your confidence. Because confidence is not built from what others say about you. It is built from what you say about yourself when no one else is around. When your inner voice becomes stronger and more positive, it changes how you carry yourself in the world. You become more assured, more decisive, and more comfortable in your own skin. And that comfort is something others can feel. It draws people in, not because you are trying to impress them, but because you are simply being yourself without hesitation. There is also a deeper understanding that develops regarding patience. You begin to realize that not everything needs to happen immediately, and not every desire needs to be fulfilled right away. In the past, impatience may have led you to chase outcomes, to rush processes, or to force situations that were not ready. But now you learn to wait. Not passively, but actively. You continue working on yourself while allowing life to unfold at its own pace. This kind of patience is powerful because it removes desperation from your actions. You are no longer trying to control timing, you are focusing on preparation. And when you are prepared, you are ready for whatever opportunity comes your way. This mindset reduces stress and increases confidence because you trust that what is meant for you will arrive when the time is right. And until then, you remain focused, disciplined, and committed to your path. Another important shift is how you handle setbacks. Instead of seeing them as failures, you begin to view them as feedback. Every setback becomes an opportunity to learn, to adjust, and to improve. This perspective keeps you moving forward even when things do not go as planned. You no longer allow disappointment to stop you. Instead, you use it as fuel for growth. This resilience is what separates those who succeed from those who give up. Because challenges are inevitable, but your response to them is what defines your outcome. When you respond with strength, with clarity, And with determination, you turn obstacles into stepping stones. And over time, those small steps add up to significant progress. You begin to see how every experience, good or bad, contributes to your development. And that realization gives you a sense of control over your journey, even when circumstances are unpredictable. As your mindset continues to strengthen, you also become more comfortable with solitude. You no longer see being alone as something negative. Instead, you see it as an opportunity to connect with yourself on a deeper level. You use that time to reflect, to plan, and to recharge. Solitude becomes a space where you can think clearly without external noise or influence. And in that space, you gain insights about your life, your goals, and your direction. This clarity allows you to make better decisions and avoid unnecessary distractions. You become more intentional with how you spend your time and who you allow into your life. And because you are no longer afraid of being alone, you are less likely to settle for relationships or situations that do not serve you. You choose quality over convenience, and that choice leads to a more fulfilling and meaningful life. There is also a noticeable change in how you approach success. You stop measuring it based on external achievements or comparisons with others. Instead, you define success based on your own growth, your consistency, and your alignment with your values. This internal definition of success removes a lot of pressure and allows you to enjoy the process more. You are no longer chasing someone else's version of success. You are creating your own. And that makes your journey more authentic and more satisfying. You celebrate your progress, no matter how small, and you stay committed to your vision even when it takes time to manifest. This long-term perspective keeps you grounded and focused, preventing you from being distracted by temporary setbacks or external opinions. You understand that real success is built over time, through consistent effort and dedication. If you've followed this message to this point, then you are already developing a mindset that sets you apart. You are learning to value yourself, to trust your journey, and to move with intention. And these qualities will continue to shape your life in powerful ways. So keep going. Stay focused on your growth. Stay disciplined in your actions. And most importantly, stay aligned with who you are becoming. Because the moment you stopped chasing was not just a decision, it was a transformation. And that transformation will continue to unfold as long as you remain committed to it. Your future is being built by the choices you make today, and every step you take towards self-respect and growth brings you closer to the life you truly deserve. If this message resonates with you, subscribe to my channel for more content that will continue to guide you toward becoming the strongest and most focused version of yourself. What if everything that controls your day is already decided before 8 a.m.? Before the noise, before the distractions, before the world starts pulling at your attention, there is a silent window where your mind is either trained or taken. Most people wake up and immediately surrender their thoughts. They check their phones, react to messages, scroll endlessly, and unknowingly let the outside world dictate their inner state. But a rare few, the 1%, do something different. They don't just wake up, they take control. They build mental armor before stepping into the chaos of the day. This is not about motivation. It is about discipline, awareness, and mastery over your own mind. If you can control your thoughts early, you control your actions. And if you control your actions, you control your life. The Stoics understood something most people ignore: your thoughts shape your reality. Before the sun fully rises, before responsibilities begin to pile up, there is a moment where your mind is quiet enough to be shaped. This is where mental armor is built. Not later in the day when you're overwhelmed. Not when things go wrong. But early, when everything is still. The Stoic morning is not loud or dramatic. It is calm, intentional, and powerful in silence. It is a time where you prepare yourself, not for comfort, but for challenge. Because life will test you. People will test you. Situations will test you. And if you are not prepared mentally, you will react instead of respond. The first step in this routine is awareness. When you wake up, do not rush. Do not grab your phone. Sit still for a moment. Notice your thoughts. Notice your breathing. Most people avoid this silence because it forces them to face their own mind. But this is exactly where strength begins. You are not trying to feel good. You are trying to understand what is happening inside you. Are you anxious? Are you distracted? Are you already thinking about problems? Good. Now you see it. And once you see it, you can begin to control it. The second step is control through intention. Before your day starts, decide who you are going to be. Not what will happen, but how you will respond. The Stoics believe that you cannot control external events, but you can always control your reaction. So ask yourself, today, no matter what happens, how will I act? Calm? Focused? Disciplined? Choose it now. Because if you don't decide, the world will decide for you. And the world is chaotic. It will push you into stress, anger, and distraction if you let it. The third step is negative visualization. This may sound strange, but it is powerful. Imagine that things might go wrong today. Imagine delays, criticism, failure, or discomfort. Not to scare yourself, but to prepare yourself. When you expect challenges, they lose their power over you. When something goes wrong, you won't be shocked or emotional. You will simply say, I expected this. And then you handle it calmly. This is mental armor. You are not hoping for an easy day. You are preparing for a difficult one, and becoming stronger because of it. The fourth step is discipline over comfort. Most people wake up and immediately seek comfort. They stay in bed too long. They move slowly. They delay responsibility. But the Stoic approach is different. You get up. You move. You act. Not because you feel like it, but because it is necessary. Discipline is what separates the 1% from everyone else. It is not about being perfect. It is about doing what must be done, regardless of how you feel. And when you start your day with discipline, it carries into everything else. There was once a young man named Daniel who struggled with his thoughts. Every morning, he woke up anxious, overwhelmed, and reactive. His days felt out of control. One day, he decided to change something small. Instead of reaching for his phone, he sat in silence for 5 minutes. At first, it felt uncomfortable. His mind was loud. But he stayed. The next day, he did it again. Then he added intention, deciding how he would respond to the day. Then he began preparing for challenges instead of fearing them. Slowly, something changed. His days didn't become easier, but he became stronger. Problems that once overwhelmed him became manageable. Situations that once triggered him no longer controlled him. The world didn't change. He did. This is the power of a Stoic morning routine. It is not about changing your environment. It is about mastering your inner world. Because once your mind is stable, everything else becomes easier to handle. You stop reacting emotionally to every small thing. You stop being controlled by external chaos. You become steady, focused, unshaken. The truth is, most people will never do this. Not because it is difficult, but because it requires consistency. It requires waking up and choosing discipline over distraction. It requires facing your thoughts instead of escaping them. And that is why only 1% truly control their thoughts before 8 a.m. But if you are willing to be different, if you are willing to train your mind daily, you can become one of them. Imagine starting your day without anxiety controlling you. Imagine facing challenges without losing your composure. Imagine having clarity while others are confused, calmness while others are stressed, and control while others are reactive. This is not impossible. It is built, morning by morning, thought by thought. Your mind is either your greatest weapon or your greatest weakness. The choice is made early. Before the noise. Before the world interferes. Before 8 a.m. The moment you begin to control your thoughts in the morning, something subtle but powerful shifts inside you. It is not loud. It is not dramatic. But it is real. You start noticing that your reactions slow down. Instead of immediately responding to situations with emotion, you create space. And in that space, you gain power. Because power is not about force, it is about control. The ability to pause, to think, and then to act deliberately is what separates those who drift through life from those who direct it. Most people underestimate how dangerous an uncontrolled mind can be. A single negative thought in the morning can multiply throughout the day. It influences your mood, your decisions, your confidence, and even how others perceive you. By the time the day ends, you may not even remember where it started. But it started early. It started when you allowed your mind to run freely without direction. The Stoics knew this. That is why they treated the mind like something that must be trained daily, not occasionally, not when convenient, but consistently. When you wake up, you are not just waking your body, you are waking your perspective. And perspective determines everything. Two people can face the same situation and experience completely different outcomes, simply because of how they think. One sees obstacles. The other sees opportunities. One reacts emotionally. The other responds with clarity. The difference is not luck. It is training. It is preparation. It is the result of what happens before 8 a.m. There is a quiet strength in choosing discipline when no one is watching. No applause. No recognition. Just you, your thoughts, and your decision to improve. This is where real growth happens. Not in public. Not in moments of praise. But in private, consistent effort. Every morning you choose to sit in silence instead of reaching for distraction, you are building something. Something most people will never understand. Something that cannot be taken away from you, inner stability. Another important part of this routine is reflection. After observing your thoughts and setting your intention, take a moment to reflect on who you are becoming. Not who you were yesterday. Not your past mistakes. But the direction you are moving in. Growth is not instant. It is gradual. And if you do not take time to notice it, you may think nothing is changing. But it is. Every disciplined morning adds another layer to your mental armor. There will be days when this feels difficult. Days when your mind is louder than usual. Days when you feel unmotivated, distracted, or even frustrated. But those are the days that matter the most. Because discipline is not tested when things are easy. It is tested when things are hard. Anyone can be calm when life is smooth. But can you remain steady when things go wrong? Can you maintain control when emotions rise? That is where true strength is revealed. The Stoic mindset is not about suppressing emotions. It is about understanding them without being controlled by them. When you sit in silence each morning, you are not trying to eliminate thoughts. You are learning to observe them. To recognize that you are not your thoughts, you are the one who decides which thoughts to follow. This realization alone can change your life. Because once you understand that thoughts are optional, you stop being a victim of your own mind. Daniel continued his routine, day after day. Weeks passed. Then months. One morning, something unexpected happened. He faced a situation that would have previously overwhelmed him, criticism at work. Before, he would have reacted immediately, feeling attacked and defensive. But this time, he paused. He listened. He processed. And then he responded calmly. Later that day, he realized something powerful. The situation was the same, but his reaction was completely different. That was the moment he knew the routine was working. This is how transformation happens. Not in a single moment. Not in a sudden breakthrough. But in small, consistent actions repeated over time. Each morning is an opportunity. An opportunity to reset, to refocus, and to rebuild your mental strength. And the more you take that opportunity seriously, the more control you gain over your life. Another layer of mental armor is clarity of purpose. Why are you doing this? Why does controlling your thoughts matter to you? Without a clear reason, discipline becomes difficult to maintain. But when your purpose is strong, your actions follow naturally. Maybe you want peace of mind. Maybe you want to stop overthinking. Maybe you want to become someone who is calm under pressure. Whatever your reason is, remind yourself of it every morning. Let it guide you. There is also power in simplicity. You do not need a complicated routine. You do not need hours of preparation. Just a few intentional minutes can make a difference. Silence. Awareness. Intention. Preparation. discipline. These are simple actions, but their impact is profound. The problem is not complexity. The problem is consistency. Most people start strong and then stop. But the 1% continue, even when it becomes repetitive. Because they understand that repetition is what builds mastery. Over time, you will notice that your mornings begin to feel different. Less rushed. Less chaotic. More controlled. And this control extends into the rest of your day. You become less reactive to negativity. Less affected by external opinions. More focused on what truly matters. This is not luck. This is the result of training your mind consistently. Imagine living a life where your emotions do not control your decisions. Where stress does not overwhelm you. Where challenges do not break you. That life is not reserved for a few. It is available to anyone willing to do the work. And the work begins in the morning. There will always be distractions. There will always be reasons to skip the routine. But every time you choose discipline over distraction, you strengthen your mind. Every time you choose awareness over ignorance, you gain clarity. And every time you choose control over reaction, you move closer to becoming unshakable. This is not about being perfect. You will have days where you fail. Days where you fall back into old habits. But that does not matter. What matters is that you return. That you try again. That you do not give up on yourself. Because progress is not about perfection, it is about persistence. As you continue this journey, you will start to notice something else. People around you may not understand the change. They may notice that you are calmer, more focused, less reactive. But they will not see the work behind it. They will not see the early mornings, the silence, the discipline. And that is okay. This is not for them. This is for you. The world will always try to pull your attention in different directions. It will try to make you reactive, emotional, distracted. But when you build mental armor early, you become resistant to that pull. You become grounded, focused, intentional. And that is rare. That is why only 1% truly control their thoughts before 8 a.m. But you can choose to be part of that 1%. You can choose to wake up tomorrow and do something different. You can choose to take control. And if you stay consistent, if you commit to this daily practice, you will not just change your mornings. You will change your life. As the days pass, the routine begins to feel less like something you force and more like something you become. At first, it feels unnatural to sit in silence. Your mind resists it. It looks for distraction. It searches for noise. But over time, something shifts. Silence stops feeling uncomfortable and starts feeling powerful. It becomes a place where you reset, where you think clearly, where you prepare yourself without pressure. Most people never reach this point because they quit too early. They expect immediate results. They want to feel different after 1 or 2 mornings. But the mind does not work that way. It adapts slowly. It changes through repetition. And if you stay consistent, even when it feels like nothing is happening, that is when everything begins to change. There is also something important you start to notice. Your thoughts are not as urgent as they seem. In the past, every thought felt like something you had to react to immediately. If you felt worried, you followed the worry. If you felt stressed, you became stressed. But now you begin to see thoughts as temporary. They appear, and they pass. And just because a thought appears does not mean it deserves your attention. This realization alone can free you from a lot of unnecessary suffering. Another layer of this routine is learning to separate what you can control from what you cannot. This is one of the core ideas of Stoicism. Every morning, remind yourself, some things are within your control, and some things are not. Your thoughts, your actions, your discipline, these are yours. But other people's opinions, unexpected events, outcomes, these are not. When you truly understand this, you stop wasting energy on things that do not belong to you. You stop trying to control the uncontrollable. And instead, you focus fully on what is in your power. This creates a kind of mental clarity that most people never experience. Daniel experienced this shift one morning when he was stuck in traffic on his way to an important meeting. Before, he would have become frustrated, anxious, and impatient. But that day was different. He noticed the frustration rising, but he did not follow it. He reminded himself, "This is not in my control." And instead of reacting, he focused on his breathing. He stayed calm. By the time he arrived, his mind was still clear. The situation did not change. But his experience of it did. That is what mental armor does. It does not remove challenges, it changes how you face them. As your mornings become stronger, your confidence begins to grow. Not the loud, external confidence that seeks attention, but a quiet, internal confidence. The kind that does not need validation. The kind that comes from knowing you can handle yourself, no matter what happens. This confidence is built through consistency. Every time you follow your routine, even when you do not feel like it, you prove something to yourself. You prove that you are capable of discipline. You prove that you can rely on yourself. And over time, this builds trust, the most important kind of trust, the trust you have in yourself. There will still be difficult days. Days when your mind feels heavy. Days when negative thoughts seem stronger than usual. But instead of being overwhelmed, you now have a system. You sit. You observe. You reset. You remind yourself of your intention. And you move forward. This is what separates those who grow from those who stay stuck. Not the absence of difficulty, but the presence of a system. Another important part of this journey is patience. Real change takes time. You are not just changing your habits, you are changing your identity. You are becoming someone who is calm under pressure, someone who thinks before reacting, someone who is disciplined and focused. An identity does not change overnight. But every morning you follow this routine, you cast a vote for the person you want to become. One morning, Daniel realized something he had never noticed before. He woke up, sat in silence, and instead of chaos, his mind felt steady. Not perfect. Not empty. But controlled. And for the first time, he felt like he was leading his thoughts instead of chasing them. That moment did not come from luck. It came from consistency. The truth is, most people will never experience this level of control. Not because it is impossible, but because they never commit long enough to reach it. They keep searching for quick solutions, shortcuts, instant results. But the mind does not respond to shortcuts. It responds to discipline. And discipline is built daily. There is something else that begins to change when you control your thoughts early: your focus. You become more intentional with your time. Less distracted. More aware of where your energy is going. Instead of reacting to everything, you start choosing what deserves your attention. And this is where real productivity begins. Because productivity is not about doing more. It is about doing what matters, without being pulled in every direction. As you continue this routine, you may start to notice that you are less affected by other people's behavior. Their negativity does not pull you in as easily. Their opinions do not control your emotions. This does not mean you stop caring, it means you stop being controlled. And that is a different level of freedom. Freedom is not doing whatever you want. Freedom is having control over yourself. When your mind is undisciplined, you are not free. You are controlled by impulses, emotions, and external influences. But when your mind is trained, you gain something most people never have: inner independence. And it all begins in the morning. Not later. Not when things go wrong. But before the day even starts. Before 8 a.m. That quiet window is where everything is decided. As you continue practicing this routine, something even deeper begins to happen. Your relationship with time changes. Before, mornings felt rushed. You woke up already behind, already reacting, already trying to catch up with a world that never waits. But now you create space. And in that space, time slows down. Not because the clock changes, but because your mind is no longer scattered. When your mind is scattered, everything feels urgent. Everything feels overwhelming. But when your mind is clear, you begin to see things for what they are. Not everything requires your energy. Not everything deserves your attention. And this realization protects you from unnecessary stress. Most people wake up and immediately enter survival mode. Notifications, messages, responsibilities, they all come at once. And without mental preparation, the mind simply reacts. But when you build mental armor early, you enter the day differently. You are not in survival mode. You are in control mode. This difference may seem small, but it changes everything. There is also a level of emotional stability that begins to develop. You start to notice that your mood is no longer dependent on what happens around you. Good news does not make you overly excited. Bad news does not completely break you. You remain balanced, grounded. This is not because you feel less, it is because you understand more. You understand that emotions are temporary. You understand that situations change. And most importantly, you understand that your reaction is always within your control. One morning, Daniel faced something unexpected. He received a message that could have easily ruined his day. Bad news about a project he had worked on for months. In the past, this would have consumed him. He would have spent hours overthinking, replaying the situation, blaming himself. But this time, he paused. He remembered his routine. He remembered his training. Instead of reacting immediately, he sat down, closed his eyes, and focused on his breathing. He allowed the initial emotion to pass before deciding how to respond. And when he finally acted, it was with clarity, not emotion. That moment changed how he saw himself. He realized that control is not about avoiding difficult moments. It is about handling them with awareness. And this awareness is built in the quiet hours of the morning. Another shift you will notice is how you handle uncertainty. Most people fear what they cannot predict. They need reassurance. They need things to go according to plan. But life rarely works that way. The Stoic mindset prepares you for uncertainty. Every morning, when you visualize challenges, you are training your mind to accept unpredictability. You are telling yourself, whatever happens, I will handle it. And this removes fear. Because fear often comes from feeling unprepared. Preparation does not mean knowing exactly what will happen. It means knowing you will be able to respond no matter what happens. And that is a powerful mindset. There is also a growing sense of independence that develops. You begin to rely less on external validation. You do not need constant approval to feel confident. You do not need everything to go perfectly to feel stable. Because your stability comes from within. This is rare. Most people are controlled by external factors. Their mood depends on how others treat them. Their confidence depends on outcomes. Their peace depends on circumstances. But when you train your mind daily, you break that dependence. You become self-contained. And that is where real strength lies. As your discipline grows, you may also notice resistance from within yourself. Your mind will try to pull you back into old habits. It will tell you that the routine is unnecessary. That you can skip it just once. That you deserve comfort. This is where most people fall back. Not because they are weak, but because they listen to that voice without questioning it. But you must understand something. That voice is not your guide. It is your resistance. And growth always feels like resistance. So when you feel that pull to skip your routine, recognize it. Do not fight it aggressively. Simply acknowledge it, and continue anyway. That is discipline. Not the absence of resistance, but the ability to move forward despite it. Daniel experienced this many times. Some mornings, he did not feel like sitting in silence. Some mornings, he felt tired, unmotivated, distracted. But he made a simple decision: no matter how he felt, he would show up. And that decision changed everything. Because showing up is more important than feeling ready. Over time, this routine becomes part of your identity. You no longer ask yourself whether you will do it. You simply do it. Just like brushing your teeth or getting dressed. It becomes automatic. And when something becomes part of your identity, it becomes sustainable. That is the goal. Not temporary motivation, but lasting discipline. There is also something powerful about starting your day with intention rather than reaction. It sets the tone for everything that follows. When you begin your day with control, it is easier to maintain that control. But when you start your day in chaos, it is difficult to recover. That is why mornings matter so much. They are not just the beginning of your day, they are the foundation of it. And a strong foundation creates a stable structure. As you continue, you will start to see results not just internally, but externally. Your decisions become sharper. Your focus improves. Your ability to handle pressure increases. People may start to notice a difference in you. But the most important change is the one you feel inside. The sense of control. The sense of clarity. The sense of being grounded, no matter what happens. This is not something you can fake. It is built. Day by day. Morning by morning. And while most people are still reacting to the world, you are preparing for it. That is the difference. That is what separates the 1% from the rest. Not talent. Not luck. But discipline. As this routine becomes part of your life, something else begins to happen. Your tolerance for chaos decreases. Not because the world becomes quieter, but because you become more aware of what disrupts your mind. You start noticing how unnecessary noise affects your focus. Conversations that once pulled you in no longer hold the same power. Distractions that once felt normal now feel like interruptions. This awareness is not accidental. It is the result of training your mind to value clarity. When you sit in silence every morning, you are teaching your brain what calm feels like. And once you know what calm feels like, you naturally begin to reject anything that disturbs it without reason. That is growth. Most people never reach this point because they are constantly surrounded by noise. They wake up into it, move through it, and fall asleep in it. They never give their mind a chance to reset. And because of that, they mistake chaos for normal. But once you step outside of that cycle, even briefly, your perspective changes. Daniel noticed this shift one afternoon while sitting with a group of friends. The conversation was loud, scattered, filled with complaints and reactions. Normally, he would have joined in without thinking. But this time, he observed. He listened. And he realized something. He didn't feel the need to react to everything. He could simply be present. That moment may seem small, but it represents something powerful: control. Control is not about dominating situations. It is about not being dominated by them. And that control starts early. Before 8 a.m. There is also a deeper level of discipline that begins to develop. Discipline in your attention. Where your attention goes, your energy follows. And most people have no control over their attention. It is constantly being pulled in different directions, by notifications, by opinions, by endless streams of information. But when you train your mind in the morning, you begin to reclaim that attention. You decide what deserves your focus. You decide what matters. And this changes how you experience your entire day. Instead of being scattered, you become directed. Instead of being reactive, you become intentional. Another powerful shift is how you handle pressure. Pressure does not disappear. In fact, as you grow, it may even increase. More responsibility, more expectations, more challenges. But your relationship with pressure changes. You stop seeing it as something to avoid and start seeing it as something to manage. Because pressure only overwhelms those who are unprepared. And every morning you are preparing. You are strengthening your ability to stay calm, to think clearly, to act deliberately. So when pressure comes, you do not panic. You respond. There is also something important you begin to understand. Comfort is not always your friend. Most people chase comfort without realizing that it often leads to weakness. The more you avoid discomfort, the less capable you become of handling it. But this routine trains you differently. It teaches you to sit in silence even when it feels uncomfortable. It teaches you to face your thoughts instead of escaping them. It teaches you to act with discipline even when you don't feel like it. And over time, discomfort loses its power over you. You no longer run from it. You use it. Daniel experienced this when he started waking up earlier than usual. At first, it was difficult. His body resisted. His mind made excuses. But he stayed consistent. And after a while, what once felt uncomfortable became normal. That is how growth works. It begins with resistance. And ends with strength. As you continue, you will also notice that your decision-making improves. You are no longer making choices based purely on emotion. You are thinking more clearly. You are considering consequences. You are acting with intention. And better decisions lead to better outcomes. Not instantly, but consistently. Another layer of this transformation is resilience. Life will always present challenges, unexpected problems, difficult people, moments of failure. But resilience is not about avoiding these things, it is about facing them without breaking. And resilience is built through repetition. Every morning you choose discipline, you are strengthening that resilience. Every time you observe your thoughts instead of reacting to them, you are strengthening that resilience. Every time you prepare yourself mentally, you are strengthening that resilience. And one day, you will face something that would have once overwhelmed you, and you will handle it. Not perfectly, but effectively. And in that moment, you will realize how far you've come. There is also a quiet confidence that develops when you know you have control over your mind. You do not need to prove anything to anyone. You do not need constant validation. Because your confidence is not based on external approval, it is based on internal discipline. This kind of confidence is rare. And it cannot be faked. It is built through consistent action. Day after day. Morning after morning. As your mindset strengthens, you may start to notice something else. You become more selective. More selective with your time. More selective with your energy. More selective with the people and environments you allow into your life. This is not about isolation. It is about protection. You are protecting your focus, your clarity, your peace. And this is necessary if you want to maintain growth. Because not everything deserves access to you. Not everything deserves your attention. And the more you understand this, the more control you gain over your life. There will still be moments of doubt. Moments where you question whether this routine is making a difference. Moments where progress feels slow. But remember, most growth is invisible. It happens beneath the surface. It happens in the way you think, the way you react, the way you handle situations. And over time, those internal changes begin to show externally. But only if you stay consistent. Consistency is the key. Not intensity. Not perfection. Just consistency. And that is what most people struggle with. They start. They stop. They restart. But they never stay consistent long enough to see real change. That is why only 1% reach this level of control. Not because it is impossible, but because it requires commitment. So the question is not whether this works. The question is, will you stay consistent long enough to experience it? Tomorrow morning is another opportunity. Another chance to sit in silence. To observe your thoughts. To choose your mindset. To prepare for the day. And to act with discipline. Do not wait for the perfect moment. Do not wait to feel ready. Start where you are. With what you have. And build from there. Because every controlled morning brings you closer to becoming unshakable. And if you continue on this path, one day you will not just control your thoughts. You will master them. What if everything you believe about your mornings is wrong, and the real battle of your life is already being decided before most people even open their eyes each day? There is a silent war happening inside your mind the moment you wake up, and most people lose it without even realizing it. They reach for distraction, they surrender to noise, and they allow the outside world to take control before they have even taken control of themselves. But a rare few do something different. They pause. They observe. They take ownership. And in that quiet moment, they build something powerful, mental armor. This is not motivation, and it is not about feeling good. It is about becoming dangerous in your level of self-control. Because when you control your thoughts early, you control your direction. And when you control your direction, you stop drifting through life and start moving with intention. This is where everything begins, not out there in the world, but within you, before 8 a.m. Most people underestimate how quickly the mind can be influenced when it is left unguarded in the early hours of the day. The brain is highly impressionable when you first wake up, and whatever you feed it in that state begins to shape your emotional and mental direction. If the first thing you consume is chaos, your mind adapts to chaos. If the first thing you consume is pressure, your mind begins the day under pressure. But if you take control, if you choose stillness, awareness, and intention, something entirely different happens. You begin to set the tone instead of reacting to it. This is why the Stoics valued the morning so deeply. It was not just the start of a new day, it was the foundation of a new mindset. And foundations matter, because everything built on a weak foundation eventually collapses under pressure, while everything built on strength remains steady no matter what comes. There is a discipline required to sit in silence when your mind is craving stimulation, and that discipline is where your strength is developed. In the beginning, silence feels uncomfortable because it forces you to face your thoughts without distraction. You begin to notice how restless your mind is, how quickly it jumps from one idea to another, and how little control you actually have over it. But instead of running from that realization, you stay. You observe. You learn. And slowly, something changes. The thoughts do not disappear, but your relationship with them does. You stop reacting automatically, and you start choosing deliberately. That is the moment you begin to take control. Because control is not about stopping thoughts, it is about deciding which ones deserve your attention and which ones do not. Daniel did not understand this at first. Like most people, he believed his thoughts were simply a reflection of reality, something he had no power over. Every morning, he woke up and immediately felt overwhelmed by everything he had to do, everything he had not done, and everything that could go wrong. His mind was always racing, always reacting, always ahead of him. One morning, out of frustration, he decided to try something different. Instead of reaching for his phone, he sat still. Just for a few minutes. At first, it felt pointless. His mind was loud, chaotic, and uncomfortable. But he stayed anyway. The next day, he did it again. And again. He did not notice any immediate change, but something subtle was happening beneath the surface. He was beginning to separate himself from his thoughts, and that changed everything. As the days passed, Daniel began to notice that his mornings felt different. Not easier, but clearer. The noise was still there, but it no longer controlled him in the same way. He started setting intentions before his day began, deciding how he would respond to situations instead of waiting to react. When challenges came, he was not caught off guard. He had already prepared himself mentally. And that preparation gave him an advantage most people did not have. It was not that his life became less difficult, it was that he became more capable of handling difficulty. This is the true purpose of mental armor. It does not remove obstacles, it changes how you face them. And once you realize that, you stop wishing for an easier life and start building a stronger mind. As Daniel stayed consistent with his routine, something subtle began to reshape his identity in a way he could not ignore anymore. He no longer saw himself as someone trying to control his thoughts. He started seeing himself as someone who already does. That shift may seem small, but it changes everything. When your identity aligns with your actions, discipline becomes easier to maintain. You stop negotiating with yourself every morning, and you stop questioning whether you should follow through. You simply act. This is the level where most people never arrive, because they remain stuck in the phase of trying instead of becoming. They wait to feel ready, they wait for motivation, and they delay action until it feels convenient. But real transformation happens when action comes first, and identity follows. When you sit in silence every morning, even when you do not feel like it, you are reinforcing a new version of yourself. And over time, that version becomes permanent, not temporary. There is also a powerful awareness that begins to grow when you consistently observe your thoughts without reacting to them immediately. You begin to notice patterns, repeated worries, repeated doubts, repeated distractions, and once you see these patterns clearly, they lose their ability to control you unconsciously. Most people live their entire lives reacting to the same mental loops without ever realizing it. They believe each thought is new, each emotion is justified, and each reaction is necessary. But when you train your mind in the morning, you begin to see through that illusion. You realize that many of your thoughts are simply habits, not truths. And once you understand that, you gain the ability to interrupt them. You create space between stimulus and response, and in that space, you regain control. That control is not loud or dramatic, but it is incredibly powerful, because it allows you to choose your actions instead of being driven by automatic reactions. As this awareness deepens, your relationship with challenges begins to change as well. Problems no longer feel like personal attacks or overwhelming obstacles. They begin to look like situations that require calm thinking and steady action. This shift is important, because most people amplify their problems through emotional reaction rather than reducing them through clear thinking. When something goes wrong, they panic, overthink, and create additional stress that makes the situation worse. But when you start your day with mental preparation, you are less likely to fall into that pattern. You expect challenges. You accept that things may not go according to plan. And because of that expectation, you remain stable when difficulties arise. This stability is what gives you an advantage, not because you avoid problems, but because you handle them more effectively than most people around you. Another change that becomes noticeable over time is how you respond to pressure. Pressure is something everyone experiences, but not everyone handles it well. For many people, pressure leads to rushed decisions, emotional reactions, and mistakes that could have been avoided. But when your mind is trained early in the day, you approach pressure differently. You do not rush to escape it. You do not allow it to control your thinking. Instead, you slow down. You assess the situation. You focus on what is within your control and ignore what is not. This approach reduces unnecessary stress and allows you to act with clarity. And the more you repeat this process, the more natural it becomes. Pressure stops feeling like something that overwhelms you and starts feeling like something you can manage. That is when you realize you are no longer reacting to life, you are navigating it. There is also a level of emotional independence that begins to develop when you consistently practice this routine. You stop relying on external circumstances to determine how you feel. Good days do not make you overly excited, and bad days do not completely break you. Instead, you maintain a steady internal state that is less affected by what happens around you. This does not mean you become emotionless, it means you become balanced. You experience emotions without being controlled by them. This balance allows you to think more clearly, make better decisions, and maintain focus even when situations are difficult. Most people never experience this level of control because they are constantly reacting to external events. But when you train your mind daily, you create a buffer between yourself and the chaos of the world. And in that buffer, you find stability. Consistency is what makes all of this possible, and it is also what makes it difficult for most people. It is easy to follow a routine for a few days, maybe even a week. But maintaining it over time requires commitment. It requires showing up even when you do not feel like it, even when you are tired, even when it feels repetitive. This is where many people stop. They look for something new, something exciting, something different. But growth does not come from constantly changing your approach, it comes from sticking to what works long enough to see results. The routine itself is simple, but its impact is powerful because of repetition. Every morning you follow it, you strengthen your ability to control your thoughts. And over time, that strength compounds into something significant. That is why only a small percentage of people reach this level. They are the ones who stay consistent. As Daniel continued his practice, he began to notice changes not only in his mornings but throughout his entire day. Situations that used to trigger frustration no longer had the same effect. He found himself pausing more often, thinking before reacting, and choosing his responses carefully. This did not happen overnight, but it became clear over time. He realized that the work he was doing in the morning was influencing every part of his life. His relationships improved because he was less reactive. His work improved because he was more focused. His overall sense of peace improved because he was no longer controlled by every passing thought. This is how transformation works. It starts in one area and gradually spreads into others. And the more consistent you are, the more noticeable these changes become. There is also a sense of quiet confidence that develops when you know you can rely on yourself to stay disciplined. This confidence is different from the kind that seeks validation or attention. It is internal, steady, and grounded. It comes from knowing that you can handle your thoughts, your emotions, and your reactions regardless of the situation. You do not need to prove anything to anyone, because your confidence is built on action, not opinion. This kind of confidence cannot be taken away by criticism or failure, because it is rooted in your daily habits. And when you have this level of confidence, you approach life differently. You take on challenges without fear, not because you are certain of the outcome, but because you trust your ability to respond. Over time, the routine stops feeling like something you do and starts feeling like part of who you are. It becomes natural, automatic, and integrated into your daily life. You no longer think about whether you should sit in silence or set your intentions, you simply do it. This is the point where discipline becomes effortless, not because it is easy, but because it is familiar. And once something becomes familiar, it becomes sustainable. That is the goal, not short bursts of motivation, but long-term consistency. Because consistency is what leads to real change, and real change is what leads to lasting results. The truth is, most people will never reach this level of control, not because it is impossible, but because they are not willing to stay consistent long enough. They want quick results, immediate change, and instant clarity. But the mind does not work that way. It requires time, repetition, and patience. And those who are willing to invest that time are the ones who experience the benefits. They are the ones who wake up with clarity, move through the day with focus, and handle challenges with stability. They are the ones who control their thoughts before 8 a.m. And because of that, they control much more than just their mornings. They control their direction in life. If you continue building this habit, you will reach a point where your mind feels less like something you are fighting and more like something you are guiding. Thoughts will still appear, challenges will still exist, and emotions will still arise. But instead of being overwhelmed by them, you will navigate them with awareness. And that awareness will give you an advantage that most people never develop. It will allow you to remain calm when others panic, focused when others are distracted, and steady when others are reactive. This is not something you are born with, it is something you build. And it starts with a simple decision made early in the morning. There comes a point in this journey where you stop asking whether the routine is working and start realizing that it has already changed you in ways you did not expect. It is not always obvious at first. There is no dramatic moment where everything suddenly becomes perfect. Instead, the change shows up in small, quiet ways. You respond differently in situations that once triggered you. You think more clearly in moments that used to confuse you. You feel more stable in environments that once overwhelmed you. And when you look closely, you begin to understand why. It is because you have been training your mind consistently, even when it felt like nothing was happening. That is the hidden nature of growth. It works in silence. It builds beneath the surface. And by the time it becomes visible, it has already taken root deeply within you. Another realization that begins to take shape is how much of your previous stress was self-created. Not intentionally, but unconsciously. You begin to see how often your mind would jump ahead into the future, imagining problems that had not happened yet, or replay the past, holding on to things that could no longer be changed. This constant mental movement created pressure that felt real, even though it was based on thoughts rather than reality. But now, because you have trained yourself to observe instead of immediately react, you start catching these patterns early. You notice when your mind drifts too far ahead or too far behind, and you bring it back. This ability to return to the present moment is one of the most powerful skills you can develop, because it keeps you grounded and focused on what actually matters. As this awareness deepens, your patience also begins to grow. You become less rushed in your thinking and more deliberate in your actions. You no longer feel the need to respond instantly to everything that happens around you. Instead, you take a moment to process, to understand, and then to act. This may seem like a small shift, but it has a profound effect on your life. Many mistakes are made in moments of urgency, when people act without thinking clearly. But when you slow down, even slightly, you give yourself the opportunity to make better decisions. And over time, better decisions lead to better outcomes. This is how control over your thoughts translates into control over your life, not through dramatic changes, but through consistent, thoughtful action. There is also a sense of inner strength that begins to develop when you realize that you can handle discomfort without escaping it. In the past, you may have avoided situations that made you feel uneasy or uncertain. You may have looked for distractions to escape difficult thoughts or emotions. But through this routine, you have learned to sit with discomfort instead of running from it. You have learned to face your thoughts directly and understand them rather than suppress them. And this builds resilience. Because when you can handle discomfort in your own mind, external challenges become easier to face. You no longer depend on everything being easy in order to feel stable. You become steady regardless of the situation. At this stage, your mornings begin to feel less like a task and more like a foundation. You start to rely on them. Not because you have to, but because you understand their value. You know that how you begin your day influences everything that follows. When you skip the routine, you feel the difference. Your mind feels less clear, your reactions feel less controlled, and your focus feels weaker. And this contrast reinforces your commitment. It reminds you why you started in the first place. This is an important moment, because it marks the transition from discipline to dependence, not a negative dependence, but a positive one. You begin to depend on clarity, on awareness, on intentional thinking. And that dependence keeps you consistent. There will still be moments where your mind feels heavy, where your thoughts are louder than usual, and where your focus is harder to maintain. But instead of seeing these moments as failures, you begin to see them as part of the process. You understand that the mind is not meant to be perfectly quiet all the time. It is meant to be managed. And management requires effort. So when difficult mornings come, you do not give up. You do not assume that the routine has stopped working. Instead, you lean into it even more. You sit longer. You observe more carefully. You stay present. And by doing so, you strengthen your ability to handle even the most challenging mental states. Over time, this practice begins to influence how you see yourself. You no longer identify as someone who is easily overwhelmed or easily distracted. You begin to see yourself as someone who is disciplined, aware, and in control. And this identity shift is powerful, because it changes your expectations of yourself. You start holding yourself to a higher standard. You expect yourself to think clearly, to act deliberately, and to remain steady under pressure. And because you expect it, you begin to live up to it. This is how identity and behavior reinforce each other. Your actions shape your identity, and your identity shapes your actions. The longer you stay consistent, the more you realize that this routine is not just about mornings. It is about how you live your entire life. It is about how you handle challenges, how you respond to people, how you make decisions, and how you manage your thoughts in every situation. The morning is simply where you practice. It is where you build the skill. But the real test happens throughout the day. And because you have prepared yourself, you are ready. You are not perfect, but you are prepared. And preparation gives you an advantage that most people do not have. Eventually, you reach a point where controlling your thoughts no longer feels like something extraordinary. It feels normal. It becomes your baseline. And when something becomes your baseline, it becomes sustainable. You are no longer forcing yourself to stay disciplined, you are living it naturally. And this is where true transformation happens. Not when you are trying to change, but when you have already changed. At a deeper level of this practice, something begins to shift in how you interpret struggle itself. What once felt like failure begins to feel like feedback. What once felt like pressure begins to feel like training. And what once felt like chaos begins to feel like information. This is a subtle but powerful transformation because it removes emotional distortion from your perception. Instead of labeling experiences as purely good or bad, you begin to see them as useful or unnecessary. This does not mean you stop feeling emotions, but it means you stop being controlled by them. You begin to step back mentally, observe what is happening, and respond based on clarity rather than impulse. This is the foundation of Stoic thinking applied in real life. And when you live this way consistently, your entire internal world reorganizes itself around stability instead of reaction. You are no longer pushed around by every situation. You begin to stand in the middle of it all, steady and aware. There is also a transformation in how you handle expectations. Before this mindset, expectations often created disappointment. You expected things to go a certain way, and when reality did not match, frustration followed. But through consistent mental training, you begin to release rigid expectations. You still have goals, but you are no longer emotionally dependent on specific outcomes. This creates freedom. Because when your peace is not tied to outcomes, nothing can easily disturb it. You begin to understand that control is internal, not external. You can influence outcomes through action, but you cannot guarantee them. And once you accept this, frustration loses its power over you. You start focusing more on effort than outcome, more on discipline than result, more on process than perfection. This shift is what allows you to stay consistent even when results are slow or unclear. Because your motivation is no longer based on what you get, but on who you are becoming. As this internal strength develops, you also begin to notice a change in how you interact with other people. You become less reactive in conversations, less defensive in disagreements, and less emotionally attached to approval or criticism. Instead of immediately responding to what others say, you begin to listen more deeply. You observe tone, intention, and context before forming a response. This creates more thoughtful communication and reduces unnecessary conflict. You also stop seeking validation from every interaction. You are no longer trying to prove yourself constantly. This does not make you distant, it makes you grounded. People begin to notice that you are calmer, more composed, and less easily shaken. But what they do not see is the internal discipline that created that external behavior. It is not personality change. It is mental training expressed outwardly. There is a moment in every discipline journey where repetition starts to feel uncomfortable again, not because it is difficult, but because it becomes familiar. The mind always seeks novelty, so when something becomes routine, it tries to pull you away from it. This is where most people lose consistency. They confuse familiarity with lack of progress. But in reality, mastery always looks repetitive from the outside. The difference between those who grow and those who stop is simple. One group stays through repetition, and the other abandons it for stimulation. In this routine, repetition is not a sign of stagnation, it is a sign of reinforcement. Every time you sit in silence, every time you observe your thoughts, every time you set your intention, you are strengthening a mental pattern. And over time, that pattern becomes your default state. Another important realization that emerges is that most mental suffering is not caused by events themselves, but by interpretation. Two people can experience the same situation and have completely different emotional reactions. One sees danger, the other sees challenge. One sees loss, the other sees learning. The difference is not the event, it is the mind interpreting the event. And when you begin to understand this, you gain power over your emotional responses. You stop assuming that your first reaction is the final truth. You begin to question it, analyze it, and sometimes even override it. This creates space between experience and reaction. And in that space, you regain control. That space becomes your strongest tool, because it allows you to choose response over reaction consistently. Daniel noticed this most clearly during moments of conflict. In the past, he would react immediately, defending himself or becoming emotionally involved. But after months of training his mind each morning, he began to notice a delay between feeling and reaction. That delay was new. At first, it felt strange. But then he realized something important. This delay was power. It gave him time to think, time to breathe, time to choose. And in that small gap, he stopped making emotional decisions he later regretted. He began responding in ways that aligned with his goals instead of his impulses. And this changed how people responded to him as well. They began to take him more seriously, not because he spoke louder, but because he spoke with control. As this practice deepens further, your mornings begin to feel like a reset system for your entire identity. Each day is no longer just a continuation of the previous one, it becomes a new opportunity to reinforce who you are becoming. This removes the weight of past mistakes and future anxieties. You are no longer defined by what happened yesterday or what might happen tomorrow. You are defined by how you show up today. And this mindset keeps you grounded in action. Instead of being overwhelmed by the size of your goals, you focus on the next small disciplined step. And over time, these small steps accumulate into major transformation. Not because of intensity, but because of consistency. There is also a growing awareness that not every thought deserves expansion. In the past, a single negative thought could spiral into hours of overthinking. But now, you begin to recognize when a thought is unproductive. You see it, you acknowledge it, and you let it pass without engaging. This is not suppression, it is discernment. You are choosing where to invest your mental energy. And this selective attention becomes one of your greatest strengths. Because where attention goes, energy follows. And when you stop feeding unnecessary thoughts, they lose strength over time. This is how mental clarity is built, not by eliminating thoughts, but by refusing to engage with the ones that do not serve you. At this stage, discipline is no longer something you practice, it becomes something you trust. You trust yourself to wake up and do what is necessary. You trust yourself to stay consistent even when motivation is absent. And you trust yourself to return to your routine even after setbacks. This self-trust is what makes long-term transformation possible. Because without trust, every difficult morning feels like a negotiation. But with trust, there is no negotiation. There is only action. And action repeated over time becomes identity. That identity becomes stable. And that stability becomes your new normal. At a certain point in this journey, you begin to realize that discipline is not something you do, it is something you embody. It stops feeling like a morning task and starts feeling like a natural state of being. You no longer debate with yourself about whether you should sit in silence or skip it. The question disappears entirely. Instead, the action becomes automatic, like breathing or walking. This is the stage where most people fail to reach, because they assume discipline must always feel difficult. But true discipline is not about struggle, it is about alignment. When your actions align with your identity, resistance fades. And what once required effort begins to require awareness instead. You are no longer forcing yourself into the routine, you are simply maintaining what you have already become. This shift is subtle, but it is powerful. Because once discipline becomes identity, inconsistency becomes uncomfortable. And that discomfort is what keeps you aligned without needing constant motivation. There is also a deeper awareness that begins to form about how the mind tries to protect old habits. Even when you grow, even when you improve, the mind will occasionally attempt to pull you back into familiar patterns. It does not do this out of malice, it does it out of familiarity. The brain is wired to prefer what it already knows, even if what it knows is not beneficial. This is why old habits feel easier than new ones, even when those new habits are better for you. But through this Stoic morning practice, you begin to recognize those mental pullbacks as they happen. You see the resistance not as truth, but as conditioning. And that recognition alone weakens its influence. Instead of obeying every impulse, you pause. You observe. You choose. And in that moment of choice, you reclaim authority over yourself. This is not a one-time victory. It is a repeated act of awareness that slowly rewires how you respond to yourself. As your mental clarity deepens, you also begin to notice that problems in life do not disappear, but your interpretation of them changes dramatically. Situations that once felt overwhelming now feel manageable. Not because they are smaller, but because you are stronger. The size of external events has not changed, but your internal capacity has expanded. This is an important realization because it removes the illusion that life needs to become easier for you to feel at peace. Instead, you understand that peace comes from within, not from circumstances. This allows you to stop waiting for perfect conditions and start operating effectively in imperfect ones. And that is where real progress happens, in environments that are not ideal, but where your mindset remains stable regardless. Another shift occurs in how you handle uncertainty. Before this mindset, uncertainty often created anxiety. The unknown felt threatening, and the mind tried to fill gaps with assumptions, often negative ones. But through consistent mental training, you begin to accept uncertainty as a natural part of life rather than something to fear. You stop trying to predict every outcome and instead focus on preparing your response to any outcome. This changes your relationship with the future entirely. Instead of fearing what might happen, you begin to trust your ability to handle what does happen. That trust removes unnecessary tension. It does not guarantee success, but it guarantees stability. And stability is far more valuable than certainty, because life will always remain unpredictable. Daniel experienced this transformation most clearly when he faced situations that previously would have broken his focus. One particular week, multiple things went wrong at once: delays, misunderstandings, unexpected pressure. In the past, this combination would have thrown him into stress and emotional exhaustion. But this time, something was different. He did not react immediately. He returned to his morning training mentally. He slowed down. He observed each situation individually instead of combining them into one overwhelming problem. And because of that, he handled each issue step by step instead of collapsing under the weight of all of them at once. Later, he realized that nothing external had changed, but everything internal had. And that internal shift was the result of consistent morning discipline. As this practice continues, you begin to develop what can be described as mental separation. This means you are no longer fully merged with every thought that appears in your mind. Instead, you begin to see thoughts as events rather than identities. A thought can arise without defining who you are. A feeling can pass through without becoming your reality. This separation is crucial because most suffering comes from identification. People believe every thought they have, and because of that belief, they become trapped inside it. But when you step back and observe, you realize that thoughts are temporary, not permanent truths. This realization creates freedom. Because once you stop identifying with every mental movement, you gain space to respond instead of react. There is also a growing sense of patience that develops, not just with external events, but with yourself. You stop expecting immediate perfection from your discipline. You understand that some mornings will feel easier than others, and some days your mind will be more resistant. But instead of interpreting this as failure, you see it as part of the process. This patience prevents unnecessary self-judgment. And when you remove self-judgment, consistency becomes easier to maintain. Because you are no longer punishing yourself for not being perfect, you are simply continuing regardless. That continuation is what builds long-term strength. Not intensity. Not perfection. Continuation. At a deeper level, you begin to realize that control over thoughts is not about elimination but direction. You cannot stop thoughts from appearing, but you can decide which ones you engage with. This distinction changes everything. Because it removes the impossible goal of a quiet mind and replaces it with a realistic skill, selective attention. You learn to let certain thoughts pass without engagement, while focusing on those that align with your intention. Over time, this creates a more structured inner world. Less chaos. More clarity. Not because thoughts disappear, but because you no longer give power to all of them equally. Eventually, this practice begins to influence your sense of time. Mornings no longer feel rushed or reactive. They feel intentional. You are no longer being pulled forward by urgency, you are moving with direction. This creates a psychological advantage because when your mornings are controlled, your entire day tends to follow that pattern. You enter situations with clarity instead of confusion. You make decisions with awareness instead of impulse. And you conserve mental energy because you are no longer constantly reacting to everything around you. This preservation of energy is one of the hidden benefits of mental discipline. It allows you to stay sharp longer, think more clearly, and act more effectively. And as all of this continues to build, you reach a point where discipline is no longer something you question. It is something you trust. You trust that showing up in the morning matters. You trust that silence has value. You trust that awareness leads to better decisions. And most importantly, you trust yourself. That self-trust becomes the foundation of everything else. Because when you trust yourself, you no longer need external motivation to act. You move because you decide to move. And that decision is enough. At a deeper stage of this transformation, something begins to change in the way you experience silence itself. What once felt empty or uncomfortable begins to feel structured and meaningful. Silence is no longer something you avoid, it becomes something you use. In that stillness, your thoughts become easier to observe, and your reactions become easier to manage. You start to notice that silence is not absence, but awareness. It is a space where you can actually hear yourself think without interference. And in that space, clarity begins to rise naturally. You are no longer surrounded by mental noise competing for attention. Instead, you are able to focus on one thought at a time, understand it fully, and decide whether it deserves your energy. This ability to slow down internally while the world speeds up externally becomes one of your greatest advantages. Because while others are reacting instantly, you are thinking deliberately. And in most situations, the person who thinks clearly has the advantage over the person who reacts quickly. There is also a shift in how you perceive control. Before this practice, control often felt external. You believed control meant controlling outcomes, controlling people, or controlling situations. But through consistent Stoic training, you begin to understand that real control is internal. It is the control of attention, interpretation, and response. Once you realize this, your expectations shift. You stop trying to manipulate what is outside your reach and instead focus entirely on what is within it. This removes a massive amount of unnecessary frustration from your life. Because much of human stress comes from attempting to control what was never controllable in the first place. When you release that illusion, you gain energy. And that energy can now be redirected into meaningful action, instead of wasted on resistance against reality. As your internal stability increases, you begin to notice a difference in how you handle mistakes. Previously, mistakes may have triggered self-criticism or emotional spiraling. But now, mistakes are processed differently. You begin to see them as feedback rather than failure. This does not mean you stop caring about outcomes. It means you stop attaching your identity to them. When something goes wrong, you analyze it instead of internalizing it. You ask what can be learned, what can be improved, and what can be adjusted. This approach transforms failure from something destructive into something constructive. And over time, this reduces fear. Because when failure is no longer something that defines you, it becomes something that teaches you. And once fear is reduced, action becomes easier. You are more willing to attempt difficult things, more willing to take responsibility, and more willing to grow through experience rather than avoid it. There is also a growing awareness of how much mental energy is wasted on unnecessary internal dialogue. Before this discipline, the mind may have constantly narrated, judged, and analyzed everything without pause. But through training, you begin to quiet that internal noise. Not by force, but by observation. You notice when the mind is overthinking and gently return it to focus. This practice gradually reduces mental clutter. And when mental clutter decreases, clarity increases. You begin to think more efficiently, make decisions faster, and experience less internal conflict. This efficiency is not about rushing, it is about removing unnecessary resistance inside your own mind. Because often, the biggest obstacle between you and effective action is not external difficulty, but internal noise. Daniel experienced this shift during a period when he had to make several important decisions under pressure. In the past, he would have overanalyzed every possibility, creating stress and hesitation. But this time, he approached things differently. He returned to his morning training mentally. He slowed down his thinking process. He separated facts from assumptions. And instead of trying to find a perfect answer, he focused on finding a clear one. That change alone allowed him to move forward without the weight of uncertainty holding him back. Later, he realized that the situation itself was not what made it difficult, it was his interpretation of it. And by changing his internal process, he changed the outcome of his experience. As this discipline becomes more ingrained, your relationship with time also evolves. You stop feeling like you are constantly behind or rushing to catch up. Instead, you begin to feel more aligned with your actions. Time is no longer something that pressures you, it becomes something you move through with intention. You are no longer reacting to deadlines in panic, you are working within them with structure. This shift creates a calmer internal pace, even when external demands remain the same. And that calmness improves performance, because a calm mind processes information more clearly than a stressed one. You begin to realize that speed without clarity leads to mistakes, while clarity with patience leads to effectiveness. There is also a deeper emotional balance that develops through this practice. Emotional balance does not mean suppression or detachment from life. It means experiencing emotions without being overwhelmed by them. You still feel frustration, excitement, disappointment, and joy, but none of these emotions completely take over your decision-making. There is a space between feeling and action. And in that space, you choose your response. This ability to separate emotion from action is one of the strongest forms of mental discipline, because it allows you to remain functional even in emotionally intense situations. While others may be carried away by their feelings, you remain anchored in awareness. At this stage, discipline no longer feels like effort. It feels like structure. You are no longer forcing yourself into routines, you are maintaining a system that supports your mental clarity. And because of that, inconsistency begins to feel unnatural. Missing your morning routine does not feel neutral anymore, it feels like something is missing. This is how habits solidify into identity. Not through force, but through repetition until it becomes uncomfortable not to do it. And when discipline reaches this level, it no longer requires motivation. It sustains itself through identity and awareness. There is also a growing understanding that progress is rarely visible in the moment it is happening. Most real change is internal before it becomes external. You may not notice dramatic differences from one day to the next, but when you look back over weeks or months, the transformation becomes clear. Your reactions are different. Your thinking is different. Your emotional responses are different. And this gradual shift is what creates lasting change. Because anything built slowly tends to be more stable than anything built quickly. This patience with the process is essential. Without it, people quit too early, assuming nothing is happening. But with it, you continue long enough to see real transformation take shape. As this discipline matures, there is a final realization that begins to settle in quietly but permanently. You were never truly lacking control, you were simply unaware of it. Most people believe they need to gain control over their thoughts, but in reality, control is something that already exists within awareness. The problem is not absence of control, but absence of observation. Once you start practicing daily silence and intentional thought direction, you begin to notice that you are not your thoughts, you are the observer of them. And that single realization changes everything. Because when you stop identifying with every thought that appears, you stop being emotionally hijacked by them. Thoughts lose their authority. They become signals, not commands. And in that shift, you reclaim your mental space. This is where Stoic strength becomes real, not in resisting life, but in understanding your mind well enough to no longer be controlled by it. And once that understanding becomes stable, you begin to operate from clarity rather than confusion. There is also a deeper transformation that happens in your sense of self-worth. Before this practice, your value may have been tied to outcomes, success, validation, recognition, or external approval. But as your discipline strengthens, you begin to separate your worth from results. You start to see effort as the true measure of identity, not outcomes. This removes a massive emotional burden because failure no longer defines you. Success no longer inflates you. You remain steady in both. This emotional neutrality does not make life dull, it makes it stable. And stability is what allows you to grow consistently without being derailed by temporary highs or lows. When you are no longer emotionally dependent on outcomes, you gain the freedom to focus fully on process. And when process becomes your priority, improvement becomes inevitable. As your mornings continue to shape your mindset, you begin to notice that your external life starts reflecting your internal order. Not instantly, not magically, but gradually and logically. When your mind becomes clearer, your decisions become better. When your decisions become better, your actions become more effective. And when your actions become more effective, your results begin to shift. This is not luck, it is alignment. Inner discipline naturally creates outer structure. You are no longer scattered across multiple directions, you are moving with intention. Even simple tasks begin to feel more meaningful because they are no longer done in chaos but in awareness. This creates a sense of progress that is steady rather than unpredictable. And steady progress builds long-term confidence in a way that short bursts of success never can. There will still be moments where old mental patterns try to return. That is part of the process. The mind does not forget its previous habits easily. It will attempt to bring back overthinking, distraction, and emotional reactivity. But now, you recognize them earlier. You do not become them, you observe them. This observation creates distance. And that distance is everything. Because without distance, thoughts feel like identity. But with distance, thoughts become passing events. You are no longer inside every thought, you are outside them, watching them move through your awareness. This shift cannot be overstated. It is the difference between being controlled by your mind and learning to guide it. And once you experience this separation consistently, you stop fearing your thoughts entirely. They lose their grip. And in losing their grip, they lose their power. Daniel reached a point where he no longer viewed his mornings as a struggle. They became a foundation he relied on without question. One morning, he realized something unexpected. He was no longer preparing himself for the day in fear of what might happen. Instead, he was preparing himself in confidence that whatever happened, he would be able to handle it. That shift in mindset was profound. Because fear is rooted in uncertainty, but confidence is rooted in preparation. And preparation was exactly what he had been practicing every single morning without realizing its full impact. The routine was no longer just a habit, it had become a form of mental conditioning that shaped how he interacted with every part of life. There is also a quiet strength that develops when you stop needing constant stimulation. In a world that is always pushing distraction, always offering noise, always demanding attention, the ability to sit still and think clearly becomes rare. And anything rare becomes powerful. You are no longer dependent on external stimulation to feel engaged. You can sit in silence without discomfort. You can think without needing input. You can exist without constant interruption. This is not withdrawal from life, it is control within it. Because when you are not dependent on stimulation, you are not easily controlled by it. And that makes you more deliberate in everything you choose to engage with. At this stage, discipline is no longer something you practice, it is something you embody without resistance. You do not wake up wondering whether you will control your thoughts. You wake up already operating from that framework. Awareness becomes immediate. Intention becomes automatic. Reaction becomes measured. And this consistency builds a level of internal reliability that most people never experience. You begin to trust yourself deeply, not because everything always goes right, but because you know you will respond correctly when things go wrong. That trust becomes the foundation of mental stability. And mental stability becomes the foundation of confidence in all areas of life. And then something final begins to happen. Life itself feels less chaotic not because life has changed, but because your interpretation of it has changed. The same challenges exist, the same unpredictability remains, but your internal response system is no longer fragile. You are no longer easily disturbed. You are no longer mentally scattered. You are anchored. And in that anchoring, there is peace, not the absence of problems, but the presence of clarity in the middle of them. There comes a moment in this journey where you stop chasing control and realize you have already begun to live it. It is not loud. It is not dramatic. It is quiet, steady, and almost unnoticeable at first. But if you pay attention, you will see it in the way you respond to things that once controlled you. You will notice it in the way you pause before reacting, in the way you think before speaking, and in the way you choose your actions instead of letting your emotions choose for you. This is not something that happens overnight. It is built slowly, through repeated mornings of discipline, through moments of silence that felt uncomfortable, and through decisions that required you to act against your impulses. And now, without realizing it, you are different. Not perfect, but stronger. Not emotionless, but balanced. Not in control of everything, but in control of yourself. And that is where real power begins. As this control becomes part of your daily life, you begin to notice something else. Your energy is no longer wasted the way it used to be. Before, your thoughts would drain you. Overthinking, worrying, reacting, replaying conversations, imagining worst-case scenarios. All of it consumed energy that could have been used for growth, focus, and action. But now you are more selective. You do not give your attention to every thought that appears. You choose where your mind goes. And because of that, your energy becomes more focused, more intentional, and more effective. You start doing less, but achieving more. Not because you are working harder, but because you are working with clarity instead of confusion. And clarity is one of the most powerful advantages you can have in a world full of distraction. There is also a shift in how you handle setbacks. Where you once saw failure, you now see direction. Where you once felt discouraged, you now feel informed. Because every setback carries information, and when your mind is calm enough, you can extract that information without being overwhelmed by emotion. This changes how you move forward. Instead of stopping or doubting yourself, you adjust. You refine. You improve. And this process becomes continuous. You are no longer trying to avoid mistakes, you are using them. And that mindset makes you unstoppable in a quiet, steady way. Because while others stop when things go wrong, you continue. You learn. You grow. And that difference compounds over time in ways that are impossible to ignore. Daniel reached a point where he began to trust his own mind in a way he never had before. Not because his thoughts were always positive, but because he knew he could handle them. He no longer feared difficult days, because he had built the habit of preparing for them. He no longer avoided challenges, because he had trained himself to face discomfort directly. And most importantly, he no longer depended on external conditions to feel stable. His stability came from within. That realization changed everything. Because when your stability is internal, nothing outside of you can truly shake you for long. Situations may affect you, but they do not define you. Emotions may arise, but they do not control you. And that is freedom in its purest form. As your mornings continue to shape your mindset, you begin to realize that the real transformation was never about becoming someone new. It was about removing everything that was getting in the way of who you already are. The distractions, the reactions, the noise, the lack of awareness, all of it slowly fades as you build discipline. And what remains is clarity. A clear mind, a steady approach, and a strong sense of direction. This clarity becomes your foundation. It guides your decisions, shapes your actions, and protects your focus. And once you have it, you begin to understand why so few people operate at this level. Because it requires consistency. It requires patience. And most importantly, it requires a willingness to face yourself every single morning without distraction. There will still be moments where life tests you. Moments where things do not go according to plan. Moments where emotions rise and situations become difficult. But now, you are not the same person who would have been overwhelmed by them. You have built something within yourself that remains steady even when everything around you feels unstable. You know how to return to your breath. You know how to observe your thoughts. You know how to respond instead of react. And that knowledge becomes your anchor. It keeps you grounded when things try to pull you off balance. And over time, that grounding becomes your natural state. Not something you force, but something you live. And this is where everything comes together. Because in the end, controlling your thoughts before 8 a.m. was never just about mornings. It was about creating a version of yourself that can handle life with clarity, discipline, and strength. It was about building a mindset that does not break under pressure, that does not scatter under stress, and that does not lose direction when things become uncertain. It was about becoming someone who is not easily shaken, not easily distracted, and not easily controlled. And now you are becoming that person. So the next time you wake up, remember this: your mind is waiting. Waiting for direction. Waiting for discipline. Waiting for you to decide who you are going to be before the world tries to decide for you. That moment, right there, is your opportunity. Not later. Not someday. But every single morning. Take it seriously. Because the way you start your day is shaping the way you live your life. And if you continue on this path, if you stay consistent, if you keep showing up even when it feels repetitive or difficult, there will come a time when you look back and realize that everything changed, not all at once, but gradually, quietly, and permanently. And that is the kind of change that lasts. If this message resonated with you, and you want more content that helps you build discipline, control your thoughts, and develop an unshakable mindset, subscribe to this channel and stay connected. Because this is not just something you watch. Something feels off. You give your time, your attention, your energy, yet somehow, you are still not treated like a priority. You notice the delay in replies, the lack of effort, the way you are always the one trying to hold things together. It confuses you, because in your mind, doing more should mean receiving more. But life does not work that way, and deep down, you already know it. The truth is simple, but not easy to accept. The more you chase, the less valuable you appear. The more you try to prove your worth, the more invisible it becomes. Stoicism teaches something powerful here. Value is not declared through effort, it is revealed through restraint. When you constantly make yourself available, you silently teach others that your presence is ordinary, expected, and replaceable. There is a shift that happens when you stop overgiving. Not out of anger, not out of manipulation, but out of self-respect. You begin to reclaim your time. You stop explaining yourself too much. You stop seeking validation. And in that silence, something changes. People begin to notice your absence more than they ever noticed your presence. Let me tell you a short story. There was a man who always answered immediately, always showed up, always made himself available. He believed consistency would earn him appreciation. But instead, he was taken for granted. One day, without drama, he changed. He didn't disappear completely, but he stopped rushing. He took his time. He focused on his own goals, his own growth, his own peace. At first, nothing happened. Then slowly, the same person who ignored him began to notice. Messages became quicker. Effort became visible. Interest became real. Not because he demanded it, but because he stopped offering himself too cheaply. His value didn't increase overnight. He simply stopped reducing it. This is the paradox most people miss. You don't become a priority by trying harder. You become a priority by becoming someone who does not beg to be chosen. Stoicism reminds us that control is internal. Your worth is not something others decide. It is something you embody. When you stop chasing, you create space. When you stop over-explaining, you create mystery. When you stop seeking approval, you create respect. And respect is the foundation of being treated like a priority. But this is not about playing games. It is about alignment. If someone only values you when you withdraw, then what they value is not you, but your attention. And that is something you must see clearly. Stoicism is not about controlling others, it is about understanding them without losing yourself. So the real question is not, how do I make her treat me like a priority? The real question is, why am I trying to earn what should be given freely? When you answer that honestly, everything changes. You begin to walk differently. You speak less, but with more meaning. You invest your time where it is respected. And most importantly, you stop abandoning yourself just to keep someone else. And that is where your power lies. There is a quiet power in pulling back that most people underestimate. It does not announce itself loudly, it does not demand attention, yet it changes everything. When you stop overextending yourself, you begin to notice something uncomfortable at first. You see clearly who was only there because of what you gave, not because of who you are. That realization can sting, but it is also the beginning of clarity. You see, people respond to patterns. If your pattern is constant availability, endless understanding, and silent sacrifice, then the response you get will match that pattern. Not because people are always malicious, but because they adapt to what you allow. Stoicism teaches that while you cannot control how others behave, you are fully responsible for what you tolerate. And what you tolerate, you eventually receive more of. There is a difference between being kind and being easily accessible. Kindness comes from strength. Overavailability often comes from fear: fear of losing someone, fear of not being enough, fear of being replaced. And when your actions are driven by fear, they slowly erode your sense of self. You start doing more than you should, giving more than you can afford, and accepting less than you deserve. But the moment you become aware of this pattern, you gain an advantage. Awareness is the first step toward control. Instead of reacting instantly, you begin to pause. Instead of always saying yes, you allow yourself to say no. Instead of filling every silence, you let silence exist. And in that silence, something powerful happens. Your presence becomes intentional, not automatic. Let's return to the idea of value. Think about anything rare and valuable. It is not constantly available. It is not easy to access. It does not try to convince you of its worth. Its value is understood because of its nature, not its effort. Now apply that to yourself. The more you try to prove your value, the more you unintentionally suggest that it is not obvious. There was another moment in that man's story that matters. After he changed his behavior, after he stopped chasing, there were days when he doubted himself. Days when he wondered if he had gone too far, if he should go back to how things were. That is the difficult part no one talks about, the transition. It feels unfamiliar. You are used to giving, used to reaching out, used to filling the gap. Now you are holding back, and it feels like doing nothing. But in reality, you are doing something much harder. You are choosing discipline over impulse. During that time, he focused on building himself. He spent more time improving his skills, strengthening his mindset, and creating a life that did not depend on someone else's attention. Slowly, his confidence stopped coming from how he was treated and started coming from how he lived. And that shift made him unshakable. When someone senses that you are no longer dependent on their validation, their behavior changes. Not always in the way you expect, but in a way that reveals the truth. Some will step forward, realizing your absence has weight. Others will step back, showing that their interest was never as strong as it seemed. Either way, you win, because now you see clearly. Clarity is one of the greatest gifts of Stoicism. It removes illusion. It forces you to confront reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. And while that can feel harsh, it is also liberating. There is a moment that comes quietly, almost unnoticed, when you begin to outgrow the version of yourself that kept chasing. It doesn't happen in a dramatic explosion. It happens in silence. In the small decisions you make differently. In the messages you don't send. In the attention you choose not to give. And at first, it feels unfamiliar, almost uncomfortable, because you are stepping away from habits that once defined you. But that discomfort is not a sign you are doing something wrong. It is a sign you are changing. Most people never reach this point. They stay trapped in cycles of overgiving, hoping that one day, their effort will finally be recognized. They believe that if they just try a little harder, care a little more, or wait a little longer, things will shift. But Stoicism teaches a different truth. Effort without boundaries leads to exhaustion, not respect. When you begin to set boundaries, even silently, you send a message without saying a word. You communicate that your time is valuable, your energy is limited, and your presence is not something to be taken lightly. And what's interesting is that people start responding to that message, even if they don't fully understand why. There is a certain calmness that develops within you during this phase. You are no longer reacting to every situation emotionally. You observe more. You think more. You act less impulsively. And this calmness becomes your strength. Because when you are calm, you are in control. And when you are in control, you become unpredictable in the best way possible. Let's explore something deeper. Why does pulling back create attraction? It's not magic. It's psychology. When something is always available, it loses its perceived value. But when there is space, when there is uncertainty, when there is a sense that you are not fully within reach, attention increases. Curiosity grows. Interest builds. Not because you are playing a game, but because you are no longer removing all tension from the interaction. Tension, when healthy, creates engagement. Think about it. If someone knows they can have your attention at any moment, they stop appreciating it. But if your attention becomes something they must earn, something that is not guaranteed, they begin to treat it differently. And in that shift, you move from being an option to being a choice. However, there is a critical warning here. If you are pulling back only to get a reaction, you will eventually fall back into old patterns. Because your focus is still external. True change happens when your focus becomes internal, when you pull back not to manipulate, but to realign with yourself. Let's go deeper into the story. There came a point where the man realized something surprising. Even though the attention he once wanted started to come back, it didn't feel as important anymore. He had spent so much time building himself, understanding himself, and strengthening his mindset that he no longer depended on someone else to feel complete. This is where most people get it wrong. They think the goal is to make someone else change. But the real goal is to become someone who no longer needs that change. Self-respect is not loud. It doesn't need to prove anything. It shows itself in what you allow and what you walk away from. And when you carry yourself with self-respect, others feel it. They may not be able to explain it, but they recognize it. Let's pause for a moment and reflect. How many times have you given more than you received? How many times have you waited for someone to show you the same energy you were giving them? And how many times did that waiting lead to disappointment? These questions are not meant to create regret. They are meant to create awareness. Because once you are aware, you can choose differently. And choosing differently is where your power lies. The man in the story eventually reached a place where he was no longer reacting to how he was treated. Instead, he was deciding what he would accept. If someone matched his energy, he welcomed it. If they didn't, he didn't chase it. Simple. Clear. Controlled. Let's go back to the story one more time. There was a day when the man received a message, the kind of message he had once waited for. It was thoughtful, engaging, and filled with the kind of attention he used to crave. But this time, something was different. He didn't rush to respond. Not out of strategy, but because he was genuinely busy living his life. And that is the key. When your life becomes full, your reactions become natural, not calculated. You are not pretending to be unavailable, you actually are. You are not forcing yourself to wait, you simply have other priorities. And this authenticity is what makes the shift real and sustainable. Over time, the dynamic changed completely. The same person who once took him for granted now made consistent effort. There was respect, there was attention, there was a clear difference. But here is the part that matters most. He was no longer dependent on it. Whether the effort was there or not, he remained the same. Calm. Focused. In control. This is the essence of Stoicism. It is not about controlling outcomes. It is about controlling your response to those outcomes. When you reach a point where your peace does not depend on someone else's behavior, you gain a level of freedom that most people never experience. And with that freedom comes clarity. You begin to see relationships for what they truly are, not what you hope they will be. You recognize effort without needing to chase it. You recognize inconsistency without needing to tolerate it. And you make decisions based on reality, not emotion. This is where your standards become non-negotiable. Before, you might have adjusted yourself to fit someone else's behavior. Now you expect alignment. Not perfection, but consistency. Not constant attention, but genuine effort. And if that is not present, you are willing to walk away, not out of pride, but out of self-respect. There is strength in that. Because walking away is often harder than holding on. It requires you to trust yourself. To believe that you deserve better. To accept uncertainty instead of clinging to familiarity. But every time you choose self-respect over comfort, you reinforce your value. And value is not something you say, it is something you demonstrate. Another shift begins to happen at this stage. You stop trying to impress. You stop overthinking every word, every action, every response. You become more natural, more direct, more authentic. And this authenticity is what creates deeper connections. Because people are drawn to what feels real, not what feels forced. At the same time, you become less affected by external outcomes. If someone shows interest, you appreciate it, but you don't depend on it. If someone pulls away, you notice it, but you don't chase it. You remain steady. And that steadiness is rare. In a world where most people react emotionally, being calm gives you an advantage. Let's reflect again. Think about how much energy you used to spend trying to maintain something. The overthinking, the waiting, the analyzing. Now imagine redirecting all that energy into yourself. Your growth, your goals, your peace. That is not just a shift, it is a transformation. And transformation changes everything. The man in the story eventually reached a point where he no longer measured his worth by how he was treated. He measured it by how he lived. By the discipline he maintained, the standards he upheld, and the peace he protected. And that is the final level. When you stop doing what lowers your value, you don't just become a priority to others, you become a priority to yourself. And once that happens, everything else becomes secondary. Because the truth is simple. The right person will not need to be convinced. The right connection will not require constant effort to maintain. The right dynamic will feel balanced, not forced. And when you understand that, you stop chasing what does not align. You start choosing what does. There is a moment, subtle but powerful, when you begin to realize that your silence speaks louder than your effort ever did. It's not the kind of silence that comes from anger or frustration. It is calm, controlled, intentional. And in that silence, people begin to feel something they didn't feel before: your absence. Absence has weight. When you were always there, always available, always responding, your presence became predictable. And predictability, when overdone, removes excitement. It removes appreciation. But when you step back, when you allow space to exist, your presence becomes something that can be missed. And being missed is what creates value in the eyes of others. But here is where you must be careful. This is not about disappearing to create confusion. It is about being present in your own life. It is about shifting your attention from external validation to internal growth. Because if your absence is only a tactic, it will not last. But if it is a reflection of your priorities changing, then it becomes permanent. Let's go deeper. Why do people often take others for granted? It is not always because they are careless. Sometimes it is because they have learned that your effort is guaranteed. When something feels guaranteed, it loses urgency. There is no pressure to act, no need to invest, no reason to step up. But when that guarantee is removed, even slightly, attention returns. And this is where your power lies, not in forcing attention, but in no longer guaranteeing it. The man in the story experienced this shift in a way he did not expect. After weeks of focusing on himself, building his routine, and maintaining his boundaries, he noticed something unusual. The conversations that once felt one-sided began to balance out. The effort he once gave freely started to come back to him. But this time, it didn't feel like a victory. It felt normal. Because he had changed. His expectations were no longer based on hope. They were based on standards. And when you operate from standards, you don't celebrate basic respect, you expect it. You don't overvalue small gestures, you recognize them for what they are. This is the difference between someone who seeks validation and someone who embodies value. Another transformation begins here. You start to detach emotionally from outcomes. Not in a cold or distant way, but in a grounded way. You care, but you don't cling. You invest, but you don't lose yourself. You engage, but you remain centered. And this balance is what makes you strong. Strength is not about controlling others. It is about controlling yourself. Stoicism teaches that external events are not fully within your control, but your reactions always are. And when you master your reactions, you become steady in a world that is constantly shifting. Let's pause again and reflect. How often have you reacted instantly to something that triggered you? A delayed reply? A change in tone? A lack of attention? And how often did that reaction lead to overthinking, overgiving, or over-explaining? Now imagine replacing that reaction with observation. With patience. With control. That single shift can change the entire dynamic of your interactions. Because when you do not react impulsively, you give yourself time to think clearly. And clarity leads to better decisions. The man in the story began practicing this. Instead of responding immediately, he took time. Not to play games, but to ensure his responses were intentional. Instead of chasing clarity from others, he created clarity within himself. And as he did this consistently, his confidence grew. Confidence is not something you declare. It is something you build through action. Every time you choose discipline over impulse, your confidence increases. Every time you respect your own boundaries, your confidence strengthens. And over time, this confidence becomes visible. People can sense it. They notice the way you carry yourself, the way you speak, the way you move. There is a calm certainty that cannot be faked. And that certainty commands respect without needing to demand it. But here is another important truth. Not everyone will respond positively to your change. Some people are comfortable with the version of you that gave endlessly without expecting much in return. When you change, when you set boundaries, when you become less available, it disrupts that comfort. And in some cases, it may push people away. And that is okay. Because anyone who is only comfortable when you are lowering your value is not aligned with your growth. Stoicism teaches acceptance, not of everything, but of reality. And the reality is that growth will always filter your environment. You lose what no longer fits. And you make space for what does. Let's go back to the story once more. There came a point where the man had a choice. He could return to his old habits, now that he was receiving the attention he once wanted, or he could maintain his new standards. And this choice was crucial. Because it is easy to stay disciplined when you are not getting what you want. It is harder to stay disciplined when you finally get it. But he understood something important. If he returned to his old patterns, the dynamic would eventually return as well. So he stayed consistent. He remained focused. He continued to prioritize himself. And that consistency is what made the change permanent. Consistency builds identity. You are not defined by what you do once, you are defined by what you do repeatedly. And when your repeated actions reflect self-respect, discipline, and clarity, your identity becomes strong. At this stage, something powerful happens. You stop fearing loss. Because you realize that losing something that requires you to lose yourself is not a loss, it is a gain. It is a step closer to alignment. It is a step closer to a life that reflects your true value. And when you no longer fear loss, you become free. Free to choose. Free to walk away. Free to invest only where it matters. This freedom is what most people are searching for, but few are willing to build. Because it requires letting go of control over others and taking full control of yourself. And that is not easy. But it is worth it. Let's bring this together. When you stop doing what lowers your value, you create space for respect. When you stop chasing, you create space for attraction. When you stop overgiving, you create space for balance. And when you stop seeking validation, you create space for confidence. Everything begins with what you stop. Not what you add. Not what you force. But what you remove. Because sometimes, the problem is not that you are not enough. It is that you are doing too much of the wrong things. So remove what weakens you. Keep what strengthens you. And trust the process. There is a stage in this journey where everything becomes quieter, but much more meaningful. You stop looking for signs. You stop trying to decode every action. You stop questioning your worth based on how someone else behaves. And in that stillness, you begin to feel something you may not have felt in a long time: peace. Peace is not loud. It does not come from constant attention or validation. It comes from alignment. From knowing that your actions match your values. From understanding that you are no longer acting out of fear, but out of clarity. And when you reach this state, something inside you shifts permanently. You become selective. Not in a prideful or arrogant way, but in a grounded and intentional way. You no longer give your time freely to anyone who asks for it. You observe. You evaluate. You decide. And this process is not rushed. It is calm, controlled, and precise. Because now, you understand the cost of your energy. Every conversation, every interaction, every moment you invest, it all has value. And when you start seeing your energy as something valuable, you naturally become more protective of it. You stop wasting it on situations that drain you. You stop investing in people who do not reciprocate. And you start directing it toward what actually matters. This is where your life begins to transform in ways you did not expect. It is no longer just about how someone treats you. It is about how you treat yourself. The standards you set. The boundaries you maintain. The discipline you practice. And as these things become consistent, your identity becomes stronger. Let's go deeper. There is a hidden strength in detachment that most people misunderstand. They think detachment means not caring. But true detachment is not the absence of care, it is the absence of dependency. You can care deeply, but still remain independent. You can value someone, but not lose yourself in them. And this balance is rare. Because many people either care too much and lose control, or care too little and lose connection. But when you find that middle ground, when you are both present and grounded, you become powerful in a quiet, undeniable way. The man in the story reached this point slowly. There was no sudden moment where everything clicked. It was built through repetition, through consistent choices, through moments where he chose discipline over emotion, even when it was difficult. And over time, those choices became habits. Habits shape identity. And identity shapes outcomes. One day, he found himself in a situation that would have triggered him before. A delayed response. A change in tone. A slight distance. But this time, he didn't react. He observed. He stayed calm. He continued with his day. And something interesting happened. He didn't feel the urge to chase. That urge was gone. Not suppressed, not controlled, gone. Because he had outgrown it. And that is the goal. Not to fight your impulses forever, but to evolve beyond them. To become someone who naturally acts in alignment with their values. Someone who does not need to remind themselves of their worth, because they live it every day. At this level, everything becomes simpler. You stop overcomplicating interactions. You stop reading too much into things. You take actions at face value. If someone shows effort, you recognize it. If they don't, you accept it. There is no need to chase clarity from others, because you already have clarity within yourself. Clarity removes confusion. And when there is no confusion, there is no anxiety. You become steady. And steadiness is attractive. Not because it creates mystery, but because it creates trust. People are drawn to those who are consistent, grounded, and in control. And when you embody those traits, you don't need to seek attention, it comes to you. But here is something important to understand. Not everyone will stay. As you grow, as you change, as you raise your standards, some people will fall away. Not because you did something wrong, but because you are no longer aligned. And while that can feel like a loss at first, it is actually a form of progress. Because every misaligned connection that leaves creates space for something better. Something more balanced. Something more real. The man in the story experienced this as well. There were people who drifted away when he stopped overgiving. People who were comfortable with his old behavior but struggled with his new boundaries. And instead of chasing them, he let them go. And in doing so, he made room for new connections. Connections that were based on mutual respect. Mutual effort. Mutual understanding. And that is what being a priority truly means. It is not about being chosen occasionally. It is about being valued consistently. It is about being respected without needing to ask. It is about being part of something that feels natural, not forced. And once you experience that, you will never settle for less again. Let's bring everything together. When you stop chasing, you reclaim your power. When you stop overgiving, you restore balance. When you stop seeking validation, you build confidence. When you stop lowering your standards, you attract alignment. Everything begins with a decision. A decision to choose yourself. Not selfishly, but intentionally. Not out of ego, but out of self-respect. And that decision changes everything. Because the moment you become your own priority, is the moment the world starts to treat you differently. Now here's the part most people miss. This journey doesn't end. There is always another level of growth. Another layer of understanding. Another version of yourself waiting to be developed. And the more you continue on this path, the stronger, calmer, and more focused you become. So if you've stayed with this message until now, it means something inside you is ready to change. Ready to grow. Ready to step into a higher level of awareness and control. Don't ignore that feeling. Build on it. Because this is not just about one relationship or one situation. This is about your life. Your mindset. Your future. And if you want more of this, more clarity, more strength, more insight that helps you move through life with confidence and control, then stay connected. Subscribe to this channel. Because what you're learning here is not just information, it's transformation. And the more you apply it, the more you'll realize something powerful. You were never meant to chase. You were meant to become. Pay attention now. There is something most men spend years trying to understand, yet they keep getting it wrong. They believe that if they give more, do more, sacrifice more, they will be valued more. But reality doesn't work that way. Not in relationships. Not in attraction. Not in life. A man once said, "I gave her everything, and still lost her." But the truth is, he didn't lose her at the end. He lost her the moment he abandoned himself. This is where Stoicism teaches a hard but powerful lesson. People are not loyal to your effort. They are loyal to how you make them feel about themselves, and more importantly, how you carry yourself. There was a young man named Daniel. Daniel believed love was about giving endlessly. He would cancel his plans, ignore his goals, and always put his partner first. At first, she appreciated it. She smiled more. She stayed close. But slowly, something changed. She stopped respecting him. Daniel didn't understand. He thought, if I do more, she'll love me more. So he tried harder. More gifts. More attention. More sacrifices. But instead of bringing her closer, it pushed her away. One day she left. And Daniel was left with confusion, heartbreak, and one painful question. Why wasn't I enough? Here's the truth most people won't tell you. People are not loyal to what you do for them. They are loyal to what they feel when they are with you. And those feelings don't come from desperation, overgiving, or losing your identity. They come from strength, self-respect, and purpose. When you make someone the center of your world, they stop seeing you as valuable. But when you have your own world, and they are invited into it, they begin to value your presence. This is not manipulation. This is human nature. Stoic philosophy teaches us something deeper. You cannot control how someone feels about you. You cannot control whether they stay or leave. But you can control who you are. And that is where your power lies. Marcus Aurelius once wrote about focusing only on what is within your control. Your actions. Your thoughts. Your discipline. Your standards. When you abandon these for someone else, you lose the very thing that made you attractive in the first place. Let's go back to Daniel. After months of pain, he decided to change. Not for her, but for himself. He stopped chasing. He stopped over-explaining. He stopped trying to prove his worth. Instead, he started building himself. He worked on his goals. He improved his mindset. He became someone who respected his own time. And something unexpected happened. People started noticing him differently. Not because he was doing more for them, but because he was doing more for himself. This is the shift. When you stop seeking validation, you become valuable. When you stop chasing attention, you attract it. When you stop losing yourself, you become someone worth finding. And suddenly, relationships feel different. You're no longer trying to hold someone. You're simply choosing whether they deserve a place in your life. But let's be clear. This isn't about blaming women. This is about understanding dynamics. Everyone, men and women alike, is drawn to strength, confidence, and self-respect. When those disappear, attraction fades. Not because someone is evil or heartless, but because human nature responds to energy, not effort. So what is the one thing people are loyal to? They are loyal to how you make them feel, and even deeper, they are loyal to value. And value comes from self-respect, emotional control, purpose, boundaries, not from endless giving. Imagine two men. One is always available, always agreeing, always sacrificing. The other has standards, a vision, and a life he's building. Which one feels more valuable? Which one feels more respected? The answer is obvious. Now, this doesn't mean you shouldn't care. It doesn't mean you shouldn't give. It means you should never give at the cost of yourself. Because the moment you lose yourself trying to keep someone, you've already lost everything. Here's something powerful to remember. The right person doesn't require you to become less. They naturally align with who you already are. And if someone only values you when you overextend yourself, that's not loyalty. That's convenience. So the real question is not, how do I make someone stay? The real question is, am I someone worth staying for, to myself? Because when you answer that honestly, everything changes. Daniel learned this the hard way. Months later, his ex reached out. But this time, he didn't rush. He didn't chase. He didn't need her to complete him. He had already become complete. And for the first time in his life, he had the power to choose. This is the Stoic way. You don't beg for attention. You don't chase validation. You don't lose yourself for love. You become strong. You become grounded. You become someone who doesn't need to be chosen, because you choose yourself first. If you've ever felt overlooked, unappreciated, or confused in relationships, understand this. It's not about doing more. It's about becoming more. And that journey starts with you. There's a moment in every man's life when reality hits harder than emotion. Not loudly. Not dramatically. But quietly, like a truth you can't ignore anymore. It usually comes after disappointment. After confusion. After giving your best and still feeling like it wasn't enough. And in that silence, you start asking questions you avoided before. Why did I lose myself? Why did I try so hard for someone who barely tried for me? Why did I believe that doing more would make me more valuable? That's where growth begins. Most people are taught the wrong idea about relationships. They're told love is about sacrifice. About proving yourself. About showing how much you care by how much you give. But no one tells you the limit. No one tells you that if you give without balance, you don't become loved. You become taken for granted. Think about it. When something is always available, always predictable, always giving, it slowly loses its perceived value. Not because it's useless, but because it's no longer respected. And this applies to everything in life. Time, energy, attention. If you give them away without boundaries, people stop appreciating them. There's a deeper layer to this. People are not just responding to what you do. They are responding to what your actions say about you. When you constantly chase, it doesn't communicate love. It communicates dependence. When you constantly overgive, it doesn't communicate strength. It communicates insecurity. And when you abandon your own purpose for someone else, it communicates that you don't value your own life. This is why Stoicism emphasizes inner control. Because when your emotions control your actions, you lose direction. But when your principles guide your behavior, you become stable, and stability is rare. And what is rare becomes valuable. Let's go deeper into Daniel's story. After his transformation began, it wasn't easy. There were nights he still thought about her. Moments he wanted to text her. Times he questioned if he was doing the right thing. But instead of acting on impulse, he paused. He learned to sit with discomfort. That's something most people can't do. Discomfort is where most people break. They run back to what hurt them, just to avoid feeling alone. But Daniel didn't. He stayed. He stayed in the silence. He stayed in the uncertainty. He stayed in the process of becoming stronger. And slowly, something changed inside him. He stopped needing external validation. He stopped checking his phone for messages. He stopped measuring his worth by someone else's attention. And for the first time, he felt free. Freedom is not about having everything. It's about not needing anything that costs you your peace. Read that again. Because that's where power comes from. Now imagine living like that. Imagine waking up and your mood isn't controlled by someone else. Imagine focusing on your goals without distraction. Imagine walking into any situation knowing you are enough as you are. That confidence cannot be faked. It comes from discipline, from self-respect, from choosing growth over comfort again and again. Here's something most people don't realize. Attraction is not built on effort alone. It's built on perception. And perception is shaped by how you carry yourself. A man who is constantly trying to impress is seen differently from a man who is simply expressing who he is. One seeks approval. The other commands respect. And people can feel that difference instantly. So what should you do instead? Focus on becoming someone who doesn't need to prove anything. Build your life. Build your mindset. Build your standards. Because when your life has direction, you stop revolving around people who don't. Let's talk about boundaries. Because this is where most people struggle. They think boundaries push people away. But in reality, boundaries protect your value. When you say no to things that don't align with you, you say yes to your growth. When you walk away from disrespect, you teach people how to treat you. And when you stop tolerating less, you start attracting better. Daniel learned this too. The next time someone entered his life, things were different. He didn't rush. He didn't overinvest. He observed. He paid attention to actions, not words. And most importantly, he stayed himself. And because of that, the dynamic changed. There was respect. There was balance. There was mutual effort. Not because he forced it, but because he no longer accepted anything less. This is the real transformation. It's not about changing others. It's about changing your standards. When your standards rise, your environment changes. The people you tolerate change. The situations you accept change. The way you see yourself changes. And that shift affects every part of your life. But let's be honest. Not everyone will like the new you. Some people will feel uncomfortable. Because they benefited from the old you. The one who overgave. The one who stayed silent. The one who accepted less. And when you change, you remove that access. That's why growth can feel lonely. But it's a necessary loneliness. Because it creates space for the right people to enter. Now let's return to the core message. People are loyal to value. And value is not what you give. It's who you are. If you are constantly available, constantly chasing, constantly proving, you reduce your own value. But if you are focused, grounded, and selective, you increase it naturally. This is not a game. This is not manipulation. This is alignment with reality. And once you understand this, you stop asking for attention. You start commanding respect. Before we close, remember this story? A man once chased a butterfly everywhere. He ran after it, tried to catch it, exhausted himself, but it always escaped. Then one day, he stopped chasing. He sat down and focused on building a beautiful garden. And as time passed, the butterfly came to him. That's how life works. Stop chasing. Start building. There is a quiet shift that happens when a man finally understands his value. It doesn't come with noise. It doesn't come with applause. It comes with silence and clarity. The kind of clarity that makes you look back at your past self and realize how much you tolerated. Not because you were weak, but because you didn't know better. Most people don't lose others because they didn't give enough. They lose others because they gave without direction. There is a difference. Giving with purpose builds connection. Giving without boundaries creates imbalance. And imbalance always collapses. You have to understand something that changes everything. Respect comes before loyalty, not the other way around. If someone doesn't respect you, they cannot stay loyal to you, no matter how much you do for them. And respect doesn't come from pleasing people. It comes from standing firm in who you are. There's a dangerous habit many people develop. They confuse attention with affection. They think because someone talks to them often, it means something deep. They think because someone stays around, it means they care. But presence without respect is just convenience. And convenience disappears the moment something better appears. This is why you must build something within yourself that cannot be replaced. Your mindset. Your discipline. Your focus. Your standards. Because when those are strong, you don't compete. You stand apart. Let's talk about emotional control. Because this is where most people lose their power. When your emotions dictate your actions, you become predictable. And when you become predictable, you become easy to overlook. But when you learn to pause, to think, to respond instead of react, you create mystery. And mystery creates attraction. Think about it. The man who reacts to everything immediately versus the man who observes, processes, and then responds calmly. Which one feels stronger? Which one feels more grounded? Which one feels like he has control over his life? Control is attractive. Not control over others, but control over yourself. This is why Stoicism is so powerful. It teaches you to separate what you feel from what you do. Because feelings are temporary. But actions create consequences. There's another layer most people ignore. Self-respect is visible. You don't have to announce it. You don't have to explain it. People can feel it in how you speak, in what you tolerate, in what you walk away from. And the moment you start walking away from what doesn't serve you, you change your entire reality. Let's go deeper into something uncomfortable. Many people are not afraid of losing others. They are afraid of being alone. And because of that fear, they settle. They overgive. They overstay. They overexplain. But here's the truth. Being alone is not the worst thing. Being with the wrong person while losing yourself is far worse. Solitude builds strength. It forces you to face yourself, to understand your thoughts, to rebuild your identity without external noise. And once you become comfortable alone, you become dangerous in the best way possible. Because now you choose people. You don't need them. This is where real attraction begins. When your presence is a choice, not a requirement. Let's return to Daniel one last time. Months turned into a year. And the man he became was unrecognizable from who he used to be. Not because he tried to impress anyone, but because he focused on himself relentlessly. He no longer chased conversations. He no longer feared silence. He no longer questioned his worth. And something interesting happened. The same type of people who once overlooked him now noticed him. But this time, he noticed the difference too. He saw who was genuine, who was consistent, who truly aligned with his life. And for the first time, he didn't rush. That patience is power. Because rushing is often driven by fear. But patience is driven by confidence. Confidence says, I know my value. I don't need to prove it. And when you truly believe that, everything changes. Now here's the final truth most people avoid. The way people treat you is often a reflection of what you allow. If you accept less, you receive less. If you demand respect, not with words but with actions, you attract it. So the question becomes simple. What are you allowing? What are you tolerating? What are you accepting that you know you shouldn't? Because the moment you raise your standards, you raise your life. And yes, it may cost you people, but it will also reveal who truly belongs. Remember this. You are not here to convince anyone to stay. You are here to become someone who doesn't need convincing. And once you reach that level, you don't chase. You don't beg. You don't lose yourself. You stand strong, grounded, unshaken. And from that place, the right people don't feel pressured to stay. They choose to. If you've made it this far, then you're not like most people. You're someone who is ready to grow, to think differently, to move differently. There comes a moment in life when everything you believed about effort, love, and loyalty begins to fall apart. Not because you were foolish, but because you were taught a version of reality that doesn't fully exist. You were told that if you give more, care more, sacrifice more, then you will be valued more. But experience eventually shows you something different. It shows you that people don't always respond to effort the way you expect. And that realization can either break you, or rebuild you into someone far stronger than before. The truth is simple, but not easy to accept. People are not loyal to what you do for them alone. They are loyal to the value they feel in your presence, and the respect they have for you. And respect doesn't come from losing yourself. It doesn't come from constantly proving your worth. It comes from standing firm in who you are, even when it's uncomfortable. Because when you abandon yourself trying to keep someone else, you create an imbalance that slowly erodes attraction, connection, and meaning. There was a time when you believed that being available all the time was a good thing. That replying instantly, showing constant attention, and putting someone first would make them appreciate you more. But over time, you may have noticed something strange. The more available you became, the less valued you felt. The more you tried to prove your importance, the less important you seemed in their eyes. And that confusion leads many people into a cycle of overgiving, hoping that one more effort will finally make the difference. But it never does. Because the issue was never about doing more. It was about understanding the deeper dynamic at play. Human nature does not reward desperation. It responds to confidence, stability, and self-respect. When you carry yourself with purpose, when you have a life outside of someone else, when your happiness is not dependent on their presence, something changes. The energy shifts. The way people perceive you shifts. And suddenly, you are no longer chasing, you are attracting. Think about a time when you met someone who seemed completely comfortable in themselves. They weren't trying too hard. They weren't seeking approval. They simply existed with a quiet confidence that made them stand out. That presence is powerful because it is rare. Most people are trying to be liked. Very few are focused on being real. And authenticity, combined with self-respect, creates a level of attraction that effort alone can never achieve. Let's go back to the story of Daniel, because his journey reflects what many go through. After losing someone he thought he needed, he entered a phase of deep reflection. At first, it was painful. He questioned everything. He replayed conversations in his mind. He wondered what he could have done differently. But slowly, those questions turned inward. Instead of asking why she left, he started asking why he lost himself in the process. That question changed everything. Because it shifted his focus from external validation to internal growth. He began to rebuild his life piece by piece. Not for anyone else, but for himself. He set goals. He developed discipline. He spent time alone, not as a punishment, but as a way to reconnect with who he really was. And in that solitude, he discovered something most people never do. He realized that his worth was never dependent on someone else's presence. As time passed, Daniel became stronger, not just physically or financially, but mentally. He no longer reacted impulsively. He no longer felt the need to chase or convince. He became selective. He observed more. He spoke less, but with more intention. And that shift in behavior created a completely different experience in his interactions. People began to treat him differently, not because he demanded it, but because he embodied it. This is where many people misunderstand attraction. They think it is about doing the right things at the right time. But it is actually about becoming the kind of person who naturally creates the right response. When you build yourself into someone who is grounded, focused, and self-respecting, you don't have to force anything. The right dynamics form on their own. And the wrong ones fade away without resistance. There is also a powerful lesson in learning to walk away. Not in anger, not in ego, but in clarity. Walking away from situations that don't align with your values is one of the strongest things you can do. It shows that you value your peace more than temporary connection. And while it may feel difficult in the moment, it builds a foundation of self-respect that will shape every future interaction in your life. Many people stay where they are not valued because they fear starting over. They fear the unknown. They fear being alone. But what they don't realize is that staying in the wrong situation costs far more than leaving it. It drains your energy. It weakens your confidence. It slowly convinces you that less is all you deserve. And that belief is far more dangerous than any temporary loneliness. When you finally break free from that mindset, everything changes. You stop negotiating your worth. You stop accepting inconsistent behavior. You stop making excuses for people who don't show up for you. And in that space, you begin to attract something different. Not because you are searching for it, but because you are aligned with it. The Stoic mindset teaches you to focus only on what you can control. Your actions. Your thoughts. Your responses. And when you fully embrace that, you stop wasting energy trying to control how others feel about you. Instead, you direct that energy into becoming better every day. And that consistency builds a level of confidence that cannot be shaken by external circumstances. There is a quiet power in becoming someone who does not need constant validation. Someone who can sit in silence without feeling uncomfortable. Someone who can walk into any room without needing approval. That kind of presence is not built overnight. It is developed through discipline, through self-awareness, and through the willingness to grow even when it is difficult. And when you reach that level, relationships no longer feel like a struggle. They feel like a choice. You are no longer trying to hold on to someone who is uncertain. You are choosing whether they align with your life. And that shift changes everything. Because now, your energy is not based on fear. It is based on confidence. There is something powerful that happens when you finally stop trying to be everything for everyone and instead decide to become everything for yourself. It feels unfamiliar at first, almost uncomfortable, because you are breaking a pattern that has been part of your life for so long. You were used to seeking approval, adjusting your behavior, and overextending your energy just to maintain connections. But when that cycle ends, you begin to see clearly. You realize how much of your time and effort was spent trying to secure something that should have been natural. And in that realization, you begin to reclaim your power, not in a loud or aggressive way, but in a calm, grounded presence that cannot be easily shaken. At first, people around you may not understand the change. They may notice that you are no longer as available as before, no longer as reactive, and no longer as eager to please. Some may even question you or try to pull you back into your old habits. But this is part of the process. Growth often creates distance between who you were and who you are becoming. It forces you to let go of patterns that once felt comfortable but no longer serve you. And while it may feel lonely at times, that loneliness is not emptiness. It is space. Space for clarity, for strength, and for a new version of yourself to take shape without interference. As you continue on this path, you begin to notice subtle changes in your mindset. You stop overthinking every interaction. You stop analyzing every message or silence. Instead, you become more present, more focused on your own direction rather than someone else's reactions. This shift is important because it removes the emotional weight that once controlled your decisions. You are no longer acting out of fear or insecurity. You are acting out of intention. And when your actions are intentional, they carry a different kind of energy, one that is steady, confident, and difficult to ignore. There is also a deeper understanding that begins to form within you. You start to recognize that not every connection is meant to last, and not every person is meant to stay in your life. This is not a negative realization. It is a freeing one. Because it allows you to release the pressure of trying to make everything work. It allows you to accept that some people are only meant to be part of your journey for a certain period of time. And once their role is complete, holding on only creates unnecessary pain. Letting go, on the other hand, creates space for something better aligned with who you are becoming. One of the most important lessons you will learn is the difference between genuine connection and temporary attention. Attention can be loud, exciting, and immediate, but it is often inconsistent and short-lived. Genuine connection, however, is steady, respectful, and built over time. It does not require you to prove your worth repeatedly. It does not leave you feeling uncertain or drained. And once you experience that difference, you will never settle for less again. Because you will understand that your energy is too valuable to be spent on something that does not bring stability and growth into your life. As your self-respect grows, so does your ability to set boundaries without guilt. You begin to say no when something does not align with your values. You begin to walk away from situations that feel one-sided or disrespectful. And most importantly, you begin to prioritize your peace over temporary satisfaction. This is not selfish. It is necessary. Because without boundaries, you lose yourself. And once you lose yourself, no external connection can truly fulfill you. But when you protect your energy, you create a foundation that supports both your personal growth and your relationships. There will still be moments of doubt. Moments where you question if you are doing the right thing. Moments where the old habits try to return. This is normal. Growth is not a straight path. It is a process of constant adjustment and learning. But the difference now is that you are aware. You recognize those patterns when they appear. And instead of falling back into them, you pause. You reflect. And you choose differently. That ability to choose, to act consciously rather than react emotionally, is what separates who you were from who you are becoming. Over time, your confidence becomes more stable. It is no longer dependent on external validation or temporary success. It comes from within, from the knowledge that you are building something meaningful in your life. You trust yourself more. You rely on your own judgment. And that trust creates a sense of calm that influences every area of your life. Whether in relationships, work, or personal challenges, you approach situations with a level of composure that was not there before. And that composure becomes one of your greatest strengths. People will start to notice this change, even if they cannot fully explain it. They will see the difference in how you carry yourself, in how you speak, and in how you respond to situations. Some will be drawn to it. Others may feel uncomfortable around it. But either way, it creates a shift in your interactions. You are no longer treated the same way because you are no longer the same person. And this is where your growth begins to influence your environment, shaping the kind of connections and opportunities that come into your life. At this stage, you begin to understand that your life is not about chasing people or proving your worth. It is about building something that reflects who you truly are. It is about creating a life that feels fulfilling on its own, regardless of who is part of it. And when you reach that point, relationships become an addition, not a necessity. They enhance your life, but they do not define it. And that balance is what allows you to experience connection without losing your sense of self. There comes a stage in your growth where you begin to see patterns you once ignored, and those patterns start to explain everything that confused you in the past. You realize that it was never about doing more or giving more, but about understanding the value of your presence. When you constantly tried to prove yourself, you unknowingly lowered your own worth because you were acting from a place of need rather than strength. And people can sense that, even if they don't say it directly. They respond to the energy behind your actions, not just the actions themselves. Once you understand this, you begin to move differently, not because you want to impress anyone, but because you finally respect yourself enough to stop chasing validation. As this awareness grows, you start to detach from outcomes that once controlled your emotions. You no longer feel the urge to force connections or hold on to situations that feel uncertain. Instead, you observe more and react less. This shift may seem small, but it changes everything about how people perceive you. When you are no longer easily affected, you appear stronger, more grounded, and more in control. And that sense of control is something people naturally respect. It creates a presence that doesn't beg for attention but attracts it without effort. This is the difference between someone who is trying to be chosen and someone who has already chosen themselves. There is also a moment where you begin to understand that not every loss is a failure, and not every ending is something to be avoided. Some endings are necessary because they remove what no longer aligns with your growth. When you hold on to something that is not meant for you, you delay your own progress. But when you learn to let go with clarity instead of resistance, you create space for something better to enter your life. This is not about replacing people or situations quickly, but about trusting that your journey is moving in the right direction, even when it feels uncertain. With time, your focus shifts away from external validation and toward internal development. You begin to invest more in your mindset, your discipline, and your purpose. These are the things that build a lasting sense of confidence, the kind that doesn't fade when circumstances change. You start to realize that true confidence is not loud or aggressive. It is quiet, steady, and rooted in self-awareness. It comes from knowing who you are and what you stand for, and not allowing temporary emotions or opinions to shake that foundation. As your foundation becomes stronger, your interactions with others begin to change in noticeable ways. You communicate more clearly, you listen more carefully, and you no longer feel the need to over-explain yourself. This simplicity in your behavior creates a sense of calm that others can feel. It removes unnecessary tension and allows your presence to speak for itself. And when your presence is strong enough, you don't need to convince anyone of your value. It becomes evident in the way you carry yourself and the way you handle situations. There is also a deeper level of peace that comes from no longer needing constant reassurance. You stop looking for signs, signals, or confirmation from others to feel secure. Instead, you build that security within yourself. This internal stability allows you to navigate relationships with a clear mind rather than an anxious one. You no longer overanalyze every detail or create problems that don't exist. You simply observe what is real and respond accordingly. And that clarity prevents you from getting lost in situations that once drained your energy. At this point, you begin to understand that your time and energy are your most valuable assets. You become more selective about where you invest them, and you no longer waste them on things that don't contribute to your growth. This selectiveness is not about being distant or unavailable, but about being intentional. It means you choose quality over quantity in your connections, and you prioritize depth over surface-level interactions. And this shift naturally filters out people and situations that don't align with your standards. As you continue to grow, you develop a stronger sense of independence. You no longer rely on others to define your happiness or direction. You create your own goals, your own routines, and your own sense of fulfillment. This independence is not about isolating yourself, but about building a life that stands on its own. And when your life is stable and meaningful on its own, any relationship you enter becomes a choice rather than a necessity. That difference changes the entire dynamic of how you connect with others. There will always be challenges along the way, but the way you handle them will be different. Instead of reacting emotionally, you approach them with a sense of calm and perspective. You understand that setbacks are part of the process, not the end of it. And this mindset allows you to move forward without losing momentum. It keeps you focused on your long-term growth rather than short-term discomfort. And that consistency is what builds real strength over time. Eventually, you reach a point where you no longer feel the need to explain your journey to others. You are comfortable with your path, even if it looks different from what others expect. You trust your decisions, and you accept the outcomes that come with them. This level of self-trust is rare, but it is one of the most valuable things you can develop. Because when you trust yourself, you stop seeking approval from those who don't understand your vision. There is a point in your journey where you stop reacting to everything that once disturbed your peace, and in that moment, you begin to understand the true meaning of control. Not control over people, not control over outcomes, but control over yourself. This kind of control is quiet, almost invisible, but incredibly powerful. It shows in how you respond instead of react, how you observe instead of assume, and how you walk away instead of holding on. When you reach this level, your energy changes. You are no longer easily shaken, and that stability becomes one of your greatest strengths. People may not always understand it, but they will feel it, and that feeling creates a level of respect that cannot be forced. As you grow into this mindset, you start to notice how much of your past behavior was driven by fear rather than clarity. Fear of losing someone, fear of being alone, fear of not being enough. These fears often push people into actions that don't reflect their true value. They overextend themselves, they tolerate disrespect, and they remain in situations that slowly drain them. But once you become aware of these patterns, you gain the ability to change them. Awareness gives you choice, and choice gives you power. You are no longer operating on autopilot. You are making decisions consciously, based on what aligns with your growth rather than what temporarily satisfies your emotions. There is also a shift in how you view rejection and distance. What once felt like a personal failure begins to look like a natural redirection. You start to understand that not everything is meant to work, and that is not something to resist. Instead, it is something to accept and learn from. When you stop taking every outcome personally, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional weight. You begin to see situations more objectively, which allows you to respond with clarity rather than confusion. This perspective not only protects your peace but also helps you move forward without carrying the burden of past disappointments. With this new perspective, your priorities begin to change. You no longer focus on being liked by everyone. Instead, you focus on being respected by the right people. This difference may seem subtle, but it has a significant impact on your life. Being liked often requires compromise and adjustment, while being respected requires consistency and integrity. When you choose respect over approval, you naturally filter out situations and people that don't align with your values. This creates a more stable and fulfilling environment, where your energy is invested in things that truly matter. Another important realization is that your time is limited, and how you spend it determines the direction of your life. When you were focused on external validation, much of your time was spent trying to maintain connections or gain approval. But as you grow, you begin to redirect that time toward your own development. You invest in your goals, your skills, and your mindset. This investment pays off in ways that go beyond immediate results. It builds a foundation that supports long-term growth and stability. And as this foundation becomes stronger, your confidence grows with it, creating a cycle of continuous improvement. As your confidence becomes more stable, you also become more patient. You no longer feel the need to rush into situations or force outcomes. You understand that meaningful things take time, and you are willing to wait for what aligns with your values. This patience is not passive. It is active and intentional. It allows you to make better decisions, avoid unnecessary mistakes, and maintain a sense of control over your life. And in a world where most people are rushing, your ability to remain calm and composed sets you apart. There is also a deeper sense of satisfaction that comes from living in alignment with your principles. When your actions reflect your values, you experience a level of clarity that removes internal conflict. You are no longer questioning your decisions or second-guessing your direction. You know why you do what you do, and that understanding gives you confidence. It allows you to move forward with purpose, even when the path is not easy. And that sense of purpose becomes a guiding force that keeps you focused and motivated. Over time, your relationships begin to reflect this internal growth. You attract people who respect your boundaries, appreciate your presence, and contribute positively to your life. This doesn't happen by chance. It happens because you have changed the way you present yourself and the standards you uphold. You no longer accept behavior that contradicts your values, and this naturally filters out unhealthy dynamics. The connections you build become more meaningful, more balanced, and more supportive of your growth. There will always be moments where you are tested, where situations challenge your progress and push you toward old habits. But the difference now is that you are aware of these patterns. You recognize them, and you have the ability to choose a different response. This doesn't mean you will always get it right, but it means you are moving in the right direction. Growth is not about perfection. It is about progress. And every time you choose growth over comfort, you strengthen your mindset and move closer to the person you want to become. Eventually, you reach a point where your life is no longer centered around external factors. You are not defined by someone else's opinion, attention, or presence. You are defined by your actions, your values, and your commitment to growth. This independence creates a sense of freedom that cannot be taken away. It allows you to navigate life with confidence, knowing that your stability comes from within. And that internal stability becomes the foundation for everything you build moving forward. There is a moment in your life when you finally get tired, not physically, but mentally, from trying to be understood by people who were never really trying to understand you. It's a quiet kind of exhaustion, the kind that doesn't show on the outside but slowly builds within you over time. You start to notice how much energy you've been giving away, how often you've explained yourself, and how many times you've lowered your standards just to keep peace. And in that moment, something inside you shifts. You begin to realize that constantly adjusting yourself to fit into someone else's expectations is not strength, it's a slow form of self-abandonment. That realization doesn't make you bitter, it makes you aware, and awareness is where real change begins. Once that awareness takes hold, your perspective starts to evolve in ways you didn't expect. You begin to see situations more clearly, without the emotional fog that once clouded your judgment. Things that once confused you now make sense, and patterns that once repeated themselves become obvious. You notice how certain behaviors always lead to the same outcomes, and you start to question why you allowed them for so long. This is not about blaming yourself, but about taking responsibility for your growth. Because when you take responsibility, you gain control. And control over your decisions is what ultimately shapes the direction of your life. As you continue to grow, you begin to understand that not every connection deserves your full energy. In the past, you may have treated every relationship as something that needed to be maintained at all costs. But now, you see the difference between something that adds value to your life and something that simply occupies your time. This distinction is powerful because it allows you to invest your energy more wisely. You stop pouring into situations that drain you, and you start focusing on those that support your growth. And in doing so, you create a life that feels more balanced, more intentional, and more aligned with who you are becoming. There is also a shift in how you respond to distance and silence. Where you once felt the need to fill every gap with words or actions, you now understand the strength in doing nothing. You realize that not every silence needs to be broken, and not every distance needs to be closed. Sometimes the best response is to step back and observe. This doesn't mean you don't care. It means you respect yourself enough to not chase what is not meeting you halfway. And that restraint, that ability to hold your position without reacting impulsively, becomes one of your most powerful traits. Over time, your self-worth becomes less dependent on how others treat you and more rooted in how you treat yourself. You begin to set standards, not based on what others expect, but based on what you know you deserve. These standards are not about being demanding or difficult. They are about being clear. Clear about what you accept, what you reject, and what you are no longer willing to tolerate. And once those standards are in place, your life begins to reflect them. You attract different people, different opportunities, and different experiences, all because you made the decision to value yourself first. There is something deeply empowering about realizing that you are not responsible for how others feel about you. You are responsible for your actions, your intentions, and your behavior, but not for someone else's perception. This understanding frees you from the constant need to please, impress, or convince. It allows you to show up as you are, without fear of being misunderstood. And while not everyone will appreciate that, the right people will. They will recognize your authenticity and respect your presence, not because you tried to earn it, but because you naturally embody it. As your mindset continues to evolve, you begin to prioritize peace over excitement. You start to see that not everything that feels intense is meaningful, and not everything that is calm is boring. In fact, the most stable and fulfilling experiences in life often come from consistency, not chaos. This shift in perspective changes the way you approach relationships, goals, and even challenges. You become less attracted to drama and more focused on stability. And that focus creates a life that feels more grounded and sustainable over time. There will still be moments where you are tested, where old habits try to pull you back into familiar patterns. But the difference now is that you recognize those patterns. You see them for what they are, and you have the ability to choose a different response. This doesn't mean the temptation disappears, but it means you are no longer controlled by it. You are aware, and that awareness gives you the power to act in alignment with your growth, even when it's difficult. As you continue on this path, you start to feel a sense of independence that is both freeing and empowering. You no longer rely on external validation to feel secure. You create your own sense of fulfillment through your actions, your progress, and your personal development. This independence doesn't isolate you from others. It strengthens your connections by removing the pressure of neediness. You engage with people because you want to, not because you have to. And that shift creates healthier, more balanced relationships. Eventually, you reach a point where your life feels more intentional. You are no longer drifting through situations or reacting to circumstances. You are making conscious decisions, guided by your values and your vision. This sense of direction gives your life meaning and purpose, and it allows you to move forward with confidence. You know where you are going, and even if the path is not always clear, you trust yourself to figure it out. If you've made it this far, it means you are ready to take your growth seriously. You are no longer satisfied with surface-level understanding. You want depth, clarity, and real change. So subscribe to this channel, because this is where you continue that journey. This is where you build the mindset that keeps you strong, focused, and in control of your life. And remember this as you move forward. You don't need to chase what is meant for you. You need to become the person who naturally attracts it. And that process begins the moment you choose yourself, fully and without hesitation. Stay disciplined. Stay focused. Stay strong.